will be a Starfreelancer. Learn new skills. Set your goals. Increase your skills. Browse over 100 plus videos and ebooks. Jump to starfreelancer.eu.
Alright, so as I mentioned at the end of the last video, we're going to redefine the query albums for artists method even further, but we'll do that a little bit later on. Now it would be nice though if we could somehow have a placeholder in the SQL statement for the artist's name so that we could dynamically replace it every time we performed a query rather than having to append the artist's name to the statement. But hold that thought for a future video in this section of the course. Alright, so in the main method, we're going to check the other queries that we came up with. Now we've obviously tested Iron Maiden in the last video, and that worked okay. So let's try Pink Floyd. We should be getting back to, if you recall, 12 albums. We'll run this. And you can see we've got the 12 albums there. So that's good, that one's working as well. And just to confirm, let's change this to order by descending order, because obviously we had ascending order, so we'll try that. And the sorting's working, as you can see there now, so that's good. And finally, let's just try the Carole King song, the Carole King artist I should say, and we'll make this one order by ascending. Not that it really matters, because I think from memory there was only the one album anyway. Alright, so we'll run that. And we've got just the one album, Tapestry, so you can see there. Alright, so let's now do one more of the queries that we expect our application would want to perform. So let's add a method that returns which artist recorded a particular song. Now one wrinkle here is that we want to return the artist's name, the album name, and the track number for the song on the album. So to do that, we need to create a class in our model that contains these three values. So let's go ahead and do that first. We're going to call the class Song Artist. So we're going to create it in our model, new Java class, Song Artist. Alright, so we need those three fields as I mentioned. We've got our artist name, which will be a string. We've got our album name, which is a string. And also the track, which will make an int. Then we need setters and getters for all three. Alright, so let's now go ahead and test our query using DB Browser again. So I'm just going to start up my instance. Alright, we need to open the database, so I can just come up here to File and select the most recent one we've used, which is music.db. Then we want to go into the execute SQL. So we want to query the artists for three songs: Heartless, She's on Fire, and Go Your Own Way. So we're going to start by retrieving the record for the song from the songs table. So let's try that out. So in the SQL code, select star from songs, where title is equal to Heartless. Alright, so we'll execute that query. And you can see there that we get the track 9 and the album ID is 308. So now that we've got that, we can do a select star from albums where underscore ID is equal to 308. And what we'll do, I'll just take a copy of that line, I'll cut it and we'll make it into a new window. Paste the code in there, that's what I should have done first, and execute that. And you can see ID 308 matches artist number 39, the name Dog and Butterfly being the album. And let's now do the third step, which is to query the artists table. We now know we need to query it for ID 39. So I'm going to create a new tab, select star from artists, where underscore ID equals 39. Let's execute that. And you see we've finally got now down to the name of the artist, which is Heart in this case. Alright, so let's just repeat these steps for the other two songs. So I'm going to go back here to this first tab. This time I'm going to change the name of the song, which was Heartless. We'll change that to ID this time, this song rather, to She's on Fire. So if I run that, let's just check that. I maybe got my typing wrong there. We'll just do She star. We'll do a like. I did a star, I should have done a percentage sign anyway, so that's probably why that didn't work. But we'll just try this, just do a search for any song that's got the word she in it. Oh, She's So Fine. That's the one I was looking for, She's on Fire. So I'm not too sure why that didn't come up. Let's just try it again. We'll go back to doing a where title is equal to again. Maybe I made a typo without realising it. She's on Fire. I think I had to do a capital there as well. So let's just try that this time. Alright, that's better. Obviously the capital made all the difference. Alright, so you can see that's now album 248, track number 7. So we look at our second part of the query now. Change the album to 248 this time. Execute that query. Done with mirrors is the name and artist number is 152. And change that to 152 Aerosmith. Okay, let's just do the final one now, which is Go Your Own Way. One of my favourite songs. Go Your Own Way. Now the reason it's coming up in 4 places is it's actually on 4 albums. So we're just going to look at the first album to do a test here, which is album 416. Rumours. And we know the artist now is 92. And we should get Fleetwood Mac coming back up for the name of the artist. Fleetwood Mac. Alright. So we know that the SQL is right and we're able to get the information we need. To achieve what we want to do though, we need to create an inner join on those various tables to get the information. So let's actually create another tab and type in the SQL code that we want. So it's going to be select artist.name, albums.name, songs.track from songs. Then we want to inner join albums on songs.album is equal to albums ._id. Then we also want to do an inner join, and actually let's just take that over to the next line so we can still see the previous line. So I'll just press enter there. So inner join, and it's going to be artists, albums.artists, albums.artist is equal to artists.id. Then we want to do a where, which we'll do the where on the next line. So where songs.title equals, and we'll just put an example in here, Go Your Own Way. I'll just check that it was spelt like that. Go Your Own Way, yep. So that's the title we're looking for. Then we just need our order by clause. So it's going to be order by, we want to do artists.name, albums.name, collate no case, ascending order. Alright, so let's actually just try running that now and see if it works. And I've got a typo here. So we've got select artists, song names from song. So we've got select artist.name, albums.name, songs.track from songs, inner join albums on songs. .album is equal to albums._id. Then inner join albums.artist. That's a mistake there, isn't it? The second one there is inner join albums.artists on. Then it's albums.artists is equal to artist.id. Then we've got going on with that, we've got where songs.title equals, then whatever the name of our song is in double quotes. And finally we've got an order by artist.name, albums.name, collate no case. Fix the typo on that. Let's run that. Alright, so we'll just have a look at that again. So we've got artist.name, songs.album, that should be okay. And I've obviously screwed up this second one here. That should have been third time lucky, Tim. Inner join artists on. So I started typing the wrong place. I clearly didn't know the table name because I've got that wrong. So inner join artists on albums.artist equals artist._id. Let's try that. And artist.name, that should be artists.name. That one there. Goodness me, making a few typos. Yeah, we got there in the end. Okay. So clearly now our inner join is now finally working, and we've tested that we're able to type in a particular song and get all the, we'll get the name of the artist, name of the album, and also the track number that given song appears on. Alright, finally that works. Alright, so what we want to do now is start by swinging back over to the code, to our data source class, and we want to add the constants for the static parts of the SQL statement. Now the only varying parts are the song title and sort order, so we're going to do the same as we did when finding the albums for an artist. We'll have a constant for the part of the statement that occurs before the song title and a constant for the sort section. So let's go back and do that. Back up to the top here, and we'll add it down here. So we're going to start by doing public static final string, and it's going to be query artist or song start equals, that's going to be select plus table underscore artists plus period plus column underscore artist underscore name plus a comma and a space plus, we want table underscore albums this time plus period plus column underscore album underscore name plus the comma again, space plus, then we want table songs plus our dot again, period, plus column underscore song underscore track plus from plus table underscore songs plus, then we start our inner joins. So inner join, remembering the extra spaces I'm adding here are imperative, plus we want table albums plus on plus, and our inner joins on table underscore songs plus a dot plus, then it's the column song album, so column underscore song underscore album plus equals plus table underscore albums plus a dot plus column underscore album underscore ID plus, then we do a second inner join, getting there, inner join plus, this time it's table underscore artists plus on plus, then we want our table underscore albums plus a dot plus column underscore album underscore artist plus is equal to plus, and it's table underscore artists plus a dot and then plus as column underscore artist underscore ID plus, alright, now we're getting to the where clause, so plus where place plus table underscore songs plus, then add our dot again plus column underscore song title plus equals, then we need to escape a double quote in our string because we're going to wrap the title around that, and that's going to be the end of our start. The only thing left to do now is to do the sort component. So PSF S, and it's going to be query artist for song sort is equal to, then it's our order by plus, and it's going to be table underscore artists plus dot plus column underscore artist underscore name plus a comma and a space, double quotes, plus, then we want our table underscore albums plus a dot again plus column underscore album underscore name plus, then collate, no case. Alright, so let's finish the video here now because it's getting quite long. In the next one, we'll start writing our query artist for song method. And obviously we'll be using the constants that we've defined in this video. We'll test it all and make sure it's working. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so it's now time to write our method, which will be very similar to the method that queries the albums for an artist, except in this case we're going to be returning a list of song artist objects. Now also, we can't use our column index constants, and that's because they're returning columns from different tables. Now we're okay to hardcode the indices because we can be sure that the order of the columns returned for this query will always be the same, even if the column positions change within the tables. Now we've specified the columns we want and their order in the query. Alright, so let's go ahead and now add the query artist for song method. Down here at the bottom. So we're going to do a public list of song artists. We're going to be returning that. And it's query artists for song. String song name is the first argument, and int sort order is the second. And we want to do a string builder. So start with the string builder. String builder sb equals new string builder. And we're going to start with our query underscore artists by song for song start. Then we're going to do sb.append song name, sb.append, we need to escape a double quote character. Okay, and we need our sort order. So if sort order is not equal to order by none, we'll do sb.append. It's going to be query artist for song sort. And then we want to do a test here to if sort order is equal to order by desk, descending order, sb.append desk, else we're going to append ask for ascending order. We've seen this before now. So this is a new feature of IntelliJ, a relatively new feature, where it's telling us it's found duplicated code in this file. So what it's looking at is that code and also the code that is in the previous method. Query artists. Well, actually, we've got the query albums for artists. It's got that same code. I'll leave that for now, but that would be a good exercise to put this in a separate method somehow. We won't do that now. So focusing on the SQL. So next we're going to print out the SQL statement. So let's do that. So print out what we've got. So it's going to be SQL statement, just so we can see on the screen if there's any problems with it. sb.toString. Then we want to try with resources statement. So we're going to start with statement. Statement is equal to connection.create statement. Then we want a semicolon there. The second line is going to be results at results is equal to statement.execute query, and it's sb.toString. Alright, then we want a list. So a list of song artists. Song artists is equal to new array list. While results.next. I call that results. It should have been results set, of course. So while results.next, and we're going to go through and create an object, song artist. Song artist is equal to new song artist. Then we want to do song artist dot set artist name, and that's going to be results dot get string indice 1. Song artist dot set album name is going to be equal to results dot get string and indice 2 for that one. Song artist dot set track results dot get int, because it's a number and the indice is going to be 3. Then we add our song artist object to the song artists list. add song artist. Okay, that's our while loop, and then finally we're going to return the song artists. And then we want to catch the SQL exception e dot. Actually, we won't print the stack trace. We'll just print out a message. You could do it. Print out a stack trace if you wanted to. Query failed. We'll just do an e dot get message here. Return null. Okay. Alright, so that's our query artist for song method. So let's now go over and add our code to the main method to get the artists for one of these songs. So I'm just going to go down to the bottom. Well, actually, what I'll do is I'll just put it down here, line 33, and I'll make a bit more space. And we want to do a list of song artists. Call it song artists equals. This time we're going to do equals data source dot query artists for song. And let's start with the song Heartless. And we'll do an ascending sort order. Data source dot order by ascending. Our test will be if song artist is not equal to null. Remember, we can get null if there's a problem with the SQL code. Actually, we'll do it the other way. We'll put if that equals null. Then we'll print out a message. Couldn't find the artists for the song. Return. Right, so if we get down to here, we're going to go through our for each to print out the results. So for song artist, song artists, and we'll print out the details. So it's going to be artist name equals plus artist dot get name, or get artist name, plus or album name equals plus artist dot get album name, plus put track equals plus artist dot get track. Okay, so let's just run this and see what happens. We can see artist name equals heart, album name equals dog and butterfly, track equals 9, and we can see the SQL code there that was generated when we printed that out from the actual method in the data source class. So that's working nicely. And just to confirm that though, let's actually try one of those other songs. So we'll try the other one, and from memory it was She's on Fire. So She's on Fire, I believe, with the capitals being important there. We'll run that. Artist name equals Aerosmith, album name equals Done with Mirrors, track equals 7, so that's good. Lastly, we'll check our third one. Things are looking good. Go your own way. Run that. And this time you can see we've got 4 results there because there's 4 albums where that particular song exists for Fleetwood Mac. And you can see there that that's also sorted now in ascending order. Alright, so they're all the queries we're going to code for now. Doing the others will just be a matter of defining the static constants and then building up the string in a new method. Now, depending on the query, we may have to create a new class to hold the results. Now, we didn't do any queries that contain wildcards, but as we've seen, when we want to do a query, it's just a matter of writing the SQL statement, testing it against the database, and then building the query string using a string builder and constants. Now, we didn't have to do anything special when we use wildcards or any other valid SQL we haven't touched on. We just build our query string, then we pass it to the statement.execute query or statement.execute. Now, if you've been coding along with me, and I hope you have, hang on to these classes. That's because starting with the next video, we're going to be using them again, but also when we use the music database from a GUI application later in this section. Because we've been diligent about hiding the implementation details from the callers of the data source class, and because we've done that, we're going to be able to just drop the classes in a model package into our GUI applications project and use them as is. Now, if we had mixed database code with the code in the main method, we wouldn't have been able to do that, at least not as easy. When we get to the GUI application, we'll code a few more of the queries at that point. Now, just before I finish this video, let's touch on one more topic. When we're working from the command line, we're able to query the schema for the tables into the database. But when using JDBC, this is one area where the support for this, and sometimes the way we do it, can be different depending on the database. Now, unfortunately, SQLite doesn't have good support for querying the database schema. Now, the connection class has a getMetadata method that is supposed to return information about the database tables, but when using this method with a SQLite database, unfortunately the return object doesn't have any of its fields set. They're all null. What we can do though is we can query metadata using the result set from a query. Now, often this is sufficient because we're usually interested in the definition of a specific table. Now, for example, we may want to get the column index for a value or find out what the column names are for a table. So just to see how this works, let's just add a quick method to the data source class to do a general query on the songs table, and then we'll look at the metadata that comes back. So I'm going to click on data source. Let's write that method. So it's going to be public void query songs metadata. It's going to be string SQL equals select star from plus our table underscore songs. Try with resources again. It's going to be statement equals connection.create statement, and then with a semicolon, result set results is equal to statement dot execute query, which is going to be our SQL code we've created. And then we want to look at this result set metadata, meta is equal to results dot get metadata. Then we're going to do int num columns equals meta dot get column count. Then we want to for int I equals 1, I less than equal to num columns I plus plus. Then we're going to print out, actually we won't do a println, we'll change that into a format. So system.out.format, and we'll put column space %d in the songs table is named %s, and we'll actually do a new line, \n, comma, I, comma, the meta.get column name, I. Remembering the indices starts at 1. And that should be that. And then we'll just do a catch of our SQL exception. And print out a message, query failed, plus e.getMessage. Alright, so that's our method. So we're performing the query, and then we call the result set.getMetadata method to get the schema information from the table. Now we get the column count and then use the loop to print each column name. And notice that we initialized I to 1 for the loop because the first column is at position 1, not position 0. Now using the result set metadata, we can get information such as the column names and types and their attributes. In other words, whether they're nullable, etc. But let's just run this first. So we can just do data source dot query songs metadata. We just run that. And you can see there are columns in the songs table. We've got ID, track, title, and album. So in relation to the other types of information that we can look at, let's just go to Oracle's documentation for result set metadata. And you can see there's quite a few methods there that do various things, so it's worthwhile checking that out. For example, if you're in the situation where we didn't know the names of the columns in a table or how many there were, we can do a query that doesn't require that information and then get it from the result set. Of course, we need to at least know the name of the table, which we've done in this scenario that we've just coded up. Now, as I mentioned, though, this is one area, the getting schema info, where the support and the way of getting it can differ across databases. Alright, so that's it for this video. I'm going to finish it here now. In the next video, we're going to start looking at creating views using functions in our statements, prepared statements, and transactions. So see you in the next video. Now, before we look at prepared statements and transactions, I just want to quickly tie up a few loose ends. First one is functions. Now, as we saw in the previous video, when we want to perform a query, we build up a query string and then we pass it to statement.executeQuery. Now, the same applies when our query contains functions, but how do we get to the result? For example, if there's a query, and I'll just type this in here now, and the query was select count asterisk in parentheses from songs. So how do we get to the results of that query? So how do we get the count, in other words, from the result set? Well, let's have a look at that by adding a method to our data source class. So I'm going to start right down the bottom, and let's create this method, and we'll call it getCount. So public int getCount string table is the argument, and we'll start with the SQL statement being string SQL equals, and it's going to be select count star in parentheses from a space plus the table that's been passed as an argument. Then we do our try with resources, so it's going to be try statement equals con dot create statement semicolon, and the second one is going to be our result set. So result set results is equal to statement dot execute query, and it's the SQL. Alright, so we do int count, this is how we get the results, equals results dot getInt 1 return count, and then we just need to catch our exception, SQL exception, and we'll put query failed plus get message return -1. Alright, so in other words, to get the result, as you can see here on line 217, we treat the function result as a column. In this case, since we're only asking for the count, the result will be at column 1. So let's just try this out. We'll go back to our main method in the main class, and just after the last query, we'll actually add a call, and we'll just type int count equals data source dot get count, and let's try it for songs. So data source dot table underscore songs, and we'll print out the result. So number of songs is plus count. Let's check if that works. Alright, number of songs 5,350. And by the way, just in case you're wondering, the fact that our constant name has table in it doesn't break the separation between our model code and the rest of the application. So I'm talking about this line 49. Nothing about it forces main to know that the data is stored in a database. Alright, so let's now temporarily change the getCount method to do a bit more. Let's swing back over to data source and the getCount method again. So what we're going to do is also retrieve the minimum song ID value. So to do that, we'll change our SQL statement up here on line 213 to be select count star in parentheses as we've got it, but then we can type min underscore ID and leave the rest as it is, making sure there's a space between the right parentheses and the start of the word from. And we'll then put int min equals results dot getInt 2. And seeing as though we can't return two integers, let's just print that out down here. And we'll put count equals %d, min equals %d \n, and it's going to be count min. And that should be format, not println. Alright, so we're getting the min result now from our function call here on line 213 as the column 2, and adding it or extracting it into our min integer variable. So if we run this, we can see we've got count equals 5,350, min equals 1. So the minimum ID value is 1, which would be correct. That's the first entry in the table. Now this works, but it is good practice to assign names as the resulting columns using as. So let's go back and modify the code to do that. So back in data source again. So what we should really be doing up here on line 213 is put select count star in parentheses as count, then min underscore ID in parentheses as min underscore ID. And by doing that, we can then change this and use another overloaded method here. And instead of just returning the column index number, we can change that to return count, or to use rather count in double quotes and min underscore ID, and also in double quotes. So we're assigning, as you can see up here on line 213, the value or the return value from count and using the name count, and for min, we're returning that using the name min underscore ID. And we also change the result set getter methods to use column names. So we should get the same result. So we'll just run this to confirm. And same result. Count equals 5350, min equals 1. Now doing it this way, getting back to show you the code again, up here on line 213, means that if we alter the query to retrieve more results and the column positions of the resulting values change, we won't have to change the getter calls. Alright, so that's all there really is to working with functions. But before we continue, let's remove those changes we made to query min, because we won't be needing those. So I'm going to just put it back to what it was. So deleting all them in there. So we've just got select count star in parentheses as count. And I'll delete this line for minimum underscore ID, and also change the system.out.format to no longer use min ID as well, just to return count. Confirm we haven't introduced any problems by running it again. Alright, still got the same result now. Okay, now let's briefly take a look at creating and querying views. Now I say briefly because there's really nothing special about working with views using JDBC. We do exactly what we did from the command line. When we need to use views from an application, it's possible that the views will ship with the database. In addition, we don't want to create the view every time the application runs. So let's create the same view we created when working from the command line, the one that contains the following columns: the artist, album, track and title. Now when the user wants to know the artist for a song, we can query the view instead of a join. So what we can do is go back to our DB browser and execute the SQL to create the view. So let's go ahead and do that. DB browser, and I'm just going to open the database, the previous one we worked on, which of course is our music.db. So let's now execute the SQL, and just to save a bit of time, I'm just going to paste in the SQL code and just size that right up. You can see that basically it's just creating the view that we've worked on before. Take note that we're using the if not exists clause though at the top. So SQLite will only create the view if it doesn't already exist. So that's how we would normally create it, but I'm not actually going to run it in the DB browser. Let's go back and actually create it in Java code. So we'll go back to our data source, back up to the top, and what we'll do is we'll actually add this view to our public static constants. So we'll add it below the query artist for song sort. So what we need firstly is an entry for the name of the view. So we'll call it table underscore artist underscore song underscore view, and then we'll call that artist underscore list. Then we also need the actual view code itself. So we're going to call that create artist for song view equals. Then let's now write it out. So it's going to be create view if not exists plus, it's going to be table underscore artist underscore song underscore view plus space as select space plus table underscore artists plus a dot plus column underscore artist underscore name plus comma space plus. And let's actually just go back to DB browser briefly, and let's just copy this code, and I'm just going to paste it in here just so we can see what we're trying to create here. So that's the SQL code, and I'll just comment that out. So that's what we're creating here with this line of code, or this create artist for song view string. Alright, so moving on, we've got to now add the album. So table underscore albums plus dot plus column underscore album underscore name plus space as space plus column song album plus comma and a space plus, now we're up to table underscore songs plus the dot again plus column underscore song underscore track plus comma space plus table underscore songs plus the dot again plus column underscore song underscore title plus, and that should be table underscore songs, and then we need to do a from with spaces around the word from plus table underscore songs plus space inner join space plus table underscore albums plus on spaces again plus table underscore songs plus then a dot plus column underscore song underscore album plus equal or equals plus table underscore albums plus the dot again plus column album ID plus then the second inner join plus table underscore artist this time and plus on spaces around that plus table underscore albums plus the dot period again, so column underscore album underscore artist plus equals plus table underscore artists plus the dot plus column underscore artist ID plus, then we get to our order by. So order by plus and table underscore artists period plus column underscore artist underscore name plus comma and a space plus table underscore albums plus the dot again plus the columns column underscore album name underscore name plus comma and a space, and then last line table underscore songs plus dot, did that again, songs plus column underscore song underscore track. Phew, that's quite a long line, but that's it. Hopefully I haven't made any typos, but we'll check that as well. So now what we're going to do is create the method that we'll use to create the view. So let's go and do that. I'll let this right down the bottom. So it's going to be public boolean create view for song artists. So I'm going to try with resources again. So try, and we can probably just start just grabbing this to save a bit of time. I'm just going to copy that, paste it in here. Be quicker to do that than just fix it up a little bit. So statement, what we're going to do here, so the statement's going to be correct. We're not going to bother with the result set though. The reason is we're not going to be getting anything back from that command. So it's going to be statement.execute, and we don't want an execute query. We just want the execute because we're not getting anything back, as I said. And it's going to be create artist for song view is the parameter we want to call here. And actually what we'll do is we'll put that on a separate line. So let's just change this. So try, we'll do that. That's a better way of doing it. And then after that, we'll do a return true. And I'll get rid of this other code, which was relating to the other method. And we'll put an exception, create view failed. And give the message, e.getMessage, and we'll just return false. All right, so there's our method to create the view for song artists. So we're returning true to the caller when the view is successfully created and false otherwise. Now what we'll do is we'll go back to main and let's just try running this to make sure that it does work. So we'll do data source dot create view for song artists. So let's try running that. And we haven't got any messages here indicating there's any sort of an error, so that's a good sign that hopefully we've got the typing correct. Now let's just swing over before I finish this video to the DB SQLite browser and confirm that it's in there. So switching over to that again. So we go to the Browse Data tab, and if you're already in there you might need to do a refresh by clicking on that button. But now if we click on Tables, we can see artist underscore list here. Note that the icon's a little bit different to the other ones. So that's the icon for a view as opposed to these other ones, albums, artists and songs, which is a table. So that's the data, but also the database structure. You can see down here under views, we've now got this artist underscore list. And we can see what fields are represented there, which is pretty cool. So again, if we go back now to browse data, select artist underscore list, there's our data. And the view's obviously working and returning things in the right order. So there's one record per song effectively. And you can see down here, 1 of 11 of 5350, which was the number that we saw returned in the count earlier in this video. So it's obviously the number of songs in the database. And just to confirm, if I go back and run this again, we're still not getting an error, and that's because in the data source and in the view that we created up here at the top, the code, we used if not exists. So therefore, because it's now existing, it's not trying to recreate the view. Right, so let me just clean this up by deleting that now. And we'll finish the video at this point. In the next video, we'll continue on and start using this query. See you in the next video. Alright, so moving on now. So now that we've created that view in the previous video, we could actually change the query artists for songs method. So we could actually do that and make that change now and use that view if we wanted to. But we won't do that now. What we'll do instead is we'll create a new method for this. Now the user of the data source class could fall back to using the query artists for song method if the creation of the view fails or if calling the new method results in an error. Now we can query a view just as we query a table. So let's just start down here. And in terms of querying a view, we can do something like select name, album, track from artist underscore list, which is the list of the view. It is the name of the view, I should say, where title equals title. So you'd actually put the title there. So if you go back and do that, I'll paste that into DB Browser just to confirm. Where title equals, and that's with as with previous videos, let's go with ones we've used before. So go your own way. And you can see we get the same result, Fleetwood Mac, and 4 rows returned. And this time they were ordered by album title because we ordered the records that way when we created the view. Alright, so now that we know that the query works, we'll actually start making use of it. What we'll do is we'll actually start coding this particular query. So let's go back to our data source and we'll add another line here. And this is on line 84, and we're going to start by putting PSFS, and it's going to be query view song info, and it's equal to select space then plus column underscore artist underscore name plus comma and a space. Then we need our column underscore song underscore album plus comma with a space plus the column underscore song underscore track plus the space from space, then our view name, which is table underscore artist underscore song underscore view, plus then just our where clause. So where with spaces around it, plus, and it's column underscore song underscore title plus, then we want to do a space equals, then we want to escape a double quote and end with a double quote. Alright, so now that we've done that, let's go and create the method that is going to query the view. Okay, and I'll delete that now. So it's going to be public list, and we're returning song artists. So list of song artists and query song info view, and we accept the song title as an argument. So we're going to start with string builder SB equals new string builder, and it's going to be query and it's view song info. It's the start of our SQL clause to query the view. Then we want to append the title, which again is a parameter or an argument passed to this method. And sb.append, we need to close off the double quote, so we need to escape a double quote. So you can see there, so that finishes off the SQL. And let's just print that out as well. So sb.toString, and let's now create our list. So list song artists is equal to new array list. And we've seen a lot of this code before now. So results.next. And actually what I need to do before that, let's just go ahead and do that. We want to put our try statement in here. So try statement equals connection.create statement, semicolon, and results, or results set I should say, results is equal to, and it's statement.execute query sb.toString. Okay, and then our list is going to be in there. So these two are going to actually be in that try. So it's going to be results.next now. Then we want a song artist object. We want to create one. So song artist equals new song artist. Then we just set the various fields. So song artist dot set artist name. We'll set that equal to results dot get string 1. Then we want song artist dot set album name. That's going to be results dot get string 2. We're getting those errors, by the way, because we haven't caught the exception yet. But we'll write the code, the catch shortly, and that we should fix those errors. So song artist dot set track. And that's going to be results dot get int, because it's an integer 3. And finally, we want to add this song object to our array list. So artists dot add song artist. All right, then outside of the where there, we're going to do a return song artists. And again, we're getting this warning that we've got duplicated code. So you would figure out some way to avoid doing that in a real world scenario. We'd actually have a method or something we'd call. All right, so and after the return then we want to catch our SQL exception. And we'll just put a message here. Query failed. Plus get message as we've done before. Return null to indicate there was a problem. And this is getting a little bit hard to read with all these squiggles, and I guess that's a good thing in the sense that if it is notifying you you've got some duplicate code, it is good to fix it and remove these warnings. But what I'm going to do temporarily is turn off this duplicate code checking, because it's really starting to interrupt with the way that this code looks. But I wouldn't suggest you normally turn off the duplicate code checking, because you want IntelliJ to be telling you if you are duplicating code. But to turn it off, which I'm going to do now, click on Preferences, and you click on Editor, click on Inspections, and then you want to scroll down here to General, expand that, and here under Duplicated Code, you want to take the checkbox off that, click on OK, and that removes that temporarily for now. Bearing in mind that we will need to, I do suggest you actually enable it at a future point, because it's good to be checking those types of things normally. Alright, so in relation to this method now that we've created, query song info view, the only real difference between this one and the query artists for song method is the query string we're using. Now, again, I've just disabled the duplicate code temporarily, but you should really refactor out the code that loops through the result into another method. But that's something that I will leave you as an exercise to do. Alright, so let's go back now and call the query song info view that we've just written method from our main class, main method. So we're going to go ahead and write some code. So it's going to be song artists. So we've used that before. Up here was a list of song artists, so we can reuse that. So song artists is equal to data source dot query song info view. And the song we're looking for is Go Your Own Way. And we'll put if song artists artist.isEmpty, print out a message here, couldn't find the artist for the song, return. Otherwise we'll just do a for song artists colon song artists, and print out from view artist name equals, and we'll print out the details. So it's artist dot get artist name plus, and we'll do album name equals plus artist dot get album name, and then finally track number equals space plus artist dot get track. Alright, so let's just try running that. And you can see here we've got our 4 lines of output. We've got it working nicely. So note that what I did add here was on line 55 is this isEmpty method to check whether any information was returned from the song. And just as a note here, we should really have been doing that in main.java for all our queries rather than checking for null, since we always at least create the list in the data source methods. I mean, no real harm done, but it just meant that when no records were returned, we wouldn't see the message printed to the console. Using .isEmpty is a much better way of checking for that. And just to confirm, let's just try the other songs that we've been working on in this section of the course. Heartless. Run that. Get the one result there, so that's good, that's working. And one more. She's on fire. She's on fire. And again, capitalization is important here. She's on fire. That's a good confirmation that I couldn't find the artist for the songs, that it is returning when it can't find a match. Capital O. And we get the right response then. She's on fire. Okay, that's good. So we're getting the same results from our view that we were when we called the query artists for song method. That's really all there is to working with views. Now, our code is decent at the moment, but there's one more important improvement we can make. In fact, the way we're querying the database now isn't best practice. SQL statements have to be compiled into a form that the database understands. Now, when we use a statement object to perform queries, the statement's actually compiled every time we perform a new query. Now, in this little application, it doesn't matter, but if we were using statement objects in an enterprise application servicing thousands of connections, then it would definitely impact performance. And also, the way that we're building our query strings makes our database vulnerable to hacking attempts. So I'm going to finish the video here, but in the next video I'll actually demonstrate why that's the case, and then we'll start looking at prepared statements, which is a way to help improve performance to sort of counteract the problems that I mentioned just now with the queries being compiled each time we perform a new query. So see you in the next video. So I mentioned towards the end of the last video that the way we're building our query strings makes our database vulnerable to hacking attempts. But rather than explaining why further, I'm going to actually demonstrate it. So what we're going to do is let the user enter a song title in the console, and then we're going to call the query song info view method to get the information for the title. Now in the main method, which we're in at the moment, we're going to prompt the user for the title, then we'll use that title rather than a hard-coded one. So what I'm going to do is just change this a little bit here. So just up here, we're going to do scanner. Scanner is equal to new scanner system.in, and you've seen that used before in the course. I'll accept that import. And we'll print a message first. Enter a song title. String title is equal to scanner.nextLine. Instead of hard coding the song title there, we're going to pass in the title that we've just accepted from the keyboard. The rest is going to be the same as what it was. Alright, so let's just run that. Okay, into a song title. Let's go over to here. Okay, so it's going to be Go Your Own Way, right down the bottom, as you can see there. And we're getting our results back. We're getting the results from the Fleetwood Mac 4 albums that particular song's on. Alright, so now we're going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to just demonstrate how you can actually get into trouble. So for the song title, this time, I'm going to type in Go Your Own Way, double quote, space, or 1 equals 1, or, and a double quote. Now let's just press enter there. And can you see what happened there? Suddenly we've got every row on the artist underscore list view being returned to us. And we go right up to the top again. And you can see what's happened with the SQL code there. Where title equals Go Your Own Way, or 1 equals 1, or double quote, double quote. So what we've done, we've just performed what's known as a SQL injection attack. Now in this particular case, perhaps it doesn't matter if a user gets to see all the songs in a view, but what happens if this was a view or a table of user IDs and passwords, for example, or worse still, it contained credit card details or other sensitive financial or even medical information? So that wouldn't be a good thing. So how did this actually happen? Well, the thing was, when we built the SQL statement, we're blindly concatenating whatever the users typed. So when we entered the above string, the code built the following SQL statement, which I've just mentioned here. So select name, album, track from artist underscore list, where title equals Go Your Own Way in double quotes, or 1 equals 1, or, and then 2 double quotes. Now since 1 equals 1 will be true for every record, all the records in the artist underscore list view are returned. So this is called a SQL injection attack because a user has injected SQL into the statement that we didn't intend to run. Now the user in this scenario would usually be a hacker, and they try this because they know something about how applications that use databases are coded. They guess that we could be concatenating the name into a where clause, as we're doing here, and since it's a string, they guess that we're concatenating a closing quote, which is why they end their input string with a quote. Now a malicious user can even do something like drop tables. Since we're using JDBC, we do have some protection against that. At least when using the SQLite JDBC driver, the execute and execute query methods won't run more than a single SQL statement. So in other words, a user can't tack on something like semicolon drop table songs. But if an application written in a language like perhaps PHP was running SQL directly based on user input rather than going through an API, then a malicious user would be able to execute whatever SQL statements they wanted. So instead of building up query strings and using the statement class to execute them, we should really be using the prepared statement class. Now prepared statements can protect against SQL injection attacks because when we use them, we don't concatenate user input into the SQL statement that will ultimately be running. So let's look at an example. Now as I've noted, the only thing that changes between queries is the song title. Now I mentioned in a previous video that it would be nice if we could have placeholders in SQL statements for the values that change from query to query, and prepared statements allow us to do just that. So let's go back to our data source class, and we're going to add a constant at the top of the class. We'll start down here on line 88. So it's going to be PSF S, and it's going to be query underscore view underscore song underscore info underscore prep is equal to, and we're going to do select in double quotes with space after the word select, plus it'll be column underscore artist underscore name, plus a comma in double quotes and a space, plus then we want our column underscore song underscore album, plus a comma, double quotes and a space. Then we want our track, column underscore song underscore track. Then the word from in double quotes with a space, the start and the end, plus our table underscore artist underscore song view, plus then a where with space around, with a space to the left and right, plus column underscore song underscore title, plus equals, and this time I'm adding a question mark there. So the only difference here between this constant and the one we used before is that we're using a question mark for the song title. So this is the placeholder character that we use in prepared statements. When we're ready to perform the query, we'll replace the placeholder with the actual title we want to query. So the SQL statement we're building is select name, album, track from artist_list where title equals question mark. That's ultimately what we're actually creating with this constant on the line above. So note, though, importantly, we don't put quotation marks around the song title. When replacing a placeholder in a prepared statement, the database actually understands that a string like go your own way is one value. So we only substitute a single value for each placeholder. Now what we'll also need to do is declare an instance variable for the prepared statement, and that's because we only want to create it once. We don't want to create it every time we query because we only want it to be pre-compiled once. You know, if we were to create a new instance every time we did a query, we'd lose the performance benefit that the prepared statement has. So let's add a prepared statement instance variable. So private prepared statement, and we'll call it query song info view. And we're going to look at putting that in our open. Now we could check for null in the query song info view method and create the instance there, but instead what I'm going to do is create the instance in the open method because I think that's a better place to do it. So we're going to do query song info view is equal to con dot prepare statement, and it's going to be query underscore view, and it's going to be this song underscore info underscore prep. So note that we call the connection.prepare statement method to create that instance of prepared statement, passing it the SQL we want to execute, and that SQL, remember, contains the placeholders. This is the code up here on line 90 that will be replaced every time we use the statement to make a query. So now that we've done that, let's update the query method to use the prepared statement. Now note that the query was using a view, but of course everything about prepared statements also applies to tables as well. So we'll find our query song info method down the bottom. So this one here, the query song info view. Alright, so let's change this now. Instead of doing a try with resources, we'll go back to a regular try. So try. And we're going to start with a query song info view dot set string 1, title. And we'll fix that up shortly. That's complaining about the SQL exception, so we need to handle that shortly. Then we're going to just copy this code down here, which is all going to be essentially the same. I'm just going to cut all that and paste it. Let's fix the indentation level up. Reformat. Okay. Okay. And that should be query song info view. Okay, that's better. And what I can also do now is fix this up. We no longer need the string builder anymore. So I'm going to delete all that. And we're going to change this to just be title. Title being the name of the song that's passed to this method. And we're now using the prepared statement. We're setting the title as the first parameter in the query for the prepared statement. And then you can see that I've just removed a lot of the redundant code now and went back to the old try catch loop here. So because title here on line 270 as a parameter is a string, we're using here on line 273, we're using the set string method. So it's got other methods you can use, dot set int for argument's sake, and different values depending on the type of variable you're using there. In our case it's string. And we also have to specify the position of the placeholder we want to replace, and that's because there can be more than one. And that's usual when working with JDBC, the position is 1 based. So again, when we see that set string 1, title, we're referring back up to the SQL code. We're referring to the first occurrence of an equal in that code. So if we had a bit of code that was something like this, order by, obviously the first one would be set string would be 1, the second one would be 2, and the third placeholder would be 3. But in our case, we've only got just a 1 in the string, so we're using set string 1 to actually change and replace title with that question mark, or the contents of the question mark are replaced with title. Okay. Other than that, the method is actually the same. So note that the prepared statement, which we're using here on line 273, is a subclass of statement. So in other words, it's got all the other methods that statement has, such as execute. And that's why we're able to use this execute query on line 274. Now we're no longer declaring the resources as part of the try statement because I've changed it. So consequently what we need to do now is put a finally clause in there to close them. Now remember that I mentioned that if we close a statement, any associated result sets are also closed. And I also mentioned that there can only ever be one active result set associated with a statement. Now if we use a statement to do more than one query, which is very common with prepared statements, each time we need to do a new query, the existing result set is closed and a new one is created. So the upshot of all this is that we don't have to worry about closing the result set when we're using the prepared statement. When we close the prepared statement, whichever result set is active will also be closed. And we should also close the prepared statement in the close method as opposed to closing it in this particular method. Let's go back to our close method. So here we're doing a test to see whether it's the connection can close successfully. So we're going to put some code in here. If query song_info_view is not equal to null, then we're going to do query song_info_view.close. Now here the order is important. We can't close the connection first because we need an open connection to close statements. Basically, we always close resources in the reverse order to which they were opened. Now we don't have to change the main method since it doesn't know or care about what type of statement we're using to get the data. So let's try running this to confirm that it actually works. Okay, so we'll now try typing a search again, go your own way again. And we've got an error there. Let's have a look what we've done. And I think I made a mistake in the data source. Let's just go back and check that out. This will be in the method that we just wrote down the bottom here. The query song_info_view. Let's just have a look at that. And looking at that, I made a bit of a mistake there. We've actually got the query. We're setting the query song_info_view.setString here on line 278. So therefore on line 279, we don't want to pass a query. So that should actually be empty because we've already got a prepared statement. It's pre-compiled. It's already got the code in there, so that should be empty because we've already specified the title. That's probably why that was crashing. So let's go back and run that again. Go your own way. This time we've got it to work. All right, but importantly now, let's go back and run it again and presume that this time we're a hacker and we'll try and enter that same code we did last time. So that was go your own way. And it was a double quote, space, or, space, 1 = 1, space, or, space, and a single quote. Or a single double quote, I should say. Press enter. This time we get a different message. Couldn't find the artist for the song. So we get the message, as you can see there, saying that it couldn't find the song and no data was returned. So you might be wondering at this point, well, how did the prepared statement protect the database against the SQL injection attack? If the string is simply being substituted for the question mark, wouldn't we see the same results as before? Well, we don't, and that's because when we're using a prepared statement, the values being substituted are treated as literal values. So in other words, nothing within the value is treated as SQL. Now, when we were using a string builder to build the query statement and concatenating the title, effectively this is what was passed to the database and not executed. I'm just going to copy the code here. So effectively in that scenario, this is what was actually sent to the database. That was in the first scenario with string builder. But in the second scenario, we actually get a different result. So in the second scenario with prepared statement, this is what we're seeing. So you can see the difference there, that in the second scenario, what they've typed in is basically been substituted for the song title. So it's really just this double quote here that's making all the difference, and it's the database is being searched for a song that equals that in its entirety. Now, since there's no song in the database with the title "Go Your Own Way" or 1 equals 1 or double quote, no records were returned. So in other words, a malicious user can't inject SQL into the statement, because anything substituted for a placeholder is treated as a single literal value and won't be interpreted as SQL. Right, so let's end the video here, but we will talk a bit more about the prepared statements and this further in the next video.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Okay, so continuing on from the last video, we ended up talking about the fact that a malicious user can't inject SQL into the statement, and that's because anything substituted for a placeholder is treated as a single literal value and won't be interpreted as SQL. But moving on from that, let's say that we wanted to use OR within a prepared statement. How would we do that? And what I'm talking about is some SQL code along these lines. So select name album track from artist, let's call list, where title equals question mark or artist equals question mark. So think of it this way. For each value, we need a placeholder. We can't substitute more than one value for one placeholder, and we can't inject SQL. And also, we can only substitute values. So we can't use placeholders for things like table and column names. And that's because in order to pre-compile the statements, the database needs to know which table we're querying and which columns we want. So the only information we can postpone until we want to perform the query are the values themselves. Also, we can use prepared statements with insert, update, and delete. We use placeholders for the values in the same way we'd use them within select statements. And we'll actually see an example of using inserts shortly. So it is good practice to use prepared statements because of the potential performance benefit and also because they protect the database against SQL injection attacks. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that our database can't be hacked, but just that it can't be hacked using that particular type of attack. So to recap, we do the following to use a prepared statement. We declare a constant for the SQL statement that contains the placeholders. We create a prepared statement instance using connection.prepareStatement, and we pass that the SQL statement in a string. When we're ready to perform the query, or the insert, update, or delete, we call the appropriate setter methods to set the placeholders to the values we want to use in the statement. We then run the statement using preparedStatement.execute or preparedStatement.execute query. And lastly, we process the results the same way we do when using a regular old statement. So that's all for prepared statements. Our final topic for this particular video is going to be transactions. Now, because the JDBC connection class auto commits changes by default, every time we call execute to insert, update, or delete records, those changes are saved to the database as soon as the SQL statement completes. Now, sometimes that's what we want, but often it's not. As an example, let's just say that our application is a web portal that people use to do online banking. Now, one of the things that they can do is transfer money from one account to another. When they do this, we have to run two SQL statements. The first one, we need to update the source account with the new balance, and the second one is to update the destination account with the new balance. Now, what would happen if we executed the first statement successfully, but the second statement failed for some reason? So let's say the source account had a balance of $1,000 and the destination account had a balance of $100. And the customer wants to transfer $200 into the destination account. Now in step 1, we update the record for the source account so that it now has a balance of $800. In step 2, we update the destination account so that it has a balance of $300. Now if step 1 completes, but step 2 fails, the $200 we're transferring will effectively go missing. Now hopefully we'd notice the failure, but then we'd have to write code that would handle any failures by adding the money back to the source account. But what happens if we can't do that because the second step failed, because the database is down or it can't be reached? What do we do then? And here's another scenario. Let's suppose we want to add a new song to the music database. What do we have to do to achieve this? Firstly, we want to add the artist for the song to the artists table. Secondly, we want to add the album the song is on to the albums table. And third, we want to add the song to the songs table. But what happens if we complete step 1, but then steps 2 and 3 keep failing? Maybe we're trying to do this over the internet and we lose our internet connection for some reason. Now this wouldn't be as bad a situation as the banking example, but we would end up with records in the artists and or albums table that aren't associated with any songs. The integrity of the data in the database could be compromised. So it would be nice if when we wanted to accomplish something that requires multiple SQL statements, we could run all the statements as a single unit. So either all the SQL statements would successfully complete or none of them would. Now this is where transactions come in. So think of a transaction as a sequence of SQL statements that are treated as a single logical unit. If any of the statements fail, the results of any previous statements in the transaction can be rolled back or just not saved. It's as if they never happened. Now in the banking case, if step 2 failed, then the balance in the source account would be rolled back to its original value. In the music case, if steps 1 and 2 are successful, but step 3 fails, then step 1 and 2 are rolled back. So the artist and album are never saved in the artists and albums tables. Note that when we're speaking about databases, we usually use the term commit rather than save when referring to making any changes permanent. So we'll use commit from this point forward. Now database transactions must be ACID compliant. They must meet the following characteristics. So the A in ACID stands for atomicity. Now this relates to what we've just discussed. If a series of SQL statements change the database, then either all the changes are committed or none of them are. The second letter, C, stands for consistency. Before a transaction begins, the database is in a valid state. When it completes, the database is still in a valid state. The I in ACID stands for isolation. So until the changes committed by a transaction are completed, they won't be visible to other connections. So transactions can't depend on each other. And lastly, the D in ACID stands for durability. Once the changes performed by a transaction are committed to the database, they're permanent. Now if an application then crashes or the database server goes down, in the case of a client-server database like MySQL for example, the changes made by the transactions are still there when the application runs again or the database comes back up. So essentially transactions ensure the integrity of the data within a database. Now we only have to use transactions when we change the data in a database. We don't need them if we're querying the database since we're not changing any data. SQLite uses transactions by default and auto-commits by default. In fact, no changes can be made to the database outside a transaction. So when we were working with the contacts database, every time we used update, insert and delete, SQLite was creating a transaction, running the statement and then committing the changes for us. So as we learned earlier, the JDBC connection class also auto-commits changes by default. When we turned off auto-commit, SQLite stopped auto-committing the changes, but they were still made as part of a transaction. Now when working with SQLite, the following commands are used for transactions. Firstly, begin transaction. Now we use this to manually start a transaction. The second one is end transaction. So we use this to end a transaction. Now committing changes automatically ends a transaction. Also, ending a transaction also commits any changes. So in other words, end transaction and commit are aliases. We only have to use one when we want to end a transaction and commit the changes. 3. Commit. So we use this to commit the changes made by a transaction. As mentioned, this ends the transaction, so we don't need to also run the end transaction command. 4. Rollback. So this rolls back any uncommitted changes and ends the transaction. So note that it can only roll back changes that have occurred since the last commit or rollback. Now note that if we close a connection before we commit any outstanding changes, the changes are rolled back. Alright, so let's take a look at how to use transactions within JDBC. Now when using JDBC, we don't code the transaction-related SQL statements and use statement objects to execute them. What we do instead is call methods in the connection class to execute transaction-related commands. So we can perform the following steps. Firstly, turn off the default auto-commit behavior by calling connection.setAutoCommit with false as an argument. 2. We'd perform the SQL operations that form the transaction. 3. If there are no errors, call connection.commit to commit the changes. And if there are errors, we call connection.rollback to roll back any changes made since the transaction began. And number 4, we turn the default auto-commit behavior back on by calling setAutoCommit, this time passing true as the argument. So to demonstrate a transaction, we're going to add the code to insert a song into the songs table. And that's got columns for the song title, the ID for the album the song is on, and the track number of the song on the album. Now when we want to add a song, how do we get the underscore ID for the album? So as I pointed out earlier, before adding a song, you have to add the album that it's actually on to the albums table, which has columns for the underscore ID, the name of the album, and the underscore ID for the artist. So how do we get the artist ID? You guessed it, we have to add the artist to the artist's table before adding the album. Of course, if there's already a record for the artist or album, then we won't want to add them again, so we'll have to actually check for that case. Now to add a song, the user has to provide us with the song title, the album it's on, the artist, and the track number for the song. So here's the sequence of steps we need to follow. Firstly, we want to get the title, album, track number and artist, and we'll just have the main method pass them as parameters rather than prompting for them. Secondly, we want to check to see if there's a record for the artists in the artists table. If yes, we're going to go to step 4. If no, we're going to proceed to step 3. So step 3 would be to add the artist to the artists table. Step 4, we want to check to see if the album is in the albums table. If it is, we go to step 6. Otherwise, we proceed to step 5. Step 5, we add the album to the albums table. In step 6, we add the song to the songs table. Now we're going to want all the insertions to take place within a single transaction so that we don't end up with records in the artists table that aren't associated with any albums or songs, or with albums that aren't associated with any songs. So we should check for the existence of the song too before we add it. But since more than one song can have the same title, we'd have to check that the album was also the same and that the artist was also the same, which would then involve querying all 3 tables. So we're going to assume in our example that we know the song doesn't already exist so that we can focus on using a transaction when inserting a song. But in a real-world application, of course, you wouldn't want to be making that assumption. Also, we're not going to worry about updating the artist underscore list view. In a real-world application, we'd also have to update the view. Alright, so we're going to need an insert statement for each table. So let's now go back to IntelliJ and we'll start by adding constants for them to the data source class. And we're going to use prepared statements for the following, as you can see here. So we've got 3 different inserts there, one for the artists table, one for the albums and one for the songs. So let's go back there now and start creating some constants. And actually, given how long this video has gone for, instead let's just end the video here now and we'll actually start working on those constants in the next video. So continuing on from the last video, let's now go ahead and add the constants for those insert prepared statements that I talked about. What I'm going to do firstly though is just clean up this main.java file with those comments. So we'll go back to datasource.java, back up to the top of the file, and we'll add those constants. Clean that up as well. So I'm going to start with insert artist. That's going to be equal to insert into space plus table underscore artists plus, then we need left parentheses in single quotes plus column underscore artist underscore name plus then a right parentheses space then values left parentheses again question mark right parentheses. Then the next one we want is the insert albums. That's equal to insert into space again plus table underscore albums this time plus, then we need that single left parentheses in single quote. You could have used a double quote there as well. Plus column underscore album underscore name plus, you want a comma this time in double quotes with a space. And then we need to add the column album artist, column underscore album underscore artist, plus the right parentheses in double quotes values. Then we want in parentheses question mark, comma, space, question mark, and right parentheses, and then close off the string. All right, then the third one is for inserting songs. So that's going to be insert underscore songs is equal to insert into space plus table underscore songs plus, then we want a single left parentheses and a single quote plus column underscore song underscore track plus a comma in double quotes, the space there, column underscore song, this time we want the title plus comma in a space in double quotes plus, then we want the column underscore song underscore album plus, then we want to close off the right parentheses, space, values, then 3 question marks. Like so, and obviously that's in parentheses. Okay. So now that we've got our constants, we're going to add the code to the open method to create the prepared statement instances. When we insert an artist or album, we need to know what ID, the underscore ID, the database assigned to the record. And if you recall, the underscore ID is the key, and the database generates the value whenever it inserts a record into the table. So we'll need to use the artist ID when we insert the album, and the album ID when we insert the song. So when we want to get the generated key after statement is completed, we have to add another parameter to the prepared statement call, as you're about to see. But let's go ahead and actually add this now to the open method though. So we're going to add it below our view that was defined here. And actually what we'll do is we'll define our prepared statements up here first, because we'll need those as fields. The prepared statement insert into artists, and private prepared statement, and it's going to be insert into albums, and private prepared statement again, insert into songs. Okay, so that's our 3 prepared statements for our inserts. Let's go back to the open method again, and we'll do insert into artists first. That's going to be equal to con.prepare as prepared statement. So we want our constant first, so insert underscore artists. But then we also want to have this second parameter. So I mentioned that we need the second parameter, and we're going to pass a constant here, statement dot return underscore generated underscore keys. So once we do that, we'll then be able to get the key from the prepared statement object. Alright, then we're going to do the same for insert into albums and songs. So con.prepare prepared statement, and it's going to be insert albums, and it's going to be statement dot return underscore generated underscore keys. Then the last one, insert into songs, equals con dot prepare statement again. This one's going to be insert underscore songs. Now for this one, we don't need the IDs returned. So for that reason, I'm not going to actually pass the second parameter, the return underscore generated underscore keys, because we don't need to pass those to anything else. whereas the artists and the albums inserts, we use the IDs we get back from those to basically pass into another insert statement. Okay. All right, so now that we've opened those, we need to close them as well in the close method. So let's do that as well. We'll do an if insert into artists is not equal to null. That's going to be insert into artists dot close, and the same for the other two. So if insert into albums is not equal to null, insert into albums dot close, and then the last one, if insert into songs not equal to null, insert into songs dot close. Okay, so now that we've done that, we're going to create 3 methods, one for each table. Now the methods that insert an album or artist will first check to see if the album or artist already exists. Now if it does already exist, it's going to return the underscore ID column for the album or artist. But if it doesn't exist, it will then add the album artist and then return the ID, the new ID from that insert. Now these 2 methods will be private, and that's because they should only ever really be called by the method that inserts a song, which will be responsible for creating the transaction and committing the changes. Now to achieve that, the first thing we need to do is add the constants for the statements that we're going to use to check whether an artist or an album already exists in a given table. So we'll come up to our constants again. First one, we're going to put a query underscore artist. We'll set that equal to, it's going to be a select space in double quotes plus column underscore artist ID plus and from with spaces around it in double quotes plus it's going to be table underscore artists, then where with a space around the word where in double quotes, then it's going to be plus column underscore artist underscore name plus, and it's going to be equal question mark. And then the second one that we're going to be adding here is the query underscore album. That's going to be very similar. It's going to be select space plus column underscore album underscore ID plus from plus table underscore albums plus where space around the word where and then enclosed in double quotes plus column underscore album underscore name plus an equal and a question mark. So you can see what we're doing there. The select is going to return the ID, but the where clause is doing a search by name. So we get back the ID that we can then use for the insertion if that already exists. And again, if it doesn't exist in the method, then we're going to return the new ID after the insert. So that way, whether the record is on file or not, we're going to get the right ID. And then also in the case of both of these, we only need the ID returned from the select. So that's why we're only returning the relevant ID column. All right, so we now need a couple more of prepared statements for these queries, the query artist and the query album. So let's add those. So it's going to be private prepared statement query artist and private prepared statement query album. Now we need to add those 2 queries, so we're going to create those down here in our open method. So it's going to be query artist is equal to and con.prepare prepare statement, and it's going to be our query underscore artist. Then likewise for the album, so query underscore album is equal con.prepare statement, and it's going to be query underscore album. Okay, and just scrolling down there, we need to also close off both of those in the close method. So we're going to put if query artist is not equal to null, query artist dot close, and same for albums. If query album is not equal to null, query album dot close. Alright, so next we want to code the actual methods, the insert artist method, etc. But let's start work on that in the next video. Alright, so it's now time to code the various insert methods. So let's start with the insert artist method, and that's going to need the artist name. So I'm going to go down to the bottom here and start work on this. So it's going to be private int insert artist. Remembering this is a private method. And the parameter passed to this will be a name. We're going to throw any SQL exception errors we get. So it throws SQL exception. So we'll do query artist dot set string, be 1 comma name being the parameter, 1 being the indice that is setting the name to be searched from our query. Then we'll look for the result. So result set results is equal to query artist dot execute query. If results.next, this is how we actually check to see whether there's an ID returned. Then we're going to return results.getInt1. So in other words, if we get a number back from our first query, we know that in this case the artist is already on file. So we're returning the ID of the existing artist and then exiting the method because we don't actually need to insert the artist because they're already on file. But if we get down to here, we're going to put an else in here. This means we now need to insert the artist, and that's because they're not on file. So to do that, we're going to do insert into artists dot set string. It's going to be 1 comma name again. So same indice and same name. This time we're going to insert it though. We're going to put int affected rows is equal to insert into artist dot execute update. So that should not only save the record, but it'll actually tell us how many rows were updated. In this case, it should only be 1. Then we do a test here. We put if affected rows is not equal to 1, it means there's some problem. So we're just going to throw an exception at that point. So throw new SQL exception. We're going to put insert artist. Obviously, there's a problem if that's the case. All right. So assuming we get down this far though, we know that a record was successfully updated. So we're going to do result set generated keys. That should be result set. This is how we retrieve the ID from the newly created record. So result set generated keys is equal to insert into artists dot get generated keys. And then we need to do if generated keys dot next return generated keys dot get int 1. And if we get down to here, it means we've got a problem, so we'll do an else, and we're going to throw another exception. So throw new SQL exception, and the message will be couldn't get underscore ID for artists, because obviously that's a problem if we weren't able to retrieve the key for some reason. All right, so just going over what we've done again. So the first thing we did is we're actually querying the artists table to see if the artist already exists. If it does, then we return the ID that we retrieve from the results set and return the value because we no longer need to insert anything because we found the artist on file. And it's going to be in column 1, by the way. That's why we're using the .getInt1 here. We always know that that will be on column 1 since we created the prepared statement for the query and we only asked that the ID column should be returned. Now in the case of the artist not being in the artists table, we're going to insert the artist. So the code flow comes through to here. So we do a similar thing here. We set the indice to 1 and the name being the name of the artist we want to insert. We then execute this line here on line 354. Now we're not using the execute method here. That's because the execute method returns a Boolean indicating what type of result the executed SQL statement returned. Here we're using execute update because that returns the number of rows affected by the SQL code that ran. Now since we're inserting a single row, we actually expect only one record to be returned. That's the code here. And if it isn't, we throw an SQL exception because obviously something's gone badly wrong if we've got a result that's not equal to exactly 1 rows that have been created by the database. But failing that, we get down to here and we use the getGenerated_keys method to get a result set that contains the generated key. So it can be keys depending on the insert, but in this case there's just the one. So we get the key value, the artist underscore ID in this case, by using this generated_keys.getInt result. And again, the key will be at position 1 since we only expect one key to be returned. And finally what we're then doing is we're returning that value back to the caller. And if no key was returned for some reason, we're throwing an SQL exception, and that in theory shouldn't happen. Now you've obviously seen there that I'm throwing SQL exceptions in the method, and that's because we want the caller to handle these. And we'll see how this makes things cleaner in a little while. Alright, so the query album method is pretty much the same, except we have to change some variable names and messages, and we have to set 2 values in the prepared statement. So what I'm going to do is take a copy of this method, then we'll just go through it carefully and make sure that we make all the necessary changes, just to save a bit of typing. So I'm going to paste that in and go back up to the top there, and this one's going to be called the insert album. Insert album. And this one's got 2 parameters. The string name, it's the first one, and the second one is the int artist ID. The artist ID will come from the call from this insert artist method. So in terms of the code change, the first bit's going to be the same, but we're going to do a query instead of artist. We're going to query album. So remember, we're in the insert album method. So we're setting the name of the album we're searching for to the query album query. And again, I'll change this to query album. So the results, we're looking to execute the same query. If results.next returns the fact that there is a record there, then we're going to return results.getInt1. That means that the album's already on file, and we've returned the ID of the album to the calling method. Otherwise, we're going to insert the album at this point. So instead of insert into artists, it's going to be insert into albums. Insert into albums.set string. So the first one's still correct, 1 comma name. But you also need a second one here. It's going to be insert into albums again, dot. This time it's the key, the artist's key or artist ID, set int. It's going to be 2, set int there, 2, indice 2, that's artist ID. So the other code, I need to be careful to change the artists to album, so paste that in there, paste it in there while I remember. So we're looking at the number of affected rows. Same deal there, even though we've got 2 fields are updating, we're still only inserting 1 record. So we're checking the same thing here to check that the affected rows, if it's not equal to 1, we're going to throw that SQL exception. And we'll change the error message to can't insert album. Then the result set is going to be the same, insert into albums.getGenerated making sure there is a key there. If there is, we're going to return the first column that's returned from the key, which will be the key, basically the ID for the inserted album record. And we'll put a note here that album. Couldn't get ID for album for some reason. Alright, so let's go ahead and create the insert song method before we finish the video. So I'm going to do a similar thing. I'm just going to copy, in this case, the insert album method and paste that in. And this one we're going to call insert songs, or song I should say to be more precise. So the parameter is the title. That's the title of the song. And we don't want the artist ID this time. We actually want the name. So we want string artist. We want string album. Then int track. And you'll see why we got these parameters shortly. Now we're going to do something a little bit different here. So I'm going to change that. We're not going to throw the exception. So what we're going to start off with is a try. We're going to wrap all our code in that. We're going to do a catch. SQL exception. E. And we're going to print out the message if we get one. Insert song exception. Plus e.getMessage if there is an exception thrown. And here's where it gets interesting. In the SQL exception, we're going to do a try. Then in there, what we're going to do is we're going to print out a message performing rollback. We're going to do con.rollback. And we need to catch that as well. So catch SQL exception. This time it's going to be E2 because we've already defined E. And then we're in all sorts of problems at this point. If we've got an exception inserting the song, and we've got an exception now rolling back, oh boy, things are really bad. Plus e.getMessage. And then we also need, after the end of the try there, a finally. And we'll see why shortly. But I'm going to go back and add a bit more code here first. The first thing we're going to do in the try block now, we're going to do con.setInit set auto commit to false because we're going to perform our own transaction. And actually what I'll do is I'll finish off the finally now. So the finally is going to be setting that back to true again. So we're going to put try, and the message is going to be resetting default commit behavior. And con.set auto commit to true. And we'll do a catch there. SQL exception E. I'll just print out a message, couldn't reset auto commit. Get message. Okay, so I'm going to copy this code because some of it will still be relevant. So let's just copy this code to save us a bit of typing, just up to there. And I'm going to put that in the try after the con.set auto commit. Alright, so what we need to do first is we need to get the ID for the artist and the album based on the artist name and album name that have been passed to this method. So the way we do that, we're going to put int artist ID is equal to insert artist, and we pass artist. Remembering that's one of the methods we just wrote, so that's going to return the ID either of the existing artist if it exists on file or the newly inserted record. And secondly, int album ID is equal to insert album underscore artist ID. So I can see how we're now passing the artist ID to the insert album method, and also passing album, which is the album name. Now we need to set the various fields for our insert. So insert into songs this time. Dot set int. First one's track. That's going to be 1 comma track. Insert into songs. Dot. The second one's title. So set string, that is string title. So it's 2 comma title. Insert into songs. Dot. Set int again. This time it's for the album ID. So it's 3 comma album ID. And in case you're wondering, we don't use the artist ID again because the artist ID was used to help us search for the album. So we don't need to insert that into the songs because we're using the album ID at that point. And then the code, we're going to get rid of some of this other code. We don't need these queries anymore. What we do need though, come down here and execute our update. So int affected rows is going to be insert into songs.execute update. Insert into songs.execute update. Then we'll do the test there. Goes back, and we'll clean up some of these errors shortly as we go through them. That's doing a check there to see whether we've got a number of rows back, and if we haven't got one, there's a problem. We're actually not going to throw an exception. We're going to do it a different way. We're going to put if affected rows is equal to 1, and only if it's equal to 1, we're actually going to do a commit. Con.commit. Else, what we're going to do, we're going to throw new SQL exception. Song insert failed. And we don't need the rest of this code. Alright, you can see that's cleaning things up now. So let's end the video here now. In the next video, we'll just go over what we've done for this insert song method, then we'll get to the stage of actually trying it out. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so at the end of the last video, we ended up finishing off the insert song method. So let's now just go through what we've actually done here. So we start over here by starting a transaction, and we do that by turning off the auto commit behavior of the connection. Now the default behavior, you may recall, is to commit every change, and the way the database does that is by running every update, delete and insert statement as a transaction. Now when we want to run a series of SQL statements as a transaction, we signal that by turning off the default behavior. From that point forward, we're actually in a new transaction. So after calling set auto commit here to turn off the default behavior and starting a new transaction, we perform all the actions we have to take to insert a song. So we start off by inserting the artist, and then we insert the album using the artist ID that was returned from the insert artist method. Once we get to that point, we can now insert the song. Now we do that by setting the values in the insert into songs prepared statement, these 3 lines here, And then we actually call the execute update to check that only one row was affected, and that's the row that was added for the song. Now if that's the case, we're actually done. We've inserted the song and all its associated information, so we want to commit the changes, and we're doing that on this line. And once we've done that, that also ends the transaction. Now if something goes wrong and an exception is thrown, we're calling this connection.rollback down here, and that's going to back out any changes we've made since starting the transaction, and it will also end the transaction. And finally down here in the finally block, we're actually setting the set auto commit method, or calling it with a value of true to return to the default auto commit behavior. Now because using transactions involves getting database locks, it's best practice to only turn off auto commit for the duration of a transaction and to turn it back on again immediately afterwards. Once it's turned back on, unless we turn it off again, any insert, updates or deletes will be auto committed as soon as they've completed. Now resetting the default behavior in the finally block ensures that it will be done whether the transaction succeeds, but also if it fails. So hopefully now at this point you can see why we have the insert artist and insert album methods both throw the SQL exception rather than handling it. If you recall, both of these methods we're throwing the SQL exception, and we're also in the two cases here where there's a problem with inserting or there's a problem with the generated keys, we're throwing the exceptions, the SQL exception there, and likewise for the insert album. So that's why these methods aren't handling the SQL exceptions. We're just throwing back to the insert song method where these are ultimately called from. So what it means is that all the code that makes up the transaction is actually now in one block and quite easy to read. So it's really just this block here that's updating potentially the three tables. And if we had to add checks for negative IDs being returned, the code would look a lot messier. But since we now don't have to do that, we can clearly now see that the transaction involves three insertions. Alright, so I've written a lot of code here. The big test is going to be to try it out. And this should actually be void, because we're not actually returning the ID. I think that came about because I copied the previous two methods, which returned the ID. But of course, in this case, the insert song, that's calling those other methods, but it itself isn't returning anything. So that fixes that error. Alright, again, so let's now try this out. So I'm going to go to the main.java file, and just before the data source.close, and let's now try it out. So I'm going to insert the song Touch of Grey by the Grateful Dead, and that's on track 1 on the album In the Dark. So to do that, I'm going to do data source dot insert song, and the other thing I need to do is make this a public method. The other two were private because they're only called by the insert song method, but the insert song method itself should be public so that we can access it outside of the class. So it's going to be insert song. So the song is going to be Touch of Grey, and Grateful Dead, and the third one parameter is In the Dark, and track number is track number 1. So let's open up our DB browser, and we'll look at the artist table. Unless you open the database first. Scroll right down to the end. Okay, we've got a total of 201 there. There's no Grateful Dead in there at the moment. And if we have a look also at the albums table, scroll right down to the end for that. Let's see, we've got 439 entries there. And songs table, let's have a look at that. Right down to the end, we've got 5,350 songs. Alright, so let's try running this and see what happens. Oh, we need to just finish off this last song. We'll just put test, no matter what it is. And we got that error about couldn't find the artist for the song, but that's this previous query up here. And actually that's not going to work, of course. The reason for that is we've got this return statement up here on line 62. So consequently the code below it isn't going to be executed. So let's just run it again. And rather than commenting out the code, I'll just put in a valid song that we've been using. Go your own way. Enter. We've got a message here, resetting default commit behavior. So that's telling us it's got now to the code in data source. In the finally clause down here, resetting default commit behavior. So hopefully that means that the records have been added to our database. So let's actually check that. We'll go back to DB browser. We'll just do a refresh here. You can see now we've got a new song added, 5351. That's a good sign. And we can see Touch of Grey. Album ID is 440. Track number 1. So if we have a look at albums, 440. And that was the new entry. I think it was 439 last time. Down the end there. Entry 440 is now in the dark. And you can see 202 is now the artist ID. We look at artist. 202 entries. And there's Grateful Dead now showing us 202. So that's awesome. So that's actually working. And again, we got the message here, resetting default commit behavior, which told us that that finally clause code did get executed. And we didn't see any other exceptions or any other printouts to indicate there was a problem. And the records got added okay. All right, so let's actually try adding another one just to make sure that we're on track here. So I'm going to go back and run it again. And again, you could comment out this code if you wanted to, so you won't ask for this every time you run it. We're trying now to add the same record again, so we'll actually go back and have a look at that. Noting that this time the artist is still 202, so it's actually found the artist and not tried to add it again, which is exactly what we wanted. And for albums, to make sure we've still got 440, we've still got In the Dark, and the right entries there. And then also for songs, this time we have got another entry there, but the reason for that was we didn't actually add a clause to actually query the song. So if we go back and have a look at our data source method, we didn't attempt to do what we did in these other two methods where we actually queried it and looked for the result first before trying to insert it. In the insert song method, we just went straight into the process of inserting the record. So that would be something that you would do ordinarily when you're inserting a song. You check to see whether the song was on file first. And again, we started work on that. If we look up to the top there, we've got our inserts in there, but we've only got the two queries for query artist and query album. So you'd need to add another constant here for query song. So you'd need to execute that additional query if you wanted to actually check to see whether the song existed or not. But I didn't do that, and that's why when I ran it, the first two entries, the ones for the artist and album, weren't duplicated in the database, but the song was, again, because we didn't try and do a query in the insert song method first. Right, so let's try running that just with another entry to make sure it's still working. And I'll just, actually what I'll do, let's cancel out of that. And we'll go back to main again, and let's just change this. So I'm going to try, let's try a Bob Dylan song. So, Like a Rolling Stone, Bob Dylan, and Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. It's actually track 5. Let's run this. So what I will do, rather than typing this in again, we'll comment this bit of code out again to save us having to type something each time. Run it. And I didn't comment out the important part. So the part I want to comment out, of course, is that as well, not just the part that actually checks. I'll run it again. Okay, this time it's finished. We'll go back and check our database again, starting at the albums. We've got an extra album there now. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Artist. New artists have been added, as you can see there. Bob Dylan. And songs. We've got 5353 this time. And you can see Like a Rolling Stone's added there. Alright, so that's okay when everything's working okay, but let's actually try and introduce an error into the insert song method, and we can do that by using an invalid index when we set one of the values in the prepared statement. So let's do that just to see what actually happens. So go back to data source. So with the three set string and settings here, so with these three entries here, well, let's just change that, and we'll put for the album ID instead of 3, which it should be, let's make it the index 8, which we know is wrong. And just interestingly enough, we actually get this error if we do that. Cannot resolve query parameter of 3. So it's actually smart enough to tell us that we haven't got 3 entries. And we could change that to 3 and it would work. But obviously it's got an error with any more than 3. So that's pretty neat how that inspection works for us. Put that in there knowing that it's going to fail. And we'll just go back and we'll try and add a different entry. And let's go back and add one for Bird Dog by the Everly Brothers. All-time greatest hits. And we'll do a track 7. Let's try running that. This time we have got an error, which we'd expect. Array index out of bounds exception. So what's happening is that the values we're replacing are stored in an array, and when we try to set the 8th element in the album ID, we're getting that exception. So it's interesting to note that the invalid index is 7, which means that under the covers the indices are being mapped to a zero-based index, which raises the question of why the JDBC API uses zero-based indices in the first place. But anyway. So let's go over to check our DB browser. And doing a refresh, we can see we've still got 5,353 songs. So that's okay. We haven't got the new song that we're trying to add. When we have a look at the albums, note that when I've gone to this file now, we'll just do a refresh, but it was refreshed, we have actually got a new entry. And looking at albums, we've got all-time greatest hits, and also for artists, the new artist has been added as well. Everly Brothers. So what's actually going on here? So why were the artist and the album records added, but the song not? Didn't we actually have some code in there to do a rollback? So you might be wondering, well, why has this done this? So let's just go back and deconstruct what happened. So firstly, going back to datasource.java, we can look at the code and see that the code crashed on line 403. Click on that. So we can see why the song didn't get created, because it crashed on that line because of the wrong indice, so it didn't get to the stage of actually doing an execute update. So that's why the song didn't get updated. But what about the fact that the album and the artist got updated? Why did they get updated? Specifically when, again, what's supposed to happen is we're meant to be doing a rollback. Well, if you look really carefully at the exception down here, you can probably figure out what's going on. So what we've done up here in the try block, so we've caught the SQL exception. But what's actually happened here is we've got an array index out of bounds exception. So the SQL exception wasn't thrown, so consequently we didn't get a rollback here. But the next thing you might be asking is, well, hang on, didn't we set auto commit to false? Coming up here, yes, we did do that on line 397. But as a consequence of going through this try, catch, and finally, the finally code block was executed. We had set auto commit true on, and that's got a side effect of doing a commit. So what actually happened was the SQL exception was bypassed because a SQL exception wasn't thrown by the code. The code went to the finally block. The finally block then set auto commit to true, which had the side effect of committing the changes, and that's why the artist and the album were both saved. So that's clearly not what we want to happen in this scenario. So how would we actually get around this? Well, what we really want to do here is, instead of just a SQL exception, we want to catch all exceptions. So we're just going to change the SQL exception to exception, and that will catch the fact that this array index out of bounds exception, or a SQL exception, or any other exception for that matter, and we should get a rollback. So let's go back to our database first though. And what we're going to do is just delete these two entries. So we've got one for artists here. We're going to click on this ID 204 Everly Brothers, delete. Then same for the album. I'm going to go down and select the last entry, all-time greatest hits, delete. I'm going to come up to File, Close Database, and we're going to click on Yes to save the changes. Then I'm just going to open the database again. And now that we've added this code for the exception, let's actually run it again and see whether we get the proper behavior that we're looking for, a proper rollback. I'm going to click on Run. This time you can see what happened here. We've got insert song exception, we've got performing rollback, resetting default commit behavior. So this time we actually are logging the fact that we've got an exception. We're processing the rollback. We're still going through doing this set auto commit, but because we've added the rollback, or the rollback method has been called prior to that, we should find that the changes weren't added to the database this time. So let's go and check them out. Albums, we'll do a refresh. This time we've still got 441 records. Let's scroll down and see that the last successful entry was Bob Dylan's greatest hits. And same for artists. Refresh to be sure. 203 this time. And that's correct, it's Bob Dylan again. And by the way, this 7 over here, The 7 is the invalid index, just in case you're wondering what that was. Alright, and now let's fix our error, just to make sure that things are still working. Change the 8 back to a 3 there, and insert songs. Now if we run this again, we've got no exception errors being logged there, so we should be able to go back to our database now, do a refresh. Everly Brothers is there on the last entry. Albums, all-time greatest hits, but most importantly the songs. We've now got 5354, so we've got a new song there, Bird Dog, and we know that's from the Everly Brothers. So at this point you now know how to work with transactions using JDBC. So we use them when we want to perform a series of SQL statements as a unit, so that the changes are only committed to the database if all the statements ran successfully. Now if a statement fails or something else happens, perhaps a lost connection or the database server goes down in the middle of performing a transaction, then we won't end up with a database in an invalid state. We'll be able to roll back any changes that have been made, or if the connection goes down for some reason, the database will automatically roll back any changes and end the transaction. Now one final note here, it's also possible to roll back a transaction to a specific point, rather than rolling back all the changes that have been made since the transaction started. So to do this, all we need to do is call the connection.setSavePoint method, which returns a SavePoint object. If we need to roll back the changes that have been made since we created the save point, we pass the save point to the connection.rollback method. So in other words, we do a connection.rollback, then we pass that save point object. But we'd only do this where it makes sense to roll back only part of a transaction when something goes wrong. Alright, so that's transactions. In the next video, we're going to start taking a look at JDBC from within the context of a graphical user interface type application. See you in the next video. Alright, so at this point we're going to start taking a look at using JDBC from within a UI application. Now the JDBC calls themselves are the same, but when do we create the data source class, and how do classes in the application access it? How do we perform database operations so that the user interface doesn't freeze? And how do we report the results back to the user? Well, the purpose of these videos is to answer those questions. So note here that the goal isn't to create a pretty user interface. The focus is on the questions that I mentioned previously using a functional user interface. So I'm going to assume at this point that you've watched the JavaFX section of the course, and therefore I'm only going to explain a user interface specific concept if it's new and hasn't previously been covered in that section. So therefore I advise that if you haven't been through the JavaFX section of the course, make sure you do check that out. At least go through like a number of the initial videos to get a bit of an idea on what to expect and also what JavaFX is. And if you don't do that, I think you may find that you possibly might get a little bit lost. So I think it is important to do that. So what I've done is I've created a new JavaFX project called Music UI. And the user interface itself we're going to be creating is fairly simple. So we're going to be using a border pane with a table view in the center position. Now we're also going to have a progress bar which won't be visible when the application starts for reasons that will become apparent. And at the bottom of the window will be where that resides in a HBox. Now in the right position we'll place a VBox containing several buttons. Now pressing a button is going to essentially perform a SQL operation. So we're going to have 3 buttons: list artists, a second button to show albums for a selected artist, and thirdly an update artist button. Now that may not sound like much, but each one here is going to demonstrate something different that can be extended to similar operations. So the list artist button will query all the data in a table and present that to the user. Now the show albums artist button will need to do a query based on a selected record and then display the results. And finally, the update artist button will demonstrate what's involved when performing one of the CRUD operations that changes existing data in a table. So let's start out now by renaming the sample.fxml file. So I'm going to come over here, right click that as we've done before, refactor, rename, and we'll call that main.fxml. And now let's go ahead and add some fxml to it. And just to save a bit of time, I'm just going to copy and paste the code here, and I created this FXML using the scene builder. So if you're looking at this code that I'm about to paste in and comparing that, say, to code that we've created manually in the JavaFX section of the course, it may be a bit wordier, and that's because, again, we created it with scene builder. Alright, so I'm just going to paste that code in, and this code is available in the resources section of this video as well, to save you having to type it all in. So let's just go back now to our main.java file, and what we want to do is make a few changes to the start method and set the main Windows title and size. So for the title, we're going to change that from where it's currently on Hello World. We'll change it to Music Database. And for the set scene, let's change the size there. Instead of 300 by 275, we'll change it to 800 by let's make it 600. 800 by 600. Alright, so let's just run this just to see what the user interface is looking like. And there's our basic interface. So you can see we've got an area here for contents, we've got our buttons to the right, and we've also got this progress bar. Now, I did actually mention that the progress bar is going to be invisible, but I wanted to leave it by default for the first time to show you what it looks like and where it's positioned. Now that you've seen it down here down the bottom, let's close down the app and make that invisible. So we'll go back to the main.fxml, and we'll change this progress bar over here on line 40, and what we'll do is we'll put a new property here, visible equals false. Oops, if I can spell. Alright, so now that we've done that, if we go back to our main and run it again, we should find that progress bar is now disappeared. Okay, no progress bar, and we'll actually make that visible when it's appropriate in this application that we're building. Okay. And incidentally, in a real-world application, we'd probably do it in such a way that there was an empty space near the bottom, but again, we're not focusing on the user interface in this particular set of videos. Now, the other thing I want to point out here is we'll just go back to our main.fxml again and look at our table up here on line 16. I want you to see how we're setting the table column width property over here on line 18. What we're doing here is we're setting the width to the same width as the table view so that the name column will occupy the entire table width. Now, we've used the notation there, $ left curly brace artist table dot width and then right curly brace. And what that means is that we want to set the pref width to the width of the control with the fx ID of artist table, which in this case is our table view on line 16. Now, you can actually do that with any property. Alright, so now let's turn to using JDBC. What we're going to do first is copy the model classes we created in the previous set of videos in this section of the course. So I'm going to go and look at our music projects model directory. So what I'm going to do is actually open up the project. So I'm going to open recent, and I'm going to go to music, which is our previous project. I'm going to open that in a new window. And again, that's the project that we were working on previously. I'm just going to open the project pane over here so we can see that it is. And what I'm going to do then is navigate to the location of the music properties model directory, copy it, and then paste it into our new project. So what I'm going to do is just come over here and right click on the package for model, reveal in Finder. I think it'll be showing Explorer and Windows or something to that, words to that effect. But basically I'm going to actually just copy that entire folder, copy that. Then I'm going to just close down this, leaving our original project, and I'm going to just paste that into whatever the project, into whatever the package name is. In my case, it's sample here. I'm just going to click on sample, right click, and paste. Click on OK, and you can see that it's pasted in the not only the model directory, but also all the source code that we were working on in that in those previous videos. So we've got our data source, artist, album, song artist, as well as song as well. Now we don't actually need the song and song artist classes. So for that reason, I'm going to just click on those and delete those. So we've just got now our album, artist, and data source. Now we want the controller to be able to use the data source class. Now in a real world application, we'd probably have more than one controller and they'd all need access. So we could have each one create an instance of the class, but which one then would be responsible for managing the connection by calling the open and close methods? Well, when working with a data source, it's actually quite common to use a singleton pattern for the data source class. Now it's called a singleton pattern, and we have talked about this in the course previously, because we use it when we want an application to create only one instance of a particular class. So every object that needs to call methods in the singleton will use the same instance of the data source to do so. So to actually turn our data source class into a singleton is actually quite straightforward. So I'm going to double click it to open it. And what we need to do is create a private constructor first. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to go down past all these constant setups, and we'll add one up here. So I'm just going to do private data source. Now since it's private, only the class will be able to create instances of itself. In other words, no other class will be able to construct an instance of data source, and that's what we want here. So now that we've done that, we need to create the variable that will hold that one instance of the class that every other class in the application will use. Now this variable will need to be static. So we're going to we'll put that above the private definition there. So it's going to be private static data source, and we'll call it instance, which is what it is. Alright, we now need to add the method that every other class will use to access the instance. Now we can create the singleton instance when we declare the variable, or we can create it in the static access method, and that's where we're going to actually do it in this case. We're going to call that getInstance. So let's create that. I'll put that after the private constructor. So it's going to be public static data source, because we're going to be returning the data source. Making sure, by the way, we're using the right data source here, sample.model. And getInstance is the name of the method. Then the code is going to be if instance is equal to null. We're going to put instance equals new data source. And then below that we're going to return instance. So when an object wants to use the singleton instance, it calls getInstance, the public static method we've just created. The method checks to see if the singleton instance has been previously created. That's the code on line 126. If it has, it returns it, but if it hasn't, then it creates the instance and then returns it. Now this is called lazy instantiation, because the instance isn't created until the first time it's needed. Now this is perfectly valid code, but keep in mind it's not thread safe. In other words, it's possible for a thread to be interrupted after the check for null here. Another thread could then run, check for null, and create the instance. Then the first thread can run and create the second instance. So our application would then have two instances on the go, and of course that defeats the purpose of using a singleton in the first place. So consequently, instead what we should really do here is we can create the instance when the instance variable is declared, and that will actually be thread safe. So what I'm going to do is come up here to line 119 and change that to leave the declaration private static data source instance, but then we'll just put it equals new data source. Now this way is also lazy instantiation, because the instance won't be created until the first time the class is loaded, which will be the first time some other instance references the class by calling the getInstance method. So now that we've actually done that, we can update the getInstance method, which is going to be a lot simpler, because we can remove this code here, this if instance equals null check, and just return the instance only. So whenever a class now wants to call a method in the data source class, it will do the following. It's going to be using basically data source dot getInstance dot and whatever the method name is. That's going to be the calling convention used to access all the methods in this particular class. Alright, so I'll just remove that. And we're just getting this error here about the try with resources not supported at this language level. So that's an error that we've seen before in the course. We're going to fix it up by right clicking on the project name, open module settings, project, making sure that we were using lambdas and type annotation, etc. That fixes that error. And because I deleted those two other classes, we're actually getting some errors there, so I'm just going to remove those. The song artist, I'm going to remove that method altogether. And we've also got another one down here. And these, of course, are all the methods that we've written previously, which we're not going to be using those particular methods in this part of the course. All right, so that's cleared that up now, so we haven't got any more errors. So now that we've done that, we come back down here and look at our methods, our open and close methods. We still have a question of where to call the open and close methods. Now, it would make sense to open a connection to the database when an application is started because our main window wants to show data from the database. And it would also make sense to close the connection when the user shuts down the application by closing the main window. So what we're going to do here is make use of the JavaFX lifecycle methods to open and close the database connection. And if you recall, the application class contains lifecycle methods that are either abstract or concrete, but don't actually do anything. So consequently, we're going to override the init method to call the dataSource.open method, and we'll override the stop method to call the dataSource.close method. Now the init method runs before the start method that creates the user interface, and the stop method runs when the application is shutting down, either because the application has explicitly done something to close it, or because the code called platform.exit. Both the init and stop methods are implemented in the application class, but by default they don't do anything. So let's go back to the main class, and we'll actually get IntelliJ to create some methods for us in the main class. So I'm just going to click in here, right click and select generate. And we're going to click on select override methods. And the ones here that we want are the init and stop methods. So I'm just going to click on init and stop and click on OK. And you can see that's created those stubs for us. All right, so now that they're created in the init method, we're going to connect to the database. So I'm going to start by doing that. Now, note here that there's really no need to call the super method. They don't really do anything, both the super.init and the super.stop. But we'll leave the super calls there just in case this changes in a future JavaFX release. So to open the database, we're going to do data source. Oops, that was the wrong data source. So data source, set using the sample.model package here, dot get instance dot open. And down on the stop method, we'll leave the super.stop method call there, and we'll put data source dot get instance dot close. All right, so let's run this to make sure it works. And we've got an error down here. And that's because we didn't add the JDBC driver to the class path. And I deliberately did that because I wanted to show you how the UI still appeared even though we actually got that error. Now, if we can't connect to the database, we don't want the user interface to appear because anything the user tries to do would fail. What we want to do is inform the user that there's been a fatal error of some kind and then shut down the application. Now, normally we'd do this using a pop-up dialog, but since this isn't a UI set of videos at this point, what we're going to do is just write a message to the console. Now, the init method will have to check the return value from the open method and take appropriate action where necessary. So let's go ahead and implement that, and then we'll finish off the video. So I'm going to close this down. So back to our init method. So we need to just change it a little bit here now. And instead of just calling it, we're going to return, or we're going to make use of the return code. So I'm going to put if not dataSource.getInstance.open. And we'll do sys out there, and we'll just put fatal error. And again, normally you'd actually have a pop-up dialog or something of that nature to inform the user of the problem. But we're not focusing on the UI here, so we're just going to keep it pretty simple. Couldn't connect to database. Then we'll do a platform, capital P, dot exit. Right, so let's just try running that. So this time we've now got the same error message we had previously about not being able to connect to the database, but we've now got this fatal error, couldn't connect to database. So it's done what we want it to do. At this point now, the user interface doesn't appear because we couldn't get access to the database. All right, so let's finish the video here now. In the next video, we'll add the SQLite JDBC driver to our class path and then continue on creating this application. So I'll see you as always in the next video.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
So at the end of the last video, we got this error that we couldn't connect to database, and that was because we haven't got a suitable JDBC driver. Now, if you recall, we actually set up the JDBC driver in the previous application, but we haven't done it for this one. So let's go ahead and actually do that now. So I'm going to come over here and click on the project, right click on Open Module Settings. We're going to go to Libraries, click on Plus, click on or select Java, and the actual jar file is in the Downloads folder, SQLite JDBC. That's the driver we've previously downloaded. I'm going to add that to this library. And you can see that's going to be added to Music UI, which is our current application, our project. Click on OK, click on OK again. And that's the driver now added to the class path. So we should now be able to run it again. Now, just before I do run it though, note here that because we've copied the datasource.java file, we've copied all the information, including the path. So the actual path at the moment is pointing to our previous project, the database in that directory. And if you recall, we talked about if you're on Windows, selecting the path. So you may want to update this path, or just know that you're using the database that's in that other project. So I'm going to leave it on this default, looking at the music folder, which was again the previous application. But just keep that in mind if you're wondering where the database is. It's actually grabbing that because we've copied the datasource.java file. It's using the same directory or the connection string pointing to that database. All right, so let's go back to main. If we run it again now, we should find that things will work okay. Okay, this time the error's now disappeared because we've added the JDBC driver for SQLite to our class path, and you can see that the interface has appeared. Alright, so when the application starts, what we want to do is display all the artists in the artists table. Now, it's also possible that the user might explicitly ask to see all the artists after they've performed some other query. So consequently, we need to query all the artists when the application starts, and also potentially in response to user input. Now, remember that we always want to perform long tasks on a background thread, not on the main JavaFX application thread. And if you recall from the thread section of this course, that when we want to run background threads from a JavaFX application, we need to use helper classes in the JavaFX.concurrent package. So we're going to perform the following steps, not necessarily though in the order that I'm going to read them out. Firstly, we want to create a task to perform the database action, the query, the insert, or whatever we're doing. Secondly, we want to initialize the task with values required to perform the action, if that's necessary. Third, we want to implement the task.call method to perform the action. Fourth, we want to bind the call results to the table views items property. And then finally, we want to invoke the task. Now, because we may need to use this task from two places, at startup and when the user explicitly asks to see all artists, we're not going to use an anonymous task class that we create in response to user input. And you'll see an example of this later. What we're going to do is we'll add a getAllArtists task class to the controller. So let's go ahead and add that. So I'm just going to close this down. So going back to our controller, and what we want to do is add the method in there. All right, so let's add this class, the getAllArtists task class, to the controller. So I'm going to add the class below the public class controller code. And we're going to call this one, we'll type in class getAllArtists task, and that's extending task I should say, which is from the JavaFX.concurrent. Okay, then we want to override the call method, but we do want to change this around a little bit. So we want to actually make this an observable list that it's going to be returning. So instead of object, it's going to be observable list, and it's going to be list of artist objects, or artist. And we don't need to add the exception there, so I'm just going to remove that. So instead of protected, also we'll just make that public for simplicity. So public, it's returning an observable list of artist objects. The call method is still the right one. And in terms of what we're going to return here, instead of returning null, we're going to return fx collections dot observable array list. And I'll put that on the next line. And it's going to be data source dot get instance, getting our singleton, dot query artists, and we're going to do data source order by ascending, so order underscore by underscore ask is what we want to select there. So that's what this method's ultimately going to call. And again, the reason that we're creating a separate class here and putting it in the controller.java file is we may need to use this task in two places. Firstly at startup, but also when the user explicitly asks to see all artists. So that's why we're not using an anonymous task class. Alright, so the class, as you can see, had to extend task, and if we want to use data binding to populate the table, the call method, which we've reconfigured, has to return an observable list of artists. And you saw me use the correct javafx.collections class when importing. That's obviously very important, and you can confirm that by checking the imports here on line 3. Alright, so we've overridden the call method to call the query artist method in our datasource.java file. Now that method, if you recall, returns a list. Now we don't want to change it to return an observable list because that would violate the separation between the model and UI code. Instead, the task's creating an observable list from the list that the query artist method returns. So we're doing that by calling the fxcollections.observableArrayList, passing in the list that is returned from our data source, which then ultimately will give us an observable list. Now, in a previous video, I said that we can use the model classes as is, and that would be true if we didn't want to take advantage of data binding. But here we do actually want to take advantage of that. So consequently, we do need to make one small change to the artist class to achieve that. So instead of storing the artist name in a string, we need to store it as a simple string property. Now this doesn't violate the model UI separation because simple string property isn't a UI specific class. Now we could have used it all along actually. We'll do the same for the artist ID though, even though we're not displaying it. Now because the fields will now be properties, the getter and setter methods are going to change as well. So let's go to the artist class and make those changes. So at the moment you can see that we've got them set up as private as an int and a string for the ID and the name in the artist class, but we're going to change that to a simple integer property and then a simple string property. So for the ID and the name you can see that we've returned that, and consequently we also need to change the getters and setters. So for the ID we're going to pass in a simple property and a simple integer property and return the ID. Likewise for the setting we're going to get a simple integer property, and likewise for the string as well. We're going to return a simple string property, and then when we're setting it we're going to return the simple string property. Alright, so that's our artist class updated. And again, we're only doing this because we want to use data binding. So since this is a simple application, if we wanted to keep our model classes exactly as they were, then we could do that, and we would explicitly then set the table items when the task completes. Now there are two ways we could set the items. Now I covered the first way in the threading section of the course. We could call platform.runLater when the query artist method returns its results. And in the runnable we pass to run later, we could set the table items, artist table.getItems.setAll artist results. I also mentioned in the threading section that we can do more with tasks than we covered, including running code when the call method completes. Now to do that, we'd need to call task.setOnSucceeded, and it actually wants an event handler. In our case though, the most straightforward way to pass the code we want to execute is to use a lambda. So we're going to do something like this. We're going to do task.setOnSucceeded and create our lambda. Maybe artist table.getItems.setAll artist results. That's ultimately what we're going to be doing by making this a little bit easier to call when the call method completes. Alright, so basically what I'm getting at here is whenever data binding makes sense, it's best to use it because then we don't have to do anything when the task completes. It's all handled automatically. Now we have to do one more step for data binding to work though, we have to map the name field in the artist class to the name column in the table. If you recall from the threading videos, that we accomplish this by adding a cell value factory to the table column. So let's go ahead and do that in our FXML file. So we're going to look at adding a cell value factory for the artist name. So we've got our table column here for our artist table name. So to achieve this, we can actually just close off that ending tag there. And under the table column, we want to add a cell value factory. So it's cell value factory. And then we want to add a property value factory. So property value factory property equals, and it's going to be called name. And then we need to close off our table column. So basically we've added a property value factory for the name, and that maps to the name field in the artist class. So now that we've done that, we can add a method to the controller that gets the artists. Let's go back to the controller. We're going to add some code in the controller class itself. So firstly, we need a reference to the artist table. So that's going to be at FXML. Then we want a private table view, which is a list of artists. And we'll call it artist table. And the actual method is going to be public void list artists. And then we need to create our task. So it's going to be task. We want that observable list of artist objects. Task is equal to new get all artist task. It's calling the class that we've defined, or at least instantiating it. So we're creating a new task object. And then we want to do artist table dot items property dot bind and task dot value property. So you can see that we've created a new task object on line 17. Then on line 18, we're binding the result of the task, in this case the artist's observable list, to the table view's items property. So they're actually bound to each other. Alright, so let's finish the video here. In the next video, we'll start looking at how this is going to be invoked, because the controller isn't created until the FXML is loaded. So we have to figure out how we're going to get that to work. So let's work on that in the next video. So in the last video, we actually binded the results of the task, the artist's observable list, to the table view's items property. Or we actually worked on that by creating the list artists method, as you can see on screen, but also putting those changes for the cell value factory in our main.fxml here using the property value factory. Now, because the controller isn't created until this FXML is loaded, and that happens in the start method, and also because we want to be sure that the user interface has been built before we try and load these results, the ones that we've been working on. So we really want to make sure that the UI has been built before we try to load those results into a table. Because of that, we're going to initiate the query of the artists from the start method in our main.java class. So we're going to work on that in here. Now what we need to do is get access to the controller. So we're going to change this code around just a little bit to be able to achieve that. So I'm going to start with FXML loader. Loader is equal to new FXML loader. And I'm going to copy this code here that's currently on the next line, this get class after the load and left parentheses. I'm going to cut that out and paste that into the parentheses on the line above. And I'm going to change this line a little bit to read where it reads currently parent root equals fxml loader.load. We're going to get rid of that and use the variable we created on the previous line, so it's going to be loader.load. Then next we want to get access to the controller, as I mentioned. So we can do that by typing controller. Controller is equal to, that's loader.getController. That's how we get an instance of the controller. And lastly, we want to query the artists now. So to do that, controller dot list artists. All right, so that's how we do that from the start method from our main class. Now, as the code exists at the moment, it's got an error. So if we actually run this, we'll see that we've got a problem here in the simple integer property in our data source. And that's because I didn't go through the artist class properly setting that up. So let's go ahead now and fix that up. So we're going to go to artist. Now at the moment what we're doing here is we're sending and receiving rather the setter and getters, the simple integer property, but we should be actually sending the type, the int and the string, to other classes that are using this. So what I'm going to do there is change this. So instead of returning a simple integer property, it's going to return an int. Then we need to make a little change here to return id dot get. Same for the get name. We're going to return a string, then name dot get. Now in terms of the setter, we're going to do a similar thing. This time we're going to receive the type as an argument, which will be int. And then to save that back into a simple integer property, we use dot set and pass the int to it. And a similar thing with set name, convert that to a string, then use the dot set, like so. And then lastly, what we need to do now is create a constructor to make sure that we initialize both the ID and the name to avoid getting sort of a null pointer exception or something along those lines. So I'm going to create a constructor. We're going to select none because we're not going to be getting these as arguments, rather we're initializing them. So this .id is equal to new simple integer property, and this .name is equal to new simple string property. So we've now initialized that in the constructor as well. And if we go back to data source, you can see the errors disappeared. And we're actually creating a new instance here on line 202 of the artist object, or creating an object, I should say. So that's going to be using that constructor, which we can then be sure has initialized the ID and name fields. Okay, so at the moment, there's one other problem. Now we won't get an error anymore, but we'll find if we go to run this, it won't work. So I'm going to run it. And when I say it doesn't work, we're not getting our artists appearing here for some reason. So this is actually going to be your challenge to figure out why we're not seeing the list of artists showing here automatically. Because what we've done now, again, is we've set up and changed our start method to invoke the list of artists. And obviously in the previous video, we set up a cell factory, cell value factory, and a property value factory to associate that. And we should be returning from our artist, it should be returning a name. So clearly something's amiss there and something's not working. And again, that's the list artist method that is being invoked by the controller. So your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to figure out why this is happening. Why aren't we seeing a list of artists? And to give you a bit of a hint there, there's an extra line of code that we need to add somewhere. All right, so that's the challenge. See if you can figure out and fix this so that the artists does actually, or the artists do show in the application when it starts automatically. So pause the video now and come back once you've fixed that. Or if you're stuck, play the video again and I'll show you how to do it. So pause the video now. Okay, so how did you get on? Did you find out how to do that? Well, the trick here is that firstly, the controller, going back to the controller, that is calling this method successfully. Sorry, I'm saying controller, but the main start method I'm talking about. So this is actually calling the controller.listArtist method. And the listArtist method seemingly is creating a task and it's doing the bind to bind it to our fxml. But actually the problem here is we're not actually kicking off the task. So what we need to do is here, type in new thread task.start. So we need to kick off the task so it actually does go through and start that for us. And actually then go through the process of retrieving the records from our SQLite database. So now that we've done that, we should find, hopefully this will work. Now, weirdly enough, sometimes you will find that this actually happens. Now, looking at this, you can see that it has tried to load some records in, but for some reason, they're blank. So you might be wondering, well, why are they blank? They shouldn't be blank because clearly it's tried to do something. And I've found this to occasionally be a bug with the seemingly with IntelliJ. Because if I go back and if I paste the code in again, so we've got this columns code here, and if I just come through in here and paste this code we've used before, and just to be clear looking at that, we should see that both those, to my eyes, it's identical. As you can see, there doesn't seem to be anything different there. But if I actually then do that, leave the new pasted one in there, if we go back and run this again, we find that it works, which is very bizarre. So I'm not too sure what's going on there, but if I close this down again and go back, and if I undo the changes, so I've undone it, so we've definitely got back to the original version of this file, even if for some reason I couldn't see what the change was. So we're now dealing with this exact code from the previous video. If I run this again, we find it works. So there you go, that seems to be a bug somewhere. So if you get something like that, and I'm wondering whether it's something you've done wrong, no it's not, it seems to be a bug with IntelliJ or something of that nature. But anyway, the good thing here now is at this point, we have finally got a list of artists correctly showing when we boot up our music database application, so that's a good thing. So at this point, you now know how to perform a potentially long-running query and bind the results to a table. So now that we've done that, let's now implement the Show Albums Artist button. So this button here, the second one. So what do we need to do when a user presses this button? Well, what we need to do is get the ID of the selected artist, and so the user will select the potential artist over here. So we need to get the ID, then we need to query the database for all albums by that artist, and then we need to populate the table view. But hang on a minute, our current table view, as you can see on screen, is showing artists. Well, we'll actually look at how to deal with that and handle that in a minute. Now, we already have a method in the data source that queries the albums by an artist. So we have a look at that. Close this down. That's our query albums for artists. This one here. So I've already got that method existing. But the thing here is that it uses the artist name correctly, so it passes that, or gets passed that as an argument, but it actually does an inner join. Now we could use it, but since we know what the artist ID is, let's use that instead. And that's because querying based on an integer and without using a join will actually be much quicker. And that could make a significant difference, especially if you're dealing with larger data sets. Now we'll still use a prepared statement, and since the user can't sort the data or tell us how they want it sorted, we'll always display the results sorted in ascending order. Now when it comes to sorting, we may want the results returned sorted, as we do, or alternatively we may want the application to sort them. We then have to decide based on the characteristics of the application we're working on, for example how large we expect returned datasets to be, or whether the user can change the sort order. But let's go back talking now about this query. And we're going to go back up to the top and we're going to add a few constants. So the one we want is going to be public static final string. It's going to be query albums by artist ID. And that's going to be equal to, it's going to be select star from, and it's going to be plus from table underscore albums plus where, and your space there before I start typing where, and space after, plus column, and it's going to be album underscore artist plus space, then equals question mark, so we can use a prepared statement, order by, space again, plus column album underscore name plus space, it's going to be collate, no case. Alright, so there's our query. So that query is going to result in this, so select star from albums where artist equals question mark order by name, collate, no case. And obviously the prepared statement will insert the ID. Okay, so that's our query. So let's add a prepared statement. It's going to be private prepared statement, and we'll call this one query albums by artist ID. Then in our open method, we're going to initialize that. So it's going to be query albums by artist ID is equal to con.prepare statement. And the argument, or the parameter rather, we're going to be sending to that is going to be query underscore albums underscore by underscore artist underscore ID, which is the one again we created. And then also in the close method, we want to make sure that we are trying to close that. We do that before we close the connection. So if query albums by artist ID is not equal to null, query albums by artist ID dot close. Alright, so let's end the video here, but we'll just quickly run it. And then in the next video, we'll continue on to writing our method. So we'll just run it to make sure we haven't got any errors. That looks fine. We'll close this down. We've got no errors. It closed down successfully. So we know that everything's working with our prepared statement. So as I mentioned, in the next video, we'll start looking at writing the method. And that's going to be our query albums for artist ID method. See you as always in the next video. Alright, so we ended the previous video by talking about the need to add a method to get the albums for an artist. And so we're going to return a list of album objects. So let's go ahead and write that query albums for artist ID method. So I'm just going to start, I'll actually start below the query artist method. So I'm going to start with the method signature. So public, it's going to be a list of album objects is what we're going to return. And it's query artists, query album for artist ID. And we get past the ID, which is the actual record in SQLite. So we'll start with a try. Then we're going to do query albums by artist ID dot set int to 1, or part of the first field basically, first column in the database, and ID being the parameter that's passed to this method. Then we want results set. Results is equal to query albums by artist ID dot execute to query. And we're getting this error at the moment because we haven't handled the exception, which we'll be doing once we get to the end of the try. List albums equal to new array list, while results dot next. I'm going through the database now, one record at a time. Create a new album object. Album equals new album. Album.setID, and results.getInt will be the first row that's returned, first column rather. Album.setName, that's going to be results.getString2. Then album.set artist ID, that's going to be ID. Albums.add to our albums, or our album rather, that we've just retrieved from the database. Then we're going to return from this method the albums, the list that we've just created, and then let's also add the catch to get rid of all those errors now. Catch SQL exception E, and we'll just print out a message if we do get a SQL failure for some reason. Query failed plus E dot get message. So we see something on the screen and then just return null. Alright, so that's our query album for artist, that should be albums rather. Query albums for artist ID method. And what you're seeing there isn't really new, there's nothing really new there. We're setting the artist ID in the prepared statement up here on line 227, and then we're running it. And we then loop through the results. And we're setting the artist ID in the album instance. One thing that's slightly different is here on line 235, what we're doing is we're setting the artist ID in the album instance by using the value passed to the method rather than getting it from the result set. Because it's the same, we know it's the same artist here because we're querying a specific artist. There's no need for us to do that extra retrieval from the database, so we're probably saving a little bit of time. Alright, so at this point we can now get a list of albums based on an artist ID, but now we need a way to display them. Now what we're going to do is reuse the existing table to do this and only display the album name. Now fortunately the artist class stores the artist name in a variable called name. So if we just go back and have a look, we've got album, we've got a name there for our album, and then for our artist we're also using name. So we're using the same name for both. So the reason I'm mentioning that is the data binding will work for both types of data. Now this is probably a bit of a hack, so we wouldn't really do this in a real world application. We'd probably get around that by having multiple tables, each on a tab, or perhaps have multiple tables but only one visible at a time. Another way of doing it could be to use a combo box like the SQL browser application does and display the selected table. So there's many ways we can handle this, but since this isn't a UI lecture, we're going to go down the easiest route. Now we could refactor the FX ID and the artist table variable names, but we're going to leave them as they are as well. Now what we do need though is an event handler that will respond when the user selects an artist and clicks the Show Albums Artist button in our GUI interface. Now that's going to be very similar to the one for displaying the list of artists, but since we're only going to call it when the button's pressed, we can go ahead and use an anonymous task for this. So let's go back to our controller. So we're going to go ahead and write the method now, or the event handler for the Query Albums by Artist button. So we're going to do public void list albums for artists. And we'll annotate that XML. And the actual code is we're going to start off by getting the selected item. So final artist is equal to artist table dot get selection model dot get selected item. If artist is not equal to null, so it's valid, something's been selected. Actually, rather, what we want to do is we want to test if it is null. So if artist is null, then we want to know about it. At that point, we're going to put no artist selected. Obviously, that would indicate there's a problem. We're going to return because we need that valid artist to be able to take this process further. Alright, so we're going to go ahead now and use an anonymous task for this. So task, and we want an observable list of album objects. And we'll call that task is equal to new task. And it's observable list again of album objects. And then we want to override the call method there, so I'm just going to select that. And we're not going to return null. In fact, what we're going to return is fx collections dot its observable array list, and it's going to be data source dot get instance dot and our method query albums for artist ID, and it's going to be artist dot get ID, the ID that we need to pass to this method, which we've just retrieved, like so. And we also put a semicolon there to make that valid. So that's giving us the list of albums for the artist, and we then need to do artist table dot items property dot bind task dot value property, and new thread task dot start. Now we need to fix this up as well. And what we need to do, firstly, we're going to go back and add a button to our FXML, but then we also, after that, need to go through and make the same changes to album that we have previously for artist. In other words, making the, over here, we need to use these properties in our album object. So we'll do that shortly, but we'll start with the button. So we go back to the main FXML, and what we want to do is for the Show Albums Artist button, up here we want to change this button a little bit. We're going to leave the max width and the mnemonic parsing and the text as it should be before. And at the start, we just want to add on action equals, and it's going to be equal to our method we just wrote in that controller. So it's list albums for artists. Okay, so it knows which code needs to be executed. All right, now that we've added that, we then need to swing back over, as I mentioned, to our album class and make those changes as well. So we're going to start by changing these three entries, the ID, the name, and the artist ID, to the properties, different properties. So it's going to be simple integer property for our ID and also for our artist ID, simple integer property. And then instead of a string, it's going to be a simple string property for the name. We also need a constructor now. Constructor, we're going to select none there because we want an empty constructor so that we can initialize these three objects now. So I'm going to start with this.id equals new, simple integer property. This.name is equal to new, simple string property. And this.artist ID equals new, simple integer property. All right, so that's them initialized. And then our getters and setters, we need to just change the code slightly. So it's going to be id.get instead of just id. So we're still returning the primitive type here, the int in this case. And then likewise for the setters, I'm going to change that slightly. This.id.set id. And for the name, we're going to return name.get. This.name.set name. And then for the artist ID, return artist ID.get. And this.artist.set. Alright, so that should be it. So we go back to controller. Alright, so we've still got this error, and if we just have a look at that error again, you can see at the moment it's saying the property cannot be applied from the sample.model.artist to the javafx.beans.property.readOnly object property, and then it's looking for album. And that's because of this definition up here in line 15, because we've made it specific to an artist. So as I said, this is a little bit of a hack, but to get around it, we just remove that type. So we're just basically being a bit more generic with what we're saying the table view contains. The error then disappears. And again, because we've got the same property name in album, name here, which we're going to be displaying on the screen, and also for artist, this will then work. So if we go back and now run this, we should firstly find the list of artists comes up correctly. So you can see that's working okay. But now if we select a particular artist, say AC/DC for example, and click on show albums for the artist, we get a list of, in this case, 2 entries for AC/DC for the albums. So clearly that's working okay. Now obviously we haven't implemented the code here for list artists, so when we click on that nothing happens. So let's work on getting that operational in the next video. Alright, so let's just run our application again to list the albums for a given artist. So I'm just going to run it. So we get our artists coming up at the start, and I can select a particular artist. I selected AC/DC in the last video, but let's use one that we've used previously, Fleetwood Mac, and click Show Albums Artist. So obviously the contents of the table now on screen are being replaced by the 5 Fleetwood Mac albums that are in the database. They seem to have quite a few greatest hits and best of albums there. Alright, so if we wanted to go back to the list of artists, we'd have to click on this List Artists button. But first we need to assign an event handler to that button. Now what we can do is use the same method we call from application.start, and we'll have to go back to the controller to do that. So let's do that. So basically we're just going to call this the list artists method again, but obviously we're going to do it as an event for the button when it's clicked. So I'm going to go back to controller, and we're going to add a new method. And what we need to do first is looking at our list artist method. Now we're going to use it in the fxml. We need to annotate it as @fxml like we've done before, and that won't affect it running from the main method though at the start. But what it will do is allow us to use that as an event, or rather an event handler if you will, for the button. So to do that, we'll go back to our main.fxml, and we find our button. It's the second one here, this show albums artists. Well, actually that's the one we fixed on the last video. This is the one we want, the first one, the list artists. We want that to add an on action, so when that's clicked, we get our list of artists back again. So let's try on doing that. So it's going to be on action equals, and it's going to be hash, it's going to be list artists. Alright, so if we run that again now, and we'll just select a particular artist and show albums. And now we should be able to click on list artists, and we get our artists back now showing on the screen. Now one thing we haven't talked much about is what happens if we haven't selected an artist in the table and we click on show albums. You notice down in the console down the bottom left we've got a message popping up saying no artist selected. And just to confirm, I can select AC/DC again. And that does work, and obviously we don't get another message. And then back to the list of artists to get a list of all the artists again. Alright, so it's a bit of a hack what we've done here by using the same table for different data, but as you can see we've managed to get it to work. So this would probably be the sort of thing you would do as a developer while prototyping. Now let's turn to the progress bar that's currently in the layout but not visible. Now, we covered how to use a progress bar with a background task in the threading section, so we're not going to spend too much time on the implementation here. When we're fetching a large number of records from the database, it would be nice to let the user know that the application is working. Now, we'll use an indeterminate progress bar because we fetch the records using one query and we don't know how many records there are. Now, even if we queried the count, we still couldn't report progress, and that's because we get the records back in one lump rather than individually. Another way of doing it possibly would be to query the records in blocks. For example, we could ask for records 1 to 100, then 101 to 200, etc., and report progress between each query. Well, that's probably outside of the scope of this and the previous SQL videos in this section. So all we can really do is let the user know that the application is working. Alright, so let's go back and close this down and set up our progress bar first. So go back to the FXML. And we've got this progress bar down here down the bottom. So first thing we need to do is have a reference to it in the controller, so we're going to add an FXID to it. FXID, and we'll set that equal to progress bar. Alright, then we're going to go back to our controller, and we're going to add an entry for it. And it's going to be private progress bar, progress bar. So when we're fetching data from the database, we need to make the progress bar visible. And when that task completes, we need to make it invisible by setting its visible property to false. So let's implement this for the get all artists task. Down here down the bottom. Now keep in mind that we can't set the visibility from inside the call method. And that's because any code that touches a UI control has to run on the UI thread. So we'll use the task.setOnSucceeded and task.setOnFailed methods to set the progress bar visibility back to false. And the other thing we have to do is bind the progress bar to the task. So let's go ahead and write the code to do that. And obviously we're calling this get all tasks from the list artists. And as I mentioned, we can't put the code in there in the call method because the UI, any code that touches a UI control has to run the UI thread. So we'll actually have to do it in list artists. So we've got that line there, and that's right. The first line that actually calls the get all artists task and then setting the items property and binding our tasks. That's correct, but we also want to add one now for the progress bar. So progress bar dot, and it's going to be progress property dot bind. And we're going to bind that to task dot progress property. Then we're going to do progress bar dot set visibility, set visible to true, and then we're going to do a task dot set on succeeded and progress bar dot set visible false, and same whether it failed as well. So task dot set on failed and progress bar dot set visible false. So whether we succeed or fail, we do want the progress bar to disappear. So just to confirm, we're using lambda expressions on line 29 and 30 here. to set the progress bar visibility. Now there are other set on methods in the task class. For example, we could set code to run if the task is cancelled, perhaps due to user action. But in this case, we only have to worry about the success and failure cases for this demo application. Now, again, because our task doesn't report any progress, the progress bar will be indeterminate. Now, we could run this now, but the query completes so quickly that we wouldn't see the progress bar. So what I'm going to do is slow things down a little bit by adding a call to thread.sleep while we're looping through the result set in the dataSource.listArtists method. So let's go ahead and have a look at that. Okay, so query artist method, All right, so what we're going to do is put the code in here just to slow things down a little bit. And we'll put it in the while loop. So while results.next, we're going to simulate a bit of a delay there. So again, we can see the progress bar in operation. And we're going to do a thread.sleep 20. And we're going to catch interrupted exception E. We don't need to do this, but we'll just put something in there just in case. And then let it continue on afterwards. So basically now we've added the code so that for every artist, the thread's going to sleep for 20 milliseconds. All right, so if we run this now, you can see the progress bar down the bottom. And then it disappears once the artists actually are loaded up successfully. And again, you saw that it was an indeterminate progress bar, so rather than showing increasing progress, the bar is going to animate backwards and forwards, as you saw from left to right and then back from right to left. And obviously it disappeared when the table was finished loading. And again, if we just do a query here, show albums artists, and then click on list artists again, we get the same thing happening. And there's our artists again. All right, so that's it for queries. The important thing to remember is that we always want to run the query on a background thread using something like a task. When we're ready to update the user interface, we have to do so on the JavaFX application UI thread. And if we're using data binding, the UI code will run on the UI thread automatically. If not, you'd want to use platform.runLater or a method like task.setOnSucceeded to run the UI code on the UI thread. Alright, so let's finish this video here now. In the next video, let's start having a bit of a discussion about inserts, updates and deletes. And specifically, how do we update the UI when dealing with those? So see you in the next video. Alright, so in the last video we finished off queries and we've got our application working okay. But how about inserts, updates and deletes of data? How do we go about doing that given that we really only worked on queries to date? So we do handle them the same way, but the question is, how and when do we update the user interface? Usually we'll already be displaying data and the user will do something. They'll add a new record, update a record or delete a record, though they won't think of it that way. In our case, they'd want to update an artist name, perhaps to correct a spelling error, or delete an artist because they gave away the only album they had by that artist, or they want to add a new album, which could result in also adding a new record to the artist's table. So we'll want to keep the database and the UI in sync. Now there are a couple of ways to do this. The first is to re-query the database after every successful insert, update and delete. And when working with a small data set like the artists table, that's okay, but for larger data sets, it may not make sense. Now this is one area where it will depend on the databases and application you're working on. So another alternative would be to perform the database operation and then manually update the user interface. We wouldn't re-query the database. In our case, when doing an insert, we'd get the list the table view is displaying and add the new artist record. And because we're using data binding, when we add the new record to the list, it would then automatically be displayed in the table. So that was for an insert. For an update, we'd get the list the table view is displaying, find the record, and update the field. Once again, because of data binding, the change will be reflected in the table. And lastly, for a delete, same deal as insert, except we'd actually delete the record. So we'd update the user interface after the database operation has successfully completed. Now, if something is going to go wrong, it's more likely that the database operation will fail. So we don't want to update the user interface first, because if the database operation fails, the user interface will be out of sync with the database. But if the database operation succeeds, but for some reason the user interface update fails, that's not really as bad. The user won't see the change, but most likely there'll be a refresh button either in our application or on the browser they're using, if they're using a web application. Worst case though, they'd have to manually refresh the data to see the change, just as we sometimes have to do that when using this SQLite browser, and they'd only have to do this if the user interface update failed, and that would probably be pretty rare. Alright, so how does that all translate to code? So we'd run the insert, the update or delete using a task, and then we'd run the UI update using the task.setOnSucceeded method. So let's go ahead and do that method of updating, and we're going to start by coding an update example. Now, to avoid having to code a dialog box, we're going to assume that the user wants to change the name of ACDC, AC space DC, to AC/DC. Now, we're going to assume that the user's pressed a button called update. We've displayed a dialog box showing the current name of the selected list, and they've typed in AC/DC and pressed the OK button. Now, because we have the selected artist, we know what the artist ID is, and we'd use it to update the appropriate record in the database. And we'd then update the selected artist record, and the table would update. Alright, so we need to open our data source, and we need a new prepared statement and associated constants. And we also have to create the prepared statement instance in the open method and close it in the close method. So let's go ahead and do that. So to start off with, we want a string containing our prepared statement, effectively the SQL code we're going to be using. So that's going to be PSF, and we'll call this one update artist name equals, it's going to be update space plus table underscore artists, and we need a name here, a type rather, so a string that should have been. So table underscore artists plus space and set in double quotes, plus that's going to be column underscore artist underscore name equal, plus, then in double quotes, space equals question mark space, where space plus column artist ID plus equals question mark. Alright, we want our private prepared statement. That's going to be private prepared statement, and we're going to call this one update artist name. Alright, then our open method, we want to put update artist name equals con.prepare statement, and it's going to be our update underscore artist name. And then for the close, the close method, just before we close the connection, do a test to see whether the update artist name prepared statement is open. If update artist name is not equal to null, update artist name dot close. Okay. So basically the update statement we're going to be running here is going to be update artists set name equals question mark space where ID equals question mark. That's effectively what we've done here. Alright, so next what we need to do is add the method to update an artist name, which will be very similar to methods you have already seen. So it's going to accept the artist ID and the new name as parameters and return true if the update succeeded and false otherwise. So we're going to write that down at the end of the class. Actually, what I'll do, we've got some, I'll actually put it in here after the insert album, because this insert song, technically we can get rid of that method altogether, but I won't do that now. That was relating to a previous app where we're working on the non-GUI part of this music database. And of course we deleted the song classes earlier in this section. Alright, so the update artist name is going to be public boolean update artist name. And we need an ID and the new name. We want to try there, and we'll add the catch already. So the catch is going to be secret exception E, then we'll do print out a message, query, and we'll put update failed rather than query failed. Update failed, plus e.getMessage. Then the actual code is going to be update artist name dot set string. First one's going to be the ID, so okay, it's going to be 1, new name, because the first parameter was new name, or rather the first part of our query. If you go back and to the top and have a look, we've got the first one here is where column artist name equals and a question mark. So that's our first one we need to use, and then the second one is going to be the ID. So that's right, we're in the right place, doing the right thing. So one's going to be the new name, and then update artist name dot set int for the second one, for the key for what the ID is, 2, ID. Then int affected records is equal to update artist name dot execute update, because we're updating it obviously, and we're going to return affected records is equal to 1. So returning true if we only updated one record for the artist, otherwise false. Then right down here, if we get down to here, well, actually what we'll do is we'll put it in there, so return false. So we get an exception, we're going to return false because there was some sort of problem updating it. Alright, so that keeps IntelliJ happy. Alright, so next we need to update the event handler for the update artist button to the controller. Now that's also going to look similar to what we've done before, so let's go back to our controller. And we'll add the code. XML, and it's going to be public void update artist. Alright, so the code for this is going to be final artist is equal to, it's going to be casting as an artist, then it's artist table dot get items dot get to, that's going to be task boolean equals new task, and we're just going to press enter there to get the code written for us, our overridden method call, and we're going to return here data source dot get instance dot update artist name, and we're going to do artist dot get ID, and then we're going to have the new name to be AC/DC, like so. Finish that off, and we also want to set up that task.setOnSucceeded. So task.setOnSucceeded. So set up our lambda, or lambda I should say, and it's going to be if task.valueProperty.get, .get that should be. Then in that case, we're going to do artist.set name ACDC with a slash, and artist table dot refresh. And of course, right down the bottom, all importantly, we need to invoke the thread. So new thread task dot start. All right, so that's our update artist method. Alright, so let's just go through this briefly, what we've actually done here. So firstly, we're getting the actual record that we want to update. Now normally we'd get this by calling the table views selection model, and that would be the code that would actually look like this. And I'll actually leave this in here. So normally we'd do final artist, and you've seen this code before, equals artist, and it'll be artist table dot get selection model dot get selected item. So that would be what we would normally do, but I'll comment that out. And again, the reason that we're doing it this way, the code on line 57, is we're simulating this to avoid having to create a dialog that accepts a new name. But as an optional exercise, you could go ahead and do that. Now we can see from the data being displayed, or we will be able to see that shortly, that ACDC is in position 3. So we're going to get that record from the table views items, which will actually be index 2. So let's just run that to confirm that that is the case. Okay, so there's ACDC. It's the third element, the third entry in the table view, and it's going to be at index position 2. So that's where the .get2 comes from. And notice that it hasn't got a slash in the name at the moment. All right, so we'll close that down. So when we run the task that we've defined, it's going to be calling the update artist name, passing the ID. So it's passing the ID, which from this entry on line 57, so we know that's the right one, and we're passing the new name, which is going to have a slash between AC and DC. And notice that the actual task actually returns a Boolean, and that's because the update artist name method returns Boolean. Now when the task succeeds, we're going to check the value returned by the method from the task's value property. That's here on line 67. If it's true, meaning that the update succeeded, then we go ahead and actually update the UI. So we change the artist name to AC/DC, so you can see there, and we then refresh the table. Now we should not have to manually refresh the table, I just want to point that out, but there is a bug in the current version of JavaFX when it comes to table views and observable lists. Now the table view is not always noticing when an element in the list changes. So this is actually a workaround to force a refresh. And in fact, the refresh method was only added in Java 8U60, perhaps in response to this bug. So maybe fixing this bug will be complex, we don't know. The documentation out of interest suggests or states that it's useful in cases, this is the refresh method, where the underlying data source is changed in a way that's not observed by the table view itself. So the way that I read that leads me to suspect that yes, the method was added because the developers know that data binding is broken in some cases. So we're adding the refresh here to force that update. So the refresh method forces the table view to redraw its visible area. And it won't redraw rows that are off the screen, but since those will redraw if and when the user scrolls to them, it doesn't matter in our case. Alright, so let's actually run this and see if it works. So we should now be able to click on Update Artist and we should see AC/DC change to AC/DC. And when you run this, you want to make sure this is visible on the screen. Otherwise, the refresh method is not going to redraw the row. Right, so Update Artist. And of course, what we haven't done, you might be wondering, well, Tim, why isn't that working? We haven't actually bound the actual control to our new method, have we? So we need to do that. We need to add the event handler in the fxml. So let's go ahead and do that. So the third button, Update Artist, we need to add our onAction. OnAction is equal to hash, and that's going to be Update Artist. All right, so let's try that again. All right, AC/DC on the screen, we'll click on Update Artist. And there you can see that it's now been updated, AC/DC. And if we actually close this down and run it again, and reloading the data, we should find that AC/DC is showing, which means that it tells us that the database was updated correctly. Alright, so that's it for using a database from a GUI application. You now know the basics, and I think you've got enough knowledge to research anything that we haven't covered here. Alright, so as always, I'll see you in the next video.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
In this video, we're going to start learning about Java networking. Now, firstly, we're going to start off with some terminology just to make sure that you're on the same page. Now, a network is a system of computers connected together so that they can share resources and communicate with each other. Now, networking refers to how the connected computers communicate. Now, when using Java, the java.net package contains the classes you generally want to use to establish connections between computers and then send messages between those computers. Now, when writing networking code, you need to be familiar with threads and input-output streams, and I've covered those in other sections of this course already. So if you haven't watched those sections, I suggest you do that before moving on with networking in this section. Now, these days, networking is usually discussed in the context of the internet, but computers may also communicate across a private network, also known as an intranet. In fact, that's where networking actually began, and intranets are still common today in business. For example, office computers don't usually have a printer at their desks, they share a printer. When they print a file or document, the document is sent to the printer over the business's intranet. Now, sometimes a single business will have multiple intranets, one for each department. Most software teams use version control, meaning that developers have to check files into a central repository, and other developers can then check out the files and work on them. Now, some teams use version control applications available in the cloud, such as GitHub, but others use version control that's in-house, running on the business's intranet. And as you'll see, you can also use networking when you want applications running on the same machine to communicate with each other. So networking can be involved even when only one machine is involved. But let's stop saying machine. When discussing networking, a machine is usually referred to as a host. Now, a common networking configuration that you've probably heard of is client-server, meaning that one or more hosts on the network are acting as servers and the other hosts are clients that connect to the server. Now, at a high level, that's how the internet operates. The browser is the client, and when you type in a web address, it connects to the server that has the files for the website at that address. Now, of course, that's overly simplified, but essentially that's how the internet works. Now, as I mentioned, you can have a client-server interaction on the same host. For example, the MySQL database comes with software called Workbench that you can use to perform database operations. So the Workbench is the client, and it connects to the MySQL database server on that local host. But of course, it can also connect remotely to another server if needed as well. Now, another example is local web development. It's possible to run an Apache or IIS web server on your computer and connect to it using a browser on that same computer. And in fact, that's often what web developers do when they're working on a website for a client. So computers on a network, which includes the internet, communicate with each other using a transport protocol. Now, we'll use the TCP and UDP protocols moving forward in this section. Now, generally a computer will have one physical connection to a network, and anything sent to the computer from other hosts on the network will arrive through that connection. But sometimes the same computer will be running multiple applications that want data from the network. For example, at any one time you might have a browser open, a chat application open, and you might be streaming music and so on and so forth. So when data arrives at the one physical connection to the network, how does it get routed to the target application? Well, that's where ports come in. Each application that needs data from the network is assigned a port, and this includes clients connecting to a server that's on the same machine. And when data arrives, the port number is used to route the data for the specific application that's waiting for it. So every host connected to the internet has a unique IP address, including yours. Now, to find out what your IP address is, you can run a command from your operating system's command line, but it's also often just as easy just to do a search for what is my IP. So if we do that, and do a search for what is my IP. Now I'm going to block my public IP address so you can't see it, but that's a way to find out what the IP address is on your computer. And you can also do a similar search on Bing and other search engines. Now the four numbers that will come back are in the form x.x.x.x, or you might also see a series of 8 segments separated by colons. And that's because there are IPv4 addresses and IPv6 addresses. Now IPv4 stands for Internet Protocol version 4 and IPv6 stands for Internet Protocol version 6. So once upon a time there were only IPv4 addresses. Now IPv4 uses a 32-bit address scheme that allows for over 4 billion unique addresses. But now that we've got computers, tablets, game consoles, smart TVs, smartphones, smart appliances, etc., now that we've got those all connected to the internet, and each device has to have a unique IP address. As a result, 4 billion IP addresses wasn't really enough, and so IPv6 was born. Now it actually uses a 128-bit address scheme, which allows for many, many more IP addresses than IPv4 does. Now IPv4 addresses are written as 4 integers separated by dots, and I'm sure you've seen that probably before, but IPv6 addresses are written in hexadecimal and separated by colons. But right now we're in a transition period, so when you ask for IP addresses, you may see the IPv4 address returned, or you may actually see the IPv6 address. And while we're here, IP stands for Internet Protocol. Now you may have heard the term TCP/IP. Now that refers to using the TCP protocol with IP addresses, and it doesn't necessarily mean the host is connected to the internet. Two applications running on the same host can use TCP/IP to communicate with each other. Now, when the client and server are on the same host, usually the IP address 127.0.0.1, which is also referred to as local host, is used to identify the host. Alright, so with that brief introduction to networking terms out of the way, let's actually start our tour of the java.net package. So the package contains two sets of APIs. Firstly, the low-level API, and then the high-level API. Now, when using the low-level API, you have to be more aware of networking concepts. Still, when using Java to do network coding, you're always working with abstractions, regardless of whether you're using the high or low-level API. Java actually makes network coding much easier than it could have been by letting developers write code using abstract concepts and taking care of the implementation details under the hood. Now, because it's so common, we're going to use client-server examples in these networking videos in this section. Now, you'll often want a reliable two-way communication link between the client and the server. Now, this is where the TCP protocol comes in. Now, TCP, which stands for Transmission Control Protocol, establishes a two-way connection between hosts, and this connection is reliable in the sense that the two hosts talk to each other. When used with internet addresses, you get TCP/IP, which uses the client-server model. So when communicating using TCP/IP, the sequence of events are as follows. Firstly, the client opens a connection to the server. Secondly, the client sends a request to the server. Third, the server sends a response back to the client. And step 4, the client closes the connection to the server. Now, steps 2 and 3 may be repeated multiple times before the connection is closed. Now, when using the low-level networking API, you'll use sockets to establish connections, send requests, and receive responses. Now, a socket is one endpoint of the two-way connection. The client will have a socket, and the server will have a socket. Now, when you have multiple clients connecting to the same server, they'll use the same port, but each client will have its own socket. Now, you'll use the socket class for the client socket and the server socket class for the server socket. Now, what's wonderful about Java is that all you have to do is provide the IP address and port when you create the socket. You don't have to understand how TCP/IP works. So underneath the covers, specific messages have to be sent to establish a connection between the client and a server, and this is a process that's called handshaking, and the data has to be sent as packets, which must be in a specific format. But you don't have to take a course in computer networking when you write network code using Java, and that's because it takes care of all these details under the covers. Now, since we're talking about networking, we're going to have to write two applications to demonstrate how to do network coding. So one application will be the server, and the other will be the client. So in the next video, we're going to start by writing a server application that just echoes back to the client whatever text the client sends to it. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so at the end of the last video, I talked about the fact that we need to write two applications to demonstrate how to do network coding. One application is going to be the server, and the other will be the client. So I've created a new project here, and I've called it Echo Server. So we're going to start work on the server application, and its purpose is just going to be to echo back to the client whatever text the client sends it. So in the main method in the new project, I'm going to start by creating the server socket using a try with resources statement. Let's go ahead and do that. So it's going to be server socket from the java.net, server socket equal new server socket, and I'm going to use 5,000. And we need to catch an IO exception. And we'll just do an e.print stack trace if we get an error exception for some reason. Now the port number itself that I've allocated here, 5,000, well, that can be an integer between 0 and 65,535 inclusive. Now, some port numbers are already reserved or may already be in use by other applications. The way to find out is to assign a port number and see if the socket instance is successfully created. Now, of course, depending on the application, you can do some research on the internet and find what specific applications or which port numbers specific applications use. But for now, we're just going to assign the port number 5,000 in our example here. So now that we've done that, we want the server to listen for clients on the port that we've assigned. So to do that, we're going to call the server socket.accept method, and that returns a socket instance. Now note that that's a socket instance and not a server socket. Now this will be the socket used to communicate with the client. Keep in mind that every client that connects to a server will do so using the same port, but through its own socket. So the code for that will be in the try block, and it's going to be socket is equal to server socket.accept. Now the accept method is going to block until a client connects to the server. So to show that, what we're going to do is add a println statement after the call to accept. So if we do that, we'll put client connected. Now if we run this, move this down to the bottom, we get the warning there relating to the bug that Oracle have got with the current version of the JDK, but we don't see the message client connected. And that's because the application, which in this case is our server, is waiting for a client to connect to it. So we obviously haven't got a client bit of code written yet, so we're going to have to disconnect manually by closing down the app, like so. Now, when a client does connect, the server will use input and output streams to send data to the client and receive data from the client. Now, the socket.getInputStream and socket.getOutputStream methods will return the input and output streams associated with the server socket instance. So let's write some code for that. And that'll be after the client connected message. So we'll do a buffered reader input is equal to new buffered reader, and I'm going to put a new input stream reader, and it's going to be socket.getInputStream. And then we're going to do a print writer output is equal to new print writer, and it's going to be socket.getOutputStream, and true as the second argument. So a common practice here is to wrap the input stream with a buffered reader and to wrap the output stream with a print writer. And you can see that I've done that on lines 16 and 18. Now the second parameter over here to the print writer constructor, that specifies whether you want to automatically flush the output stream the print writer is using. Now if you don't specify true, then you'll have to call the flush method after every write to the stream to ensure the data is actually sent. Alright, so now it's time to read the data from the client. So at this point, we can use the buffered reader as you normally would. Now there's nothing special about a buffered reader attached to a socket. You want the server to remain alive until the client doesn't need it anymore. So this is one time where you will actually intentionally use an infinite loop. So let's go ahead and write that. So while true, so that's our infinite loop. And then we'll do string, echo string is equal to input dot read line, and then we're going to put if echo string, we'll give a way to actually exit out of this, dot equals exit. Then we're going to do a break to break out of the while loop. But then outside of that if, we're going to put output dot print line, and we'll put echo from server plus echo string. And we might just change this a little bit to, instead of printing a stack trace, let's actually change that to do we'll put server exception. C.get message. We don't really need a stack trace. Alright, so now that we've done that, we've got our infinite loop on line 20. Now within the loop, we're calling the buffered reader.readline method, line 21. Now when the server receives the string exit from the client, we're doing a test for that on line 22, it's going to terminate. So that's the code that's going to check for that and then break out of our infinite loop. But if it's not exit, then what we're doing is we're just going to echo the string back to the client with the prefix echo from server, and you can see me doing that on line 25. And we're writing the string to the socket using the printwriter.println method on that line. So that's all there is to the first version of the server. Now we're going to make some improvements to this server in later videos. But now it's actually time to create the client application. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to have two IntelliJ projects open so that we can actually see them both running at the same time. So I'm going to create a new project here, file, new project, Java obviously. And we'll create project from template. And I'm going to call this one Echo Client. And I'm going to click on new window so that I can have them both open at any time. And I can just switch between whichever one I want to work with. Okay. All right. Now the main method is going to start in the same way that the one for the server did, except we're going to create a socket, not a server socket. So going back to our Echo server, you can see we're creating a server socket on line 13. But for our client program, we're going to do something similar, but again, we're creating a socket, not a server socket. So we're still going to have a try in there. Try with resources. So it's going to be socket equals new socket, java.net, and the address is going to be localhost 5000 is the port number. And we also need to catch our exception E. Then we'll do, okay, that's what I tried to do the first time. Then we'll do it here. We'll just print out if there's an error, we'll print out client error, e.get message. Okay. So the difference here is for our socket on line 9, we need to specify two parameters: the address of the host we want to connect to and the port number. Now I've used a local host, as you can see there, because we want to connect to a server running on the same host, which in this case is your computer. Now if local host doesn't work, you can try passing the IP address 127.0.0.1, which is an IP address that resolves to this computer as well. But the string localhost is actually an alias for the computer's IP address as well. So both of those should generally work on your computer. So we have to specify the same port number. Again, going back to our server app, port number 5000, we need to specify the same for our client because that's the port number that the server is listing on. So how do we know which port number to use? Well, if you're writing both the client and the server, you'll know. But if you're writing a client that wants to connect to a server that you didn't write, the documentation for the API you're using or the server application you're trying to connect to should tell you the port number that your code has to use. All right, so next we need to create the input and output streams in the same way we did for the server. So let's go ahead and do that in our try block. So buffered reader echoes, we'll call this one, is equal to new buffered reader. And that's going to be new input stream reader. And that's going to be socket dot get input stream. And then we want to do a print writer. String to echo, we'll call this one, is equal to new print writer socket.get output stream, and true is the second argument. And that's obviously very similar. We've got the true argument being sent for our print writer, so it flushes the output automatically to save us having to manually do that every time we send the data. Now we could hard code strings to send to the server, but let's actually ask for strings instead. So we're going to use a scanner to read input from the console, and once you have the string, we're going to write it to the socket. And we have to also add the check here for the exit string. When the user types in exit, that means that they want to quit. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to start with scanner. Scanner is equal to, it's a java.util scanner that we've used before in the course. New scanner and system.in. We want a string, the echo string. We want another string for the response. And this time we're going to create a do while loop. So do, and we want to do a print out a message here. We're going to start by saying enter string to be echoed. Okay, then we're going to do echo string is equal to scanner dot next line. Then we're going to do string to echo dot println echo string. Then we'll do our test here. So if not echo string dot equals exit, then what we're going to do when it's not exit, we're going to do a response dot response equals echoes dot read line. And we're going to do a print out system out of our response. Like so. And then we're going to finish our do while loop with a while, and in parentheses not echo string dot equals exit in double quotes. Alright, so we're using a do while loop here, and that's because we want the loop to execute at least once, because we haven't got any idea how many times it'll execute. First we're asking the user for a string, and then we're sending the string to the server. So you can see we're asking that for a string there from our scanner object, and then we're using the string to echo to send that to the server, and you can see we're using that print writer to do that, a print writer object. And after that we're just checking whether the string equals exit. If it does, then the loop's going to terminate. And if the string isn't, if the echo string is not equal to exit, then we're reading the data coming back from the server, and then we're outputting what we got back from the server. And our while loop continues until we receive an exit. Alright, so hopefully that seems pretty straightforward now. We've got our server and our client, so it's now time to run both applications. So I'm going to start by running the Echo server project. So I'm going to switch over to that, and I'm going to run that. You can see that's running away now. Now go back to our Echo client project, and if you run this, and I'll just move the output down to the bottom. And if we have a look at our Echo server, you can see we've now got client connected. And what I might do is actually just try and switch this so we can see both at once. This might be a better way of actually doing it. Alright, so let's actually just stop both again so we can see this more in real time. So I'll go back to our server, and what I might do is just use a bit more of that screen real estate and run that. That's over there. Now as soon as we run our client, you can see we've got client connected appearing immediately, and probably didn't make sense to use that screen real estate, so I'll put it over here so I can see it a little bit easier. Alright, so clearly the client's connected there, as you can see. So I'll go back to the client now. At this point the client's connected to the server, so the accept method in the echo server.main is no longer blocked, and the code continues executing. So we're executing this while loop right now. So basically it's sitting there now waiting on the read line, so line 21 here, is basically waiting to receive some input from the client. So switching back to the client over here, enter string to be echoed, and if we type in hello, comma server, and press enter, we've got an echo from the server, hello server. Another hello, and we're getting the echo back from the server again, and if I type in exit, we can see that both applications have now closed, the server closed as well as the client. So at this point you've now written your first client and also your first server. But the server you've written isn't very useful because it can only connect to one client. So in the next video we're going to start modifying it so that we can accept connections from multiple clients. See you in the next video. Alright, so at this point you've written your first client and server. But the server that we've written so far isn't very useful, and that's because it can only connect to one client. So let's modify it so that it can now accept connections from multiple clients. So to do that, what we need to do is, well, firstly I'll maximize the server edition. So for the server, what we need to do is change the call to accept so it takes place within the loop. And that's because if it's only called once, it can only ever accept one connection. But if it's inside the loop, the server will accept a connection, create a new socket for the client, create the input and output streams for that client socket, and then loop around and call accept again. And that's what we want to do so that we can support multiple clients. So to do that, we need to move things around a little bit. So I'm going to grab this code here, the socket line, right down to and including the print buffer, the print output line. Okay, I'm going to cut that and then paste it into the while loop. So basically all I've done at this point is move everything inside the while true loop, again so that the server can loop back and accept more client connections. So let's now try this out. So we're going to exit out of full screen mode, and I'm going to run the server, And that's still working like it did before. And this time I'm going to come over here to the client. Let's start a copy of that. Client connected, as you can see. We can put a test in there. Test. That's working correctly. Let's now run another client while the first one's still running. So I come over here and click on run again. You can see we've got client connected showing on the left hand side, and we've got two tabs here now. This is the two copies of the client running now. Put the word demo there just to make sure it's working. And you can see that's working as well now. So we've got two clients connecting to our server. Alright, great. So at this point we've got multiple clients that can connect to the server, but the server code still's got or has problems. Now can you see what those problems are? Just take a minute to think about what problems they could exist in the server code. Alright, so let's now demonstrate the problem. Well, actually what I'll do first is I'll go back and exit from both clients. So let's do that first. Now depending on the order that I do this, the server may not shut down. So I'm going to click on exit, or type exit rather. And come back here and do the second one, exit. You can see that I've actually closed down both clients here, both exited, but the server hasn't closed down. Now in a real world situation, that wouldn't be a problem because usually you want the server to be running 24/7. But if you ever wanted to bring down or terminate the server, you'd then do so manually in that scenario. So we don't worry about this particular problem. If necessary, we can terminate the server manually. So to terminate manually, we can just close it down, terminate, and close it down as we would any program that was in a loop. All right, so let's try this again. I'm going to run the server again this time. Okay, I'm going to come back over and I'm going to run this client again. This time I'm not going to type anything into the console. Now I'm going to go back and run it again, run a second copy of it. Now we should have seen two client connected messages there, but there's only one. Now because we didn't type anything in the first client, the server code is actually blocked waiting for input. It's actually blocked. If we come back and have a look over here at the input.read line 21 there. So basically the first iteration of the loop hasn't completed, and so the server hasn't called accept again. So we go back now and back to our client and actually type something for the first one. And we can then see that the second client connect, two client connected messages are now showing in the left hand window. Also keep in mind that each client will only ever see one message echoed back to it. To see that in action, if we actually close down, or just to confirm before I do that, by the way, that the other one was still working. That's now working, but if we close down both of these, and then we start it up again, we've got a client connected, as you can see there. You can see that when we typed the second one this time, we actually didn't get that response back. So in other words, the second message wasn't echoed back, and that's because the server is now blocked on the accept call. So if you run the second client, we've got the same scenario there, that it only accepts or echoes rather back the first message and not the second one, because the server is now blocked on the accept call again. All right, so let's terminate everything here now. Terminate the server as well. What we're going to do now is make a change to the server code to simulate a long-running task. Now, because you need time to switch to a second client and type something into its console, we're going to have the server sleep for 30 seconds every time it receives input from the client, and we can change the sleep time if that's too long or too short. I'll show you how to do that. So we're going to update the server as following. So we're going to come up here after the string echo equals input.readln. We're going to put a try catch there. Try. We're going to go thread.sleep. I'm going to make this 15 seconds, 15,000. You can make it any length of time you'd like. Catch. Interrupted exception. E. And we'll print out, if we do get that exception, thread interrupted. Alright, so what we're going to do now is run the server, then run the first client, but then we're not going to type anything in the console for the first client. Then we're going to run the second client and find that the second client won't be able to respond, or connect rather, until the server reads data from the first client. So we're going to go back to the first client and type in a string and then switch back and see what happens. So let's see how all this works. So we're going to run the server. Okay, I'm going to run a copy of the first. Okay, client connected, but I'm not going to click on run again to run a second copy of it. But then I'm going to switch back to the first one because at the moment we need to go back to the first one. Type something in there. Nothing's working for that at the moment. Let's switch back to the second client. Client's connected, as you can see there now, but we haven't got anything echoing. Go back to the first one. We've now got an echo. Second one. Finally, we got the echo back, and that's got to do with this delay, this thread.sleep. So there's basically a delay there before we get the echo back. So what's actually the cause of all these problems? Well, if you guess that it's because the server's doing everything on a single thread, I'm going to give you a gold star. So I mentioned in the previous video that when writing networking code, you need to be familiar with threads, and this is actually the reason why. Servers that can connect to multiple clients will run multiple threads. So what we're going to do now is we're going to update the code so that the server handles each client on a separate thread. And this is going to do two things. Firstly, it's going to let the server be more responsive to client connection requests. And secondly, it's going to prevent one client from hogging the server for too long a period. So I'm going to close down the client and the servers. Or client and server, I should say. Okay, and we'll have a look at our server code again. Alright, so on the server's main thread, we're going to call the accept method. But whenever it accepts a connection, what we're going to do this time is kick off a new thread for the client and then call the accept method again. So each client thread will be responsible for creating the input-output streams, listening for requests from the client, and then responding to those events. So what we're going to do is create a new class. New Java class, we'll call this one Echoer. Now the class is going to extend thread. It's java.lang.thread. And we need a private socket. We want a constructor, and the constructor is going to just initialize the socket. So it's public Echoer, accepting a socket. And this .socket is equal to socket. So now what we're going to do is add the run method, and that's going to be called when the thread is started. Now the code here is going to be very familiar since it's the same as what we're currently doing in the main method. What is going to be a bit different is that we're not going to use a try with resources statement, and that's because the method doesn't create the socket when the server connects to a client. So you have to explicitly close the socket when we're finished with it. So let's go ahead and type this code in. So we'll override run. We're going to change to super.run. We'll put a try in here. Then we're going to catch an IO exception. And if we do get one, then we're just going to print out a message. Oops. Plus e.get message. And we also want a finally in here as well. The finally needs to have a try because we're not using try with resources. There's going to be socket.close. Then we want to catch an IO exception on that as well. And at the moment, we won't flag that in any way. But we could log that if we wanted to. Alright, so in terms of the code, buffered reader input is equal to new buffered reader, new input stream reader, socket.get input stream. Same as we did previously. Alright, then we want our print writer is equal to new print writer socket.get output stream, passing true as the second argument for flushing reasons. We want our while loop, while true string echo string is equal to input.readline. if echo string dot is equal to or equals exit. We're going to break out of the while loop because of course it's an infinite loop. Otherwise, we're still in the loop. Output dot println instead of writer, we'll call that output. Let's echo the string. Alright, so that's how echo our class. So what we want to do is go back to our main method from our main class. We're going to change the code to this now. We're going to leave our try with resources in there, but we're getting rid of this code in here. I perhaps could have copied that instead of typing it out again, but in any event, we're getting rid of all that code. So it's now going to be while true still, but then it's going to be new echoer server socket dot accept dot start. There should have been an extra parentheses there, like so. We're still catching an IO exception, and we'll show that server exception if we actually get one there now. So basically now we're creating the server socket as before, and still running an infinite loop. So we're creating a new server socket, while true, infinite loop. But this time we're kicking off a new thread every time we accept a connection. So new echoer server socket dot accept, then dot start, we're kicking off the echoer run method. And recall that the accept method returns a socket for the client, and that's what the server socket dot accept does. And we're returning that, or sending that if you like, to the echoer in the constructor, and then calling the start method. So I guess we could have changed the code there. We could have written it instead like this. So socket is equal to server socket dot accept echoer equals new echoer socket echoer dot start. So we could have, that's basically the equivalent code there. I'll comment that out so you've got a copy of that if you need to download the source code. But the line that we've got here on line 14 is basically doing exactly what that those 3 lines of code are doing. I'll paste that at the top there. Alright, so let's finish the video here because it's getting quite long. In the next video, we'll start testing this multi-threaded server that we've written. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so in the last video, we made some changes so that we've now got a multi-threaded server that should be able to be responsive to more than one client. So what we're going to do is run this, and for our first test, we want to make sure everything is still working. So I'm going to start by running the server. And then we're going to actually run a single client. We're going to type a few strings in just to make sure that everything's working. And you can see over here on the right, I'm actually correctly getting the strings that I'm typing echoed back from the server. So that's working well. Now let's start a second client. I'm going to type a few strings into that as well. Now, if you recall last time we did that with a single threaded server, each client could only type one message and see it echoed. Now that each client is handled in its own thread, the server blocking on the accept call doesn't result in all the clients being blocked as well. And the same is true actually when a thread blocks on the read line call, only that client thread will be blocked. The other client threads are still able to service the clients they're connected to. And just to confirm, I can go back to the other client. More of the same. That's still working okay. And likewise, yet another. That's still working as well. Alright, so let's stop each client now. I'm going to just type exit. Let's close that one down and go back to the other one. Same deal there. Exit. Okay, and we have to close the client, the server rather, down manually. So let's do that. Terminate it. Okay, we'll go to full screen with the server code for now. What we're going to do now is add some code that puts each thread to sleep for 15 seconds. We're going to delete this code that I commented out. Then we're going to go back to our echoer, and we're going to actually put the code in there. So at the moment we've got below here the if echo string equals exit and break. We're going to put the code down below that in a try catch. we're going to catch interrupted exception. Interrupted, and we're just going to do a thread dot sleep 15,000 for 15 seconds. And so that we can see that there's no delay for client connections, we're also going to add a println statement to the run method itself, and we'll actually add that above here. So we've got the line of output, then on the next line we're just going to print out a message just so we know that the server has received it. So received client input column plus echo string. Alright, so let's try running it again now. We'll start by running the server first. And let's actually test this now. So I'm going to start by testing the first client. You can see the server's received that input. We'll do another one here. Bob. And I can go back to the other client and just wait for the echo to come back after the 15-second delay. There's our delay, our echo rather, and likewise for the second client. Bob's come back as well. So the point here is that one thread taking a while will not result in every client being blocked until the long-running client is finished, which is pretty cool. And you can actually test this and run as many clients as you like here. To try it, let's just do that now. What we're going to do is we're going to close down our clients first. Okay, we're going to close down our server. Terminate. And let's get rid of the sleep code. I'm going to comment that out. And let's actually try testing this with, say, 4 clients, just to make sure that it's still working. Okay, and we'll run our first client. Tim. Received client input. We'll run another one. Bob. Another one. Percy. Another one. And Mike. You can see we're running 4 different versions and everything's working fine. And you can see up here, by the way, the number 4 there on the run arrow. That shows us that there's 4 clients actually running at the moment. All right, and if we go back and just test another one, was here. Bob was here. Clearly things are working fine. The server's able to as well. Server's able to cope with all of these clients without any problems. All right, so let's exit out of that. We'll close down all the clients now. Okay, that's the last. And obviously the server doesn't close down automatically. We need to close it down manually. So hopefully now you'll understand why the server doesn't terminate automatically. Just because one client wants out doesn't mean they all do. And even if all the clients exit, other clients may well want to connect in the future, and therefore the server remains alive and listening for that reason. Note though that when a client does send exit, the thread for that client terminates. So to confirm that, you can actually run the server in debug mode. So what we want to do, firstly, we want to add a breakpoint on the socket.close statement. So let's just close this down first and terminate the server. Go to full screen again. Go to our echoer. And under the socket.close down here, we want to add a breakpoint. Then we're going to run the server in debug mode. I'm going to run and debug. Okay, so we're now running in debug mode. Now we're going to come back over to the client. We're going to run 2. Okay, we've got the first one going. Tim. We'll have another one. Good old Bob again. All right, so I've got 2 clients running, connecting to the server. The server's running in debug mode. Now if I actually type exit for one of them now, notice that we've hit the breakpoint in the server. So if I continue, and I'll just go back and close this window down again so we can see what's going on. Continue by clicking on run. And I've actually closed it down again. So let's actually just start it up again. I'll actually run it in debug again. I wanted to show you what actually happens. But before I do that, I'll close down the clients. Terminate that. And we'll run this again in debug though. Run debug. And I actually need to close this down now because the socket's still in use. So let's go ahead and do that. Terminate. Didn't actually close it down. Leave that breakpoint on though because we want to hit that again. So we're going to debug. Run. That's better. It's now connecting. And we'll run our client again. And run a second one. Okay, so we've got two running again. And again, if I type in exit and press enter, the breakpoint is hit. So that confirms that the code is being executed on the server side to close the socket when the client has issued or has sent the text exit, which of course was our prompt to actually close down the client connection. So now what I wanted to do last time was click on continue here, which is the continue button over here to the left. And you can see now that the server is still running, and I can go back now to the other client, type that in, and I'm going to go back to the console, and we can see that it's still running. Alright, so that's the basics of working with sockets. Now before we move on to UDP, I want to discuss timeouts briefly. Now when a client is communicating with a server, it doesn't want to block forever. If the server's gone down or it isn't sending a response for some other reason, then the client will want to report back to the user. Otherwise, the user is going to think the application is frozen or has just died for some reason. So what we can do is we can actually set a timeout period on a socket. And the idea here is that if a socket doesn't respond within the timeout, then we get a java.net.socket timeout exception thrown. So let's actually try that out. We're going to set a timeout for the client. So I'm going to leave the server running and open up the client code. And what we want to do is change this call here, socket. At the moment we've got socket localhost 5000. Below that, before the buffered reader, we can type socket dot set SO timeout, and we'll do 5000 for 5 seconds. So again, we're setting a timeout of 5 seconds here, and we'll need to handle the socket timeout exception. In this case, we're going to terminate the application, but in a real world, it will depend on the situation. So you might want to, for example, try sending the request again. You might want to abort that particular action and inform the user. Or perhaps you just might want to terminate the application. You might want to give the user a choice. So there's a couple of options there, basically. But for this demo app, what we're going to do is we're going to add a catch block to the existing try block, and we're going to catch the exception outside the loop and then terminate the client application. So down here, we're actually going to catch a socket timeout exception, E, and then we're just going to print out a message to the console, the socket timed out. We're going to leave the other IO exception in there as it was before. And what we're going to do then is go back to the server code. And I commented this out before. Let's put that code in that actually makes things sleep for 15 seconds. Put that code back in. And we'll actually stop this server. And we'll just run it again. And we'll actually take off the breakpoint this time as well. So again, what we've done here is we've re-enabled the server sleep code so that the server thread sleeps for 15 seconds. So we restarted the server and I'm about to start the client. And again, we've set the client socket timeout to 5 seconds. You can see that on line 16. And the server sleeps for 15 seconds each time the client sends a request. So consequently, the socket should time out and the socket timeout exception should be thrown. So let's actually see whether that works. And I'm just going to close this down as well and start again. So we'll run our client again. So I'm going to type in Tim and just leave it and see what happens. And you can see there we've got the socket timed out. Notice also that the client also terminated. So Using timeouts is a very important tool, and it prevents a client from blocking forever. Alright, so that's all for TCP/IP. In the next video, we're going to start taking a look at another protocol, UDP, which stands for User Datagram Protocol. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so we finished our discussion on TCP/IP in the last video. Now it's time to take a look at another protocol, UDP, and that stands for User Datagram Protocol. Now, when using TCP, some handshaking has to take place between the server and the client. So in other words, the client has to connect to the server, and the server has to accept that connection. So the client sends a request, and the server sends a response. So it's a two-way connection, and there's tight coupling between the client and the server. Now, the TCP protocol also performs error checking and will resend messages that don't make it to the server. So it's quite a reliable protocol, but that reliability requires overhead, which can ultimately affect performance. Now, when using UDP, there's no handshaking at all, and the destination host, which may or may not be a server, doesn't actually send any responses to the message sender. So you use it when you don't need a reliable connection or a two-way connection, or when speed is essential. So if you require a response to a message you send over the network, then you wouldn't use UDP. So UDP uses datagrams. And a datagram is a self-contained message and is not guaranteed to arrive at its destination. Now, UDP is often used for time-sensitive communication, and when losing the odd message or packet, here and there won't matter. For example, voice-over IP applications like Skype and video streaming usually use UDP because speed is more important than ensuring that absolutely every package arrives. Our eyes won't notice if the occasional package isn't received, for example, when we're watching a video. Also, the data arriving at the client is immediately replaced by more data, so it's not critical that all the messages reach the client. As mentioned, UDP is used for time-sensitive communication because the overhead involved with TCP is actually significant, and so data can be sent much more quickly using UDP. So as usual, which protocol to use will depend on the application that you're looking to write. So we're going to rewrite the client and the server applications to use UDP. And you can see that I've actually created two new projects here. I've got a UDP server project on the left and a UDP client project on the right. So starting with a fresh base, basically. And we're not going to worry about using threads this time, since you now know how to do that from the TCP code that we worked on. And for this demo app, I just want to show how to send data using a datagram. In a real-world application, you would definitely want to use threads like we did in the last few videos. All right, so let's start with the server side of things. And we're going to write our server code. We're going to start with a try, and we're going to catch, firstly, a socket exception. And we'll just print out a message if we do get one. U.get message will do us. We also want to catch an IO exception, so we want to catch them in that order as well. Same deal there. We'll just put IO exception plus e.get message. All right, in terms of the code, we're going to start by datagram socket. This is java.net, as you can see there. Socket is equal to new datagram socket 5000. We're going to create an infinite loop, so while true, and then we're going to do byte array buffer equals new byte 50, and we're going to do datagram packet is equal to new datagram packet, and it's going to be buffer dot length. We're going to do socket.receive packet, and then we're just going to print out that text. So text received is plus new string buffer. So just output that to the console. All right, so that's actually our code. Pretty straightforward. Firstly, notice that we're now creating a datagram socket on line 12, and that accepts a port number. And inside the loop, we're creating that byte array that I mentioned on line 15, and that's going to accept data from the socket. We then create the datagram packet itself on line 16, and that's going to be populated with whatever is received from the socket. And finally, we're calling the datagram socket.receive method on line 17, passing the packet as a parameter so it can actually fill that packet with the content. And this method actually blocks until data is received. Now, once the data has arrived, the buffer you pass to the datagram packet constructor will contain the data, so packet in this case on line 17, and we're then printing that to the console on line 18. Now, it's important to note that the socket.receive method doesn't create an end-to-end connection between the server and the client. So it doesn't return anything the server can use to send data back to the client. Now, when using TCP, the accept method did create an end-to-end connection. So it returned a socket the server could use to communicate with the client, but that's not the case here. All right, so let's actually go back and code the client now. All right, so the actual code, we're going to do a try again. We're going to catch a socket timeout exception, which we talked about in the previous video. And if we get one of those, we're just going to print our message, the socket timed out. And we'll also catch an IO exception, if we get one. I'll actually just say client error plus e.getMessage. Right, now in terms of the code though, we're going to start with inet address, java.net again, address is equal to inet address dot get localhost. Then we're going to do datagram socket, java.net again, datagram socket is equal to new datagram socket, scanner accepted import, java.util equals new scanner. It's going to be system.in, and string echo string. Then we need a do while loop, so do, and we're going to do, we're going to print out a message, enter string to be echoed. Then echo string is equal to scanner.next line, so we're just getting a line of input. As we've done previously. We now need to create a buffer. So buffer array, buffer is equal to echo string dot get byte. So we're just converting it to a byte array essentially. And then we're going to do a datagram packet. Packet is equal to new datagram packet, and it's buffer, which is going to be buffer.length, address, which we defined on line 14, and 5000, which would obviously be the port there. So basically we're just passing the buffer, the length of the buffer, the inet address, which is localhost, and the port, and then we're going to send it. So datagram socket.send our packet. And the condition for the while loop is going to be while not echo string dot equals exit. Same as before, we're going to allow exit, or typing of exit, to actually close down the app. All right, so firstly, we're actually getting the address of the host you'd like to send data to. So we're getting localhost because we're going to be running the server on this machine. So obviously, if this was another machine that you wanted to connect to, you'd be putting the setting up the IP address there. But we're using the get localhost method to get the localhost. Now, there's also an inet address get by name method, and that lets you pass a host name to it, and it actually returns the inet address of the host. So it's the get by name. So you'd use that if you're running the server on a different machine. All right, so next, after we've done that, we're creating a datagram socket to that the client, this client's going to use. And note that the socket isn't associated with a port number. And after that, we're just going through getting some input from the user and converting the input to a byte array. And then we're down here to creating the packet. Now, recall that I said the datagram is a self-contained message. Now it's clearer what I meant by that, hopefully, because you can see what we're doing here. The message contains not only the data, but also the address and the port number. So if the server wants to respond, it can get all the information it needs from the datagram packet. In the TCP case, once the end-to-end connection was established, the socket had all the information required to communicate with the client. So the server didn't have to get the information from each message. Alright, so after we've created the datagram packet, we're sending it to the server on line 27. And the rest of the code is just error handling and enabling us to exit the do while loop. Alright, so let's actually try this out. So I'm going to start by firstly running this server. Move that down to the bottom so we can see something there. Alright, and let's do the same for the client. Let's run the client. Alright, so we type in a string now. We'll see what happens. We'll put Tim was here. And you can see that the server has come up and actually put that text, or it shows this text on the screen here. Tim was here. And note that we're not getting an echo back from the server to the client this time, because it's no longer sending anything back to the client. But we can type in some more strings. Now note also at the moment we're actually seeing the complete buffer showing here, so we've got all these null characters. So we just have a look at the code again. Alright, so the problem is at the moment where we're seeing these characters is we've got a byte array buffer equals new byte 50. So we've just allocated 50 bytes for our byte array, and we're receiving the packet into that, and we're not trying to extract out only the characters that aren't null there. We're just actually dumping everything and creating a new string called buffer. So if we wanted to only output the number of, the information relating to the number of characters received, the actual message, we can change this when we're creating a new string buffer to only return the actual amount. So I would start with 0, comma, and then we can do packet dot length or dot get length. And that should now give us a string of just the actual right size that was actually retrieved, instead of actually trying to dump or output the entire byte array. So let's actually just go back and test that with another message. What we'll have to do is just close down our server and client and start again. I guess technically we don't have to close down the client because it's not a connection anymore, but we'll do that anyway. So we'll just run this again now. We'll go back and run our client again. Testing 1, 2, 3. You can see we're now correctly showing the output minus all the other trailing characters. Tim was here. So that's working fine. And let's just also exit to make sure exit still works. Exit's finished here, and obviously we need to go back and actually close down the client, if the server rather, manually as well, if we wanted to do that. And also don't forget again, in a real-world application, we would be using threads here, but we're not doing that because we've seen how to do that in the previous videos in this section of the course. Alright, now before we move on to the high-level API, let's see how the server would get the information it needs from a packet to be able to send data back to the client. So we're going to actually update this server code, so let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to add some code now after the system.out.println, and we'll do string, return string is equal to echo colon space plus new string buffer. We'll do the same thing, 0, and then packet dot get length to return just the data, or send back only the data that was sent back or sent to this server. Then we want byte array buffer2 is equal to return string dot get bytes. We want an inet address from java.net address is equal to packet dot get address. Then we want int port is equal to packet dot get port. Then we want packet to be equal to new datagram packet. This time it's going to be buffer2 dot length address port. So we're constructing a packet similar to what we've done in the client. Then we're going to do socket.send packet. So once the server's received a packet, it uses the address and port in the received packet to create a new datagram packet which it then sends back to the client. Now, we could have used the same byte array for both input and output, but we're using two different ones here for clarity. The code gets the INET address and the port from the packet it received, and that's because there's no permanent end-to-end connection between the server and the client. In fact, UDP is often referred to as a connectionless protocol for that reason. So you can see that we've retrieved the address and the port from the packet that was sent to us, and then we've constructed a new datagram packet with all the information and the string, which is going to be basically an echo of what was sent to us, which is basically the contents of the message that was sent to us with the words echo colon and a space prefixed to that, and then we're sending it using the socket.send package. Right, so now we've done that, we'll actually run the server, and what we need to do is change the client code so that the client code can expect a response. So it gets a response, we can actually output something to that, we can actually output the response. So let's just bring that up on the screen. Now keep in mind that when using UDP, you often don't want a response. We're setting up the client at the moment now, waiting for a response purely for demonstration purposes. But again, you wouldn't necessarily do that in a real world application. All right, so we've got our code at the moment that sends the packet. What we're going to do now is put some code in here that actually receives it. So byte array buffer2 is equal to new byte array, and we'll make it 50, allow 50 characters. Packet is equal to new datagram packet, and it's going to be buffer2.length. So allocating our packet so it can receive the data. Then we're going to do datagram socket.receive packet, and we can print out a message text received is plus new string buffer2 0 buffer2 dot, sorry, that should be package, because we want to actually get the package to tell us how much or how long the data was, dot get length. Alright, so that should be it. So the added code we're adding here from lines 29 through 32 includes the byte array, so we can store the data coming back to us. We're creating a packet based on that byte array, so it can be used to receive the data. We're actually receiving the data itself on line 31 and then outputting it on line 32. And again, note that we're blocking here on line 31, so it's going to sit there and wait until it receives or gets the server's message. So let's actually try this code out. So we've got the server still running. Let's now run the client. Type in Tim was here. We've got the text appearing over here on the server. Tim was here received, and text received is echo colon space Tim was here. So clearly the server sent that data back to the client. And again, to finish, we'll have to just type exit. Closes down the client, but we need to close down the server manually, like so. All right, so that's UDP at low level. So at this point, we've now finished looking at the low level API. And you can see that even though it's quite low level, we're still working with abstractions here. All the complexity of handshaking and constructing packages is largely taken care of by Java. So you're free to focus on the data that you want to send. But as you'll start seeing in the next video, the high level API hides even more of these details from you. But we'll start working on that high level API in the next video.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
In the last few videos, we looked at the low-level networking API, which involves ports and sockets. Now, while it's important to understand the low-level concepts, most modern applications are mainly interested in accessing the internet, and we'll use the high-level API to do so. So in the next few videos, we're going to look at the high-level API, which abstracts networking concepts even further. So using the high-level API, you don't actually even need to know about ports and sockets. Instead, you'll use URIs and URLs. Now, URI stands for Universal Resource Identifier, and URL stands for Universal Resource Locator. So what is actually the difference between a URL and a URI? You'd think that this would be an easy question to answer, but it's not necessarily that easy. So if we just bring up a web page, and paste in this link. So if you have a look here, you see there's a whole paper, quite a detailed paper as I scroll down the screen there, from the W3C. That's the World Wide Web Consortium, by the way, responsible for web standards. This entire paper is trying to explain the difference between a URL and a URI. So a good section to start with would be this section here under confusion. The body of documents, RFIs, etc., recovering URI architecture, syntax, registration, etc., spans both the classical and contemporary periods. And people who are well versed in URI matters tend to use URL and URI in ways that seem to be interchangeable. So among these experts, this isn't a problem, but among the internet community at large it is. So people are not convinced that URI and URL mean the same thing in documents where they apparently do. So when one sees an RFC, by the way, an RFC is request for comments, by the way. It's a formal document from the Internet Engineering Task Force. So when one sees an RFC that talks about URI schemes, another that talks about URL schemes, and yet another that talks of URN schemes, it's probably pretty natural to wonder what the difference is and how they relate to each other. So it can be a bit confusing, but with that as an aside, let's stick to what we need to know to write Java networking code. Now, when working with a Java.NET package, a URI is an identifier that might not provide enough information to access the resource that it identifies. Now, a URL, on the other hand, is an identifier that includes information about how to access the resource that it identifies. So another way to state this is that a URI can specify a relative path, but a URL has to be an absolute path because when we use the URL, it has to contain enough information to locate and access the resource that it identifies. Now, it's actually easy to convert between URLs and URIs. So all you really have to do is provide what the method you want to use requires, a URL or a URI, and you'll actually be fine. Now, the recommended practice when working with the Java.NET classes is to use a URI until you actually want to access a resource and then to convert the URI to a URL. So having said that, sometimes there's no need to start with a URI because the method you'll use to open or access a resource accepts a URL right off the bat. Now, I know that sounds terribly confusing, but let's see if we can make a bit more sense of this. So a scheme is part of a URI or URL that appears before the colon. For example, HTTP, file, and FTP, well, they're all schemes. So another way to define a URL is that it's a HTTP URI. So again, this terminology can be confusing. So developers often use the terms URI and URL interchangeably, even though it's technically wrong to do so. Or they use URI when they mean URL. So according to some developers and documentation, the term URL is now outdated and shouldn't be used, but many developers and many APIs still use that. So the point here that I'm trying to make is don't worry about this terminology. Understanding the sometimes razor-thin difference between a URI and a URL really isn't necessary to get your feet wet with writing networking code. Now, if you recall, when we worked with the low-level API, we used the following classes: socket, server socket, and datagram socket. When working with the high-level API, we're going to be using the following classes: URI, URL, URL connection, as well as HTTP URL connection. So let's actually start with URIs. We're not going to spend too much time on them because you'll use URLs when accessing the internet. So a URI can actually contain 9 components. The scheme, number 1. The scheme specific part, number 2. The authority, number 3. The user info, number 4. The host, number 5. 6 is the port. Path, number 7. Query, number 8. And fragment, number 9. And you can see there that I've got on the screen there a generic form of a URI outlining each component, and that's taken from the Wikipedia link that I'll also attach in the resources section of this video. And the good thing is you're going to see examples of this as we progress through the next few videos. So URIs that specify scheme here, well, they're called absolute URIs. And when a URI doesn't specify a scheme, it's actually called a relative URI. Alright, so let's actually go back to IntelliJ and start creating some code. So you can see that I've created a new project here called networking, so do that if you haven't already done that. And let's make a start by adding some code to the main method. So I'm going to start with URI, capitals. And notice that that's wanting to import. We want to specify the java.net one. So URI is equal to new URI. We're going to go with db : / username : password at myserver.com : 5000 / catalog / phones $OS equals Android # Samsung. Actually, what we'll do is we'll say surround this in a try-catch loop. We're going to catch a URI syntax exception. Okay, so back to our code. So let's now get access to these individual components that we talked about in the slides. So we're going to start with the scheme. So we can do scheme equals plus URI.getScheme. Next, we're going to do the scheme specific part. So scheme specific part is equal to plus URI.getScheme specific part. Authority. Next, we're going to do user info. That's URI dot get user info. Next, we'll do host. So host equals URI.get host. Port, so port equals plus URI.get port. Path equals plus URI.get path. Next, after path, query equals URI.get query. And the last one, fragment. So fragment equals plus URI.get fragment. Alright, so in the code here, we've created a URI instance for a URL that will perform a database query. So if we actually run this just to see what happens. So you see we've got first one, scheme equals db, the part that actually occurs before the colon in the URI on line 10. Now you can write your own schemes, although you're encouraged not to do so to avoid name conflicts. Now usually when you want to define your own scheme, there's alternate ways to accomplish what you're trying to do. Using namespaces is one example for that. Next is the scheme specific part. And this is everything after the colon, before the hash, as you can see there. So this is the identifier for the resource that you want to use. So in this case, it's a query for the phones table or of the phones table in a catalog database. Now the authority, as you can see there on the screen, that contains the host and optionally a password, as well as the username and port number. Now the host can be a registered name, as in the example, or an IPv4/IPv6 address. User info, the next one, that contains the username and password, basically any credentials required to access the resource. The host is the host name or an IPv4 or IPv6 address. The port is obviously the port number. Now the path is catalog/phones, as you can see here, or /catalog/phones. That's the path to the resource on the host. So in this case, the resource is a database and the path points to a specific table within the database. Now the query, the next one, that's always separated from the part that comes before it by a question mark. So in this case, the query is OS equals Android, as you can see there. The syntax can actually be in any format because the standard doesn't strictly define it, but it's often a set of key value pairs. And finally, the last one, fragment, well, that specifies a secondary resource or location. So in this case, it's saying that only Samsung phones should be returned. Now, if the URI pointed to a web page, the fragment could be an ID for a section heading, for example, in the HTML itself. So as you may have noticed, there's overlap between the contents of some of these components, and also many of the components are optional. So instead, let's actually make a change here. We're going to change the URI completely. I'm going to make that, instead of the long-winded database example, let's just type in hello there. And if we actually run this, notice that there's no exceptions thrown, but you can see on the screen there's many parts now that are showing us null, and also -1 being printed for the port number. So the point is, though, it's still a well-formed URI. It doesn't have a scheme part because there's no colon, but it has a path and a scheme-specific part. Now, of course, this resource doesn't exist, but that doesn't really matter. Just as with files, until you actually try to access a resource, it doesn't have to exist. And remember that you'll use a URL rather than a URI when you actually access a resource. Now, the only other thing that I'm going to touch on for URIs is how to convert them to URLs. So let's change the URL back to one that's sensible. So I'm going to undo that change. Well, I'm going to comment that out and bring back the other example again by uncommenting it. And let's comment out the code that was printing out the various components for now. Instead, what we're going to do, let's have a go at converting this URI to a URL. So to do that, we just type URL, and its URL is equal to URI dot to URL. So we print it out, URL equals plus URL. Then the other thing we'd want to do here is we need to catch a different exception. We can see over here, if you come up, it's looking for a malformed URL exception, so let's catch that one. So URL malformed, you don't get message. So obviously we're using the URI dot to URL method to actually perform the conversion to a URL. So if we actually run this, we actually get an exception, and the exception was actually caught. And you can see here we're printing, or we're executing the malformed URL exception code block for the caught exception, unknown protocol DB. So hopefully that now demonstrates to you that the URI doesn't have to be valid to work with it. It only has to be valid when you want to convert it to an absolute location, as we're trying to do here on the code on line 14 by converting it to a URL. So let's actually change the scheme to something that we're much more familiar with. I'll come back and change the DB to HTTP instead. Run that. You can see that the URL is now equal to the URI because the URI is an absolute path. Obviously no exceptions are actually thrown now. Alright, so let's actually take a look at a relative URI. So I'll comment that one out. And we'll go with something like, well, actually what we'll do is we'll just delete the first part up until the /catalog, like so. So just that part of it now, so it's a relative URI. So now you can see the URI is a relative URI because it doesn't completely identify the resource. So in other words, it doesn't contain the schema, so you don't know if the URI points to a web page or a database or a file or perhaps something else. It doesn't contain the root location. So if this was a web page, the URL doesn't contain the server or any credentials required to access the location. It also doesn't specify a database table or a disk driver location. So in other words, there isn't enough information here to really access the resource. So a question for you now would be, do you think you can convert this URI to a URL? Well, let's actually run the code and see what happens. You can see here we actually got an exception here, a legal argument exception, which we haven't tried to catch. So URI is not absolute. Now earlier in this video I said that the URIs can be relative, but URLs have to be absolute. So the exception makes sense here. Because we're converting to a URL, it's not going to be valid unless the URL ends up being an absolute URL. So you can't get an absolute URL from a relative URI, in other words, because there isn't enough information in the URI to determine the absolute location of the resource. Now, when you want to access a resource, you'll use a URL. At that point, the location of the resource has to be absolute, otherwise the Java runtime won't have enough information ultimately to access it. Now, there will be times when you want to use relative URIs though, but usually you'll use them along with a base URI. So this base URI will specify the root of the relative path, which can be quite handy. Now, if you're accessing lots of pages on a website, then instead of working with absolute URIs, it's probably better to have a base URI that contains the host information and a bunch of relative URIs for the specific pages. Therefore, in that scenario, if the host location changes, you really only have to update the base URI. So let's, as an example, say that the host is located at http://example.com, but later on it changes to http://example.org. And if you've used absolute URIs throughout your code, you'll have to go through your code and change each and every URI instance. But if you've used relative URIs with a base URI, then you really only have to change the one instance of the base URI. So let's add the base URI for our relative URI. So we're going to come back and add some code above that. So we're going to call it URI base URI is equal to new URI. And we're going to copy that part from the commented out code up to, but not including the slash after the port. And paste that in there as the base URI, so you can see there. So now that we've done that, we can make a change. What we're going to do is after that URI, we're going to create a third URI. So URI, we'll call this one resolved URI equals, that's going to be equal to base URI dot resolve URI. Then down here we can actually change this URI. Instead of URI now, we're going to be working with the resolved URL. So basically when you want to access a web page on the myserver.com host, you'll combine the base URI with the relative URI for the web page or API or service you want to access using the URL.resolve method. So you can see that we've done that. So we've created our base URL on line 13. We've left our relative URI on line 14. Then on line 15, we've created a resolve URI, which is the base URI.resolve URI, which is basically appending that and forming a valid absolute URI. And you can see here that we're therefore able to convert it into a URL. And let's just run this to make sure that it does work. And you can see we've got no more exceptions, and we've successfully converted that into a URL. Alright, so let's end the video here. In the next video, we'll continue on and we'll do a little bit more with relative URIs. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so continuing on with our relative URIs example, we can add more relative URIs located on the same host and resolve them using the same base URI. So let's have a go at doing that. So at the moment we've got base URI, and we've got one URI here, URI 1 for the relative path. So let's actually convert that into a single one. And let's actually convert or add two additional ones. So we'll do URI 2 and 3. And we'll make those a little bit different. So for the second one, we'll make that, perhaps instead of phones, we'll make that TVs. And we'll change the query there to manufacturer. So %manufacturer is equal to Samsung. And for the third one, let's have a completely separate path there. In fact, change it completely to /stores/locations and add a query zip equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now what we can actually do here is we've got resolved URI. Well, let's change that to URI 1 equals base URI.resolve URI 1. So we can now add more relative URIs located on the same host and resolve them. So I can make that to resolved URI 2 and 3 and change this to 2 and 3. And I'll change this code now so it's pointing to URL 1. We'll make this one URL 1. Okay, and I'll just get rid of the other code that we commented out now. And let's do the same for the other two as well. So URL 2 now, going to resolved URI 2. Be specific here. And we'll fix the third one up as well, as you can see there. And it's resolved URI 3. Alright, so let's actually check that works. Run that. So you can see we've got now 3 URLs without any exceptions. And as I talked about in the last video, we can now change the server and updating only one line of code rather than updating every line that specifies a URI. So you can go back to our base URI. Currently that's set to myserver.com. Well, let's change that to mynewserver.com. Run it again. And you can see the 3 URLs have now been successfully changed to newserver.com, and you've only changed a single line of code. So in a real-world application, you'd probably define the base URI as a constant, but I haven't done that here because the code is fairly trivial. The point here, though, is, again, as you saw, that I changed the server to my new server, updating only one line of code, rather than having to update every line that specifies a URI. So basically, when working with many locations on the same host, it's far better to use the base or a base URI with relative URIs. Now, the other thing you can also do is determine a relative URI when you know the base URI and the absolute URI using the URI.relativize method. So let's see how that works. So we're going to add some code down here. So we can do something like URI, we'll call it relativized URI is equal to base URI dot relativize, and we pass in the resolved. We'll do the resolved URI 2 as a test there. Let's print that out. So we go relative URI is equal to plus relativized URI. So we actually run that. So you can see in this case here we've got the relative URI, which was basically the same URI we assigned to the variable URI2, printing out on the screen there. Alright, so that's enough about working with URIs. Let's now move on to how to actually access a location on the internet. Now, earlier I said that you use a URI until you actually want to access a resource, and you then convert it to a URL. Now, when working with web locations, you'll mainly use URIs to build absolute URIs from relative ones. Now, for our simple examples moving forward, we're going to use a URL right away, since we won't be doing queries or building URIs based on user input. Now, there are a few ways to read a web page using Java. Let's actually have a go at reading the web page located at example.org. And if we actually go there and take a quick look, you can see that's a very simple example of a web page, and it's actually set up by IANA, which is the Internet Assigned Numbers Authority. Alright, so let's go back and have a go at doing that in IntelliJ. Alright, so let's comment out a lot of this code, and I suggest you comment out rather than delete it, because we're actually going to be using some of it back again in a minute. Alright, so I'm just going to comment that all out, and I'm also going to comment out the URI syntax exception, and we're going to come back and add one line here, and it's going to be URL is equal to new URL http://example.org. Simple enough there. So you basically just have to use the constructor and pass the web address, as you can see me using on line 10. Now, there are versions of the URL constructor that accept a protocol, a host, a port, file, and other information, but when reading web pages, an API or a service on the internet, you usually just have to provide a HTTP web address and include any required parameters that form part of the URL. Now, since all URLs are also URIs, you can actually convert the URL to a URI and call the methods that return the components of a URI. So let's see what I mean by that. So we're going to go URI, I'll accept that import. It's going to be equal to URL dot, you can see there's the method there, dot to URI. And now that we've got that back in again, we need to uncomment the code that catches the URI syntax exception. And what we could do, well, in fact, what I will do is I'm going to paste in the code that I deleted earlier on. So you can grab this from the resources section of the of this video. So we'll come down here and paste that in. So basically we're converting the URL back into a URI, and again we're able to then call these specific methods for the URI to see what they come back with. So let's actually try running that. Now you can see when I do that, we can see that the scheme there is HTTP in the output console output window. The scheme specific part is the // or 2 forward slashes example.org, and the host and authority are also example.org, as you can see there. Alright, so let's just comment that out again now. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a go at reading directly from the URL using an input stream reader. Actually, I can comment out the URI as well. So we're going to start there with a buffered reader. So buffered reader input stream is equal to new buffered reader. Then we're going to do a new input stream reader. Then it's URL dot open stream. Then we also will need to catch the IO exception. So let's just clear up some of this code. So I'm going to catch an IO exception. And we'll get rid of the malformed syntax exception, malformed URL exception rather. All right. So far we've got the buffered reader input stream now. So let's have a go at actually reading the entire output. So we're going to start now after that line, string line equals, and initialize it to an empty string. Then add a while loop. So while line is not equal to null. Then we're going to do line equals input stream dot read line. Then we're going to output that line. Then outside of the while loop, we're going to put input stream dot close. That should be fairly straightforward for you. You can see that we're using the URL.openStream method on line 15 there. Now that opens a connection to the URL, and underneath the covers, it's going to be doing all the low-level stuff like creating a socket. But because we're using a high-level API, we've been abstracted away from the need to do that. So the method actually returns an input stream, and we can use to read, as you can see, we're using that to read from it. The codes are the code on line 19, reading one until we actually basically get no more output, and we're just outputting that to the console, and then we're closing the stream on line 22 once we're actually done with it. So we're wrapping the input stream, which is what this URL.openStream returns, in an input stream reader, and then we're wrapping that in a buffered reader as well. So think of the URL.openStream method as a convenience method that's actually performing two steps that you can do individually. So you can open a connection to a URL, then use the URL.openConnection method, and that returns a URL connection, and we'll look at that in a minute. Then you could get an input stream from the URL connection. But in this case, the URL.openStream method, as a convenience, is performing those two steps. And again, once we get to that point, we can use a buffered reader as we would normally use it in an application. So if we actually run this now, you can see that we've got the HTML, and there's some style sheet code there, there's the title, etc., some CSS. And then as we scroll down, we can see the actual text that is in the body tag section of the HTML document. So that's worked nicely. Now, depending on your previous experience with HTML, that may or may not be what you expected to see. So maybe you're expecting to see what you saw when we visited the web page, but when you're using your browser, it's reading the HTML data or the file that's returned, and that we can see in the console output here in IntelliJ. So the browser is actually rendering that based on that input. So it's reading the file and rendering the styling information, metadata, and other information. So in other words, it's building a more user-friendly view of what we can see in the console output here. But when we're reading a web page programmatically, as we've done here, we're just getting the raw HTML. So your application will then need to parse the HTML and pick out specific tags or other information depending on what you're trying to achieve. So what we've done there, well, that's one way to read a web page. The second way is to use the URL connection class. So let's actually have a go at seeing the other way of doing it. So let's actually just comment out this code for now, all the code relating to the input stream way of doing things. And what we're going to do instead is after the URL, we're going to put URL connection is equal to URL.openConnection. Then we'll also want to catch a malformed URL exception. We'll just add some code for the catch block for that. So far so good. We've actually created a URL connection object. Now we want to call the URL connection.connect method to connect to the URL. So go ahead and do that after that line by typing URL connection.connect. So you might be wondering here why two steps are required. So why do we have to call open connection, which we're doing on line 13, and then the connect method on line 14? Well, that's because the open connection call doesn't connect to the URL. It returns an open connection instance, and you can use the instance then to configure the connection. You can say whether you want to read or write to the connection, whether caching will be used, if that's available for the protocol you're using, so on and so forth. So in other words, it gives you a chance to set any configuration settings that will ultimately influence how the connection's made. So you might call a few methods in between the open connection call and the connect method call. Now, by default, you can only read from a connection. And if you want to write to a connection, you have to call the URL connection.setDoOutput method before you can call the connect method. So let's actually do that just so that we're configuring something. So we'll do that after the open connection call to put something like URL connection.setDoOutput true. Alright, so we've called the connect method. Trying to set values on the connection though will result in an error. Now the thing to keep in mind here is that once you've actually called the connect method, and you can see that on line 15, once you try to set values on the connection after that call, it will result in an error. So the point here is to make sure you do any configuration after opening the connection but before calling the connect method. Alright, so when using the URL connection class, the URL you're connecting to doesn't have to be a web page or a web location, and you don't have to be using the HTTP scheme. But many of the methods in the class are only applicable to HTTP connections. And as you'll see in the next video, you actually want to use a subclass of URL connection when connecting to a web URL rather than using the URL connection directly. But I think it's good to know how to use the more generic class. So let's actually read that web page. So I'm going to connect, and then what we're going to do is change. We'll undo this code again, and we'll just make a few little changes. This time it's going to be buffered reader, input stream equals new buffered reader. Then we want this new input stream reader. But instead of URL.openStream now, instead what we'll do there is we'll put a URL connection dot get input stream. The rest of the code there to retrieve it should be the same. So basically the code is very similar than when we read directly using an input stream reader, except for the basically the URL connection.getInputStream method call on line 20. And other than that, it's pretty well identical. And if we actually run that code, you can see we've got the same results. The HTML are correctly downloaded. All right, so let's end the video here. In the next video, we'll talk more about the URL connection and how you can do more than just read a web page. So I'll see you in the next video. So I ended the last video by saying you can do a lot more with the URL connection than just reading a web page. You can also get header information from the web page without having to read it in its entirety. So let's have a go at doing that now. So I'm going to make some changes to the code. So what I'm going to do for the time being is comment out this code here relating to reading the web page. And just below the input stream, we're going to retrieve the headers. So we're going to start with a map, creating a map. Map is going to be a string, that's the key, and the values are going to be a list of string objects. Import java.util list and java.util.map, and we'll call this one header fields, and it's going to be URL connection dot get header fields. So that actually retrieves all the headers for the web page automatically, which is pretty cool. And let's now print those out. So we're going to do a for map.entry, and it's string, same definition as the previous line. So it's string, then list of string objects entry, and it'll be header fields dot entry set. Then retrieve the key for each one. So string key is equal to entry dot get key. Then we want to retrieve the individual headers for that key. So list of string object we're creating, we'll call it value equals entry dot get value. I'll print out a message here. Key, just so it stands out a little bit, equals plus key. Then we need to go through, loop through and get all the header values from the particular key. So for string colon value. And we're going to print out the value equals plus value. All right, so there's our code. So you can see that we're actually retrieving the headers on line 24. Then once we've retrieved that, we're going through and iterating through the map, and we're printing each key in value. And if we actually run this, and you can see there's quite a few key values there. So scroll through the list there. So we've got the version the HTTP connection is using, when the page was last modified down here. Expiry date, we've got the content length, and so on and so forth. Now you can use the URL connection.getHeader field as opposed to getHeader fields here that we used on line 24. So use the .getHeader field method to retrieve each of these values individually if you're only interested in one or two. Now, I probably didn't make it clear in the last video, but it probably you'd realize this is the case anyway, but we can't actually write to the example.org page. The reason I'm saying that is I set this option here on line 18 to set to output to true. So there's no forms on the page that accept input. When you want to write to a URL, you could use the URL connection class, but as I've mentioned, the URL connection is a generic connection class. When reading web pages or content created in feeds, essentially anything that can be reached over the internet using a URL, then you'll want to use the HTTP URL connection class, which is a subclass of URL connection. Now, the reason that you want to use that is that it contains, this is the HTTP URL connection class, support for HTTP specific features. And let's just go over quickly what happens when when your browser requests a web page or when you press submit, the submit button on a form. I'm going to speak at this only at a very high level because I want to give you just enough information to help you understand how to use the HTTP URL connection class. So when your browser asks for a web page, it does what's called a GET request. Now the server that hosts the page will then respond, and the response will include a code. For example, the code 200 means OK, and that means the server found the web page and was able to return it to the browser with no problems. Now the code 404 is returned when the server can't find the requested web page. And you may have seen this when you surf the web, your browser returns a 404 error, and in fact some sites will return a nice error page, but others don't handle 404 errors very well, and you just see a sort of standard generic message in the browser telling you that the page can't be found. Now moving on, a code of 500 means that something critically went wrong at the server side. For example, the database the web page needs to access could be down. So all of these are examples of a return code, and we refer to that as the response code. Now when we want to provide information to a URL, we use a post operation. Now I'm not going to be demonstrating post here because the most common use of post is to post values to a form, and we don't have a form to practice on. In other words, we haven't got the server side set up for this, and it wouldn't really be very nice to use a form on an existing site. In any event, you'll see some sample code about how to post, but you won't be able to run an application that does so unless you've got a website to put the code on. Alright, so with that really brief and simplified overview out of the way, let's actually start working with the HTTP URL connection class. So what I'm going to do is comment out all this code now. Well, actually what I'll do is I'll just comment out everything other than the first 2 lines there. So we've still got our URL example.org, and we've got our connection that we've set up on line 13. And I'll just change the name of that to connection, make it a bit easier. All right. So by now you're familiar with how to create a URL instance, because we've done that in the course. After doing that, we call the URL.openConnection method to open a connection. And in addition to that, instead of using the URL as I mentioned, we're going to be using the HTTP URL connection. So HTTP URL connection, and we need to then cast that as a HTTP URL connection. That's the call to the URL.openConnection. So cast that like that, and we're good to go. So you can see that we've revised that a little bit now for our connection. We're returning a HTTP URL connection object this time with the call to the URL.openConnection. And basically the method is smart enough, as you can see, to return a HTTP URL connection. It was actually doing the same thing with the previous code. We just didn't use any of the methods that were specific to the HTTP URL connection class. In fact, we only used methods from the parent URL connection class. And out of interest, another type of URL that the method recognizes is a jar URL. So if you provide a URL for a jar file, the method will return a jar URL connection instance. And you do this when you want to read or write to a jar file. And because the method recognizes the HTTP protocol and returns the appropriate connection instance, it's safe to cast the return value to a HTTP URL connection object in this case. Alright, and if you've been paying attention in previous videos, I mentioned that calling the open connection method doesn't actually open the connection to the destination. You can configure the connection before calling the connect method to actually connect. Now we want to read the web page, so we're going to be using a get connection. So we've made the call to open the connection. Next we want to do a connection dot set request method with get, and get should be in uppercase as well. Now because the default method is get, you don't actually have to call this method when you want to do a get operation. But to make it clear, we've done this here so it's really abundantly clear with your code, and I recommend that you do add that even though it's potentially an optional thing. And in addition to get and post, you can also set the request method to head, options, put, delete, and trace. And if you're interested in what they are and what they actually mean, I'm going to give you a link to find out more information about those, because we won't be covering many of those. Let's paste that link in. So you can actually read up on those to see what these other options are. Options, get, head, or get we're obviously going to be using, but post, put, delete, so on and so forth. So refer to that for specific information. Now it's important to note here that each HTTP URL connection instance can only be used to make one request. However, the underlying connection may actually persist across connection objects. Remember that Java is doing a lot of work under the covers here. Now, when working with the high-level API, you're dealing with abstractions. So when you call the connect method for the first time, Java has to create a socket and do all the handshaking, etc. that we saw in earlier videos when we're dealing with the low-level API. But because we're dealing with the high-level API, this is handled for us automatically. And because the application you're creating here might want to perform more requests, the underlying connection may persist even if you close the HTTP URL connection. So having to create the socket for each request would actually be inefficient, which is the reason that Java does that under the covers. So it keeps the connection open. Now at this point, you'll want to set some request properties. And I'm not going to be able to go through everything you can set, but what you're doing is setting the header fields which contain information about a request or a response. Now, as you saw earlier when getting a web page, the header fields contain information about that web page. And there's a good link here that I'm going to show you that you can use to see a list of header fields. So let's just quickly go to that page as well. So you can actually read up on what the various header field names are and what they actually do, and an example of usage of them as well, what they'll come back as. And you've probably seen some of those when we printed out the header fields earlier in this video. Now in this case, we're setting the header fields for the request we're making, which will provide the server with information about the request. So we're going to set the user agent property as an example. Now this tells the server what browser or script that you're using. Now we're just going to set it to a random value of Chrome. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So connection dot set request property. We're going to type in user agent, making sure you get your capitalization correct, user agent, and we're going to set it to the value of Chrome. Now don't worry if that's not what you're using, by the way. It's not the string that Chrome would use, and some web pages would reject the request because hackers and spammers sometimes use questionable user agents. But the server hosting the example.org page doesn't balk, and if for some reason it does, you can just comment out this particular line of code on line 15, but it should accept it quite nicely. So we've set the user agent here to Chrome. Now the set request property method is in the URL connection parent class. The first parameter is the key, and the second parameter is the value. Now, if the property you're setting can accept multiple values, you can only use one set request property call. You use commas to separate the values you pass as a second parameter. Now, if you want to do a post, on the other hand, at this point, you'd want to call connection.setDoOutput true, as you saw previously I set to, so that you can actually write to the connection. But obviously, we're not doing that in this case. All right, so moving on. We're going to call the HTTP URL connection.getResponseCode method, and that's going to tell us whether we'll be able to successfully read the page. So we type something like int response code is equal to connection.getResponseCode. So let's output that. We'll put response code plus response code just to see what that code was. And just as with sockets, you can also set a timeout value, so if a website is down or the server is slow for some reason, your application won't hang waiting for a response. So let's actually set a timeout. So I'm going to do connection.setReadTimeout. We'll set that to 30,000 here, which is 30 seconds. And obviously that's far too generous. Normally you wouldn't want to wait 30 seconds, but in this case it's probably okay. And you'd certainly expect a server to respond more quickly than within 30 seconds. But don't make the timeout too small, though, or you'll constantly time out. So 10 or 15 seconds would probably be a reasonable number there. All right, and you can see that I've got that in the wrong place. I'm going to move that back and put that just before the initial call to connection.getResponseCode. And what we can actually do is check to see whether the response code we've got is the correct value. So we can put if response code is not equal to 200, then you could put something like error reading web page return. So we could sort of exit from that point on. All right, so let's actually continue on here. And we're going to uncomment the code we had previously so that we can actually read from the connection. So I'm going to come back here and comment that out. So I'm going to just get rid of some of that code there. Actually, what I'll do is I'll take a copy of that line first, uncomment that, and then what we're going to do is get this code here that actually retrieves the data, paste that in, uncomment that, and we'll just fix this up a little bit. So what we want to do is we've got buffered reader, input reader. We're going to change this here to an input reader. Equals new buffered reader, new input stream reader, which is still correct, but in this case it's going to be connection, not URL connection, connection.getInputStream. Then we're going to start by assigning an empty string, and we'll do a check while. We're going to change that a little bit. The while loop is going to be while, two left parentheses, line is equal to input reader dot read line not equal to null. And I'm just going to print out the line there. Then we're going to do an input reader dot close. And we needed another parentheses there to fix that up so it's happy. And we'll get rid of that there. We can just start with an empty string that's defaulting to null. So all we're really doing here is we're setting the response codes, as you can see there, for Chrome, and we're setting a timeout. We're checking to see what the response code is. If it's not equal to 200, we're printing out a message that there's an error reading the web page, and we're going to return Otherwise, what we're going to do here is we're then going to go through and read the contents of the actual website. And this line here, line 33, may not be something that's familiar to you. What we're doing is we're actually doing a test there. We're both assigning the value of whatever we've read from the input_reader.readLine method into line. Then we're also checking to see whether that value is null. While it's not equal to null, we're going to continue outputting it, and we'll loop through to the next line and so on until we eventually find that line is set to null, in which case it'll exit the while loop and then move on to the next line, which will close the buffered reader. All right, so let's actually try running that. And you can see there that we've successfully read the page okay. And we've got response code of 200 there as well. And that's obviously why in this case we didn't get this block of code executing, because we actually got the response code of 200. Now you might be thinking at this point, well, wait a minute, Tim, I didn't call the connect method, so how is this working? Well, the thing to keep in mind here is that some methods implicitly perform the connection step. Now, when we actually called the getResponseCode method down here on line 20, it performed the connection. In fact, the HTTP URL connection.getInputStream method also implicitly connects, so all the calls to connect have been unnecessary. Essentially, if an operation depends on being connected to work, it'll actually perform the connection where necessary. Now, if you call connect when a connection has already been established, the method doesn't do anything, so there's no performance hit. So in other words, explicitly calling connect can make the code clearer for anyone reading it, but feel free to leave it out when the code calls another method that implicitly performs a connection. Alright, so let's end the video here. In the next video, we'll continue on and we'll actually see what happens when we try reading a web page that doesn't exist to see whether we get the 404 response code back or not. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so we found out at the end of the last video that some methods implicitly perform the connect method step. So let's move on now and try reading a web page that doesn't exist to see that, or see if we actually get the 404 response code back. So what we're going to do is put a bogus page on line 14. So we're going to make the URL as it was, example.org, but we're going to put /somepage.html instead. So we actually try running that. You can see we've got a response code of 404, error reading web page. We've returned at that point, so we don't do any more processing, and we don't try and retrieve or read the contents of the page, which in this case doesn't exist. And incidentally, what we can do is call the HTTP URL connection.getResponseMessage method. We can get more information about the error. So we could change that and put on the next line connection.getResponseMessage. So let's do that and see what it outputs for us. You can see there it's come back and said not found. Not very exciting in this case, but depending on the response, you might get information that will help you figure out actually what went wrong. Now, if you were doing a post, you'd call the connection.getOutputStream method to get an output stream, which you'd use to write to the connection. And you can also wrap the output stream in data output stream if you want to. You're going to see some sample post code in a minute. But let's actually try passing parameters as part of a URL, which is something you'll often want to do. Now we're going to use the Flickr API servers to fetch the most recently uploaded photos tagged with cats. Now if I click on this link, go to this link in a browser first, let's just take a look at what that looks like. So there's the link. And looking at that, you can see that we can use this URL here on the page, and we can pass various parameters to that. So the query parameters we can include to specify which photos you'd like returned. So what we'd want to do is perhaps use this tags option here, a comma delimited list of tags to filter the feed by. So we could take a copy of that first, paste it into a new link, and then we'll put $tags equals cats, just to confirm that it actually works. And you can see that we've got a feed there, an XML feed of various photos. And when you go to do this, this is updated in real time, so you'll be getting different content than you can see in my particular case here. And what I've done here is always a good idea when you're testing try out the URL that you're working with using a browser before using it in the code. That way you can see for sure that you've got the URL correct and it's functioning and it's returning the right data, instead of just pasting it directly into your code and then not knowing if something doesn't work, whether it's the URL at fault or something you've done wrong in your code. But in our case, you can see that that's working nicely, and you can see under the title for the HTML, recently uploaded tagged cats. And you can see this first entry here, first bit of HTML tag there for entry. Then we see that there's a link there as well. We scroll down a little bit further. There's a link there, as you can see. So I could take a copy of that link if I wanted to, paste it in and have a look at it. And there's a picture of a cat, as you can see. So you'll be able to do something similar if you wanted to with the code that you got back from using this particular URL. And incidentally, in case you're wondering why it's updated, this is actually a recent list, as the title says, recently uploaded or recent uploads of photos that are tagged cats. So because Flickr is an image site that retrieves or receives tens of thousands of images a day, you'll find that when you go to run this, you'll be getting different images showing there. So you can see that there's quite a few entries here. So that's the first entry. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. Another one. And I'm not going to do any more, but there's quite a few there, as you can see. Now, if you were to read this URL into an application, you could display the photos or display a list of links or literally whatever else you want to do within your application. And actually, within my Android course, I actually do just that. We do a similar thing, and in the course we actually create an app that actually extracts the contents out of this XML, which you can see on the screen there, and enables you to display the photo on an Android device. So you can see that we've got the information. You could actually use that to do whatever you'd want to do within your application. And if you were going to do that, as we've done in the Android app that is in my Android course, you'd use XML or an XML or RSS library to read the feed rather than writing code to parse it. No point reinventing the wheel when there's code out there to do that for you automatically. Alright, so now you know that the URL works and takes you to something valid. What we can do is write the code to get the most recently uploaded photos tagged with cats at Flickr. So all we really need to do here is change that URL that they showed there and add a query to that, !tags equals cats, to actually get the specific data relating in this case to recent photos that are tagged with the word cats. So I'll go back to the code again there now. Alright, so what we want to do now is change this example here, the code on line 14. Let's go ahead and go back to the browser. We're going to copy that URL. We're going to paste that in there. Then what we could do is on the end of that we could add a !tags equals cats, as we've done in the browser. We'll open the connection. We'll leave the get in there. We'll leave the request property for the user agent as well as the timeout. And you should be able to leave everything else as it is now and run this, and we should be able to see the XML that's returned from that link. So let's actually try running that. And you can see there that we've got the XML data that's come back from that link. You can see there's quite a bit there, and right up to the top there you can see we've got a response code of 200. And of course we could change that as well. Instead of cats, dogs, run the same program again. Because Flickr is updating that feed in real time, we'll get some data back relating to dogs in this particular case. So we'll go back up to the top. You can see recent uploads tagged dogs, and you'd find if we actually had a look at some of these links, we'd find that they'd be relating to dogs in this particular case. They're pretty easy, as you can see, to extract data the way we have there. And at the moment, we've got a URL there that's HTTPS, but it's actually using the HTTP URL connection and not the HTTPS URL connection. So what's happening is that we're not really truly using the HTTPS protocol. Now that's actually becoming more common, so you'd need to use the HTTPS URL connection instance to actually achieve that. And out of interest, that connection class, the HTTPS URL connection class, isn't in the java.net package. It's in the javax.net.ssl. But we won't do that now, but that is something you could actually do. Alright, before we move on, let's take a quick look on the screen now on a slide at how you go about writing to a connection. Now I'm not actually going to demonstrate this, but the code will give you a pretty good idea of how it's done. Alright, so you can see the code there. We start off on line 1, creating a new URL, and then we create a HTTP URL connection. We set the request method to post on line 3, and we set the user agent to Chrome on line 4, and we actually set on line 5 the content type as well. So we're basically telling the server the content type that we'll be sending, as well as the length of the content on line 8. Now you could pass these parameters as part of the URL, but there are times when you want to pass them separately, as we're doing here. It gives you a few more options. The parameter string is the part of the URL, by the way, that appears after a question mark. And you saw just previously when we ran our cats and dogs Flickr application, I did a question mark tags equals dogs. So that's the parameter that I'm talking about. But in the case of the code on lines 7 and 8, that's a way to actually send multiple parameters. Firstly, on line 8, we're sending the parameters length. But if you look down the code there, down on line 15, we're actually writing out the bytes relating to the parameters there as well. Now, there are other ways to write this code. Depending on the server and the request, you might have to set more properties when you're configuring the connection. But this should give you an example of how you'd pass parameters separately from the URL. Now, in this particular case, the URL is a PHP script, which could be the action that's performed when a user submits a form, for example. And looking back to that code, you see that on lines 11, we set the output to be true. So that's where the system will then ultimately know to write the code out. And then, of course, we're using the output.write bytes on line 15 to start writing some output. And that's wrapped around the data output stream, as you can see, because output.write bytes is obviously using the data output stream itself. Alright, so at this point you've seen how to use the HTTP URL connection and URL connection classes to read web pages and retrieve specific data from web pages by passing parameters, and that's actually great. But here's the thing to keep in mind. Many Java developers don't use the classes in the java.net package when they want to work with URLs. So the java.net package has been in the JDK all the way back since Java 1.0, and unfortunately it really hasn't changed much since then. Under the covers, it's just an older version of the HTTP protocol. So classes that use the newer HTTP 2.0 protocol were proposed and worked on for Java 9, and the proposal listed the following problems, as you can see on the screen. And I've taken this from the link you can see on the screen there, openjdk.java.net/JEPS/110. So the problems that are found were the base URL connection API was designed with multiple protocols in mind, nearly all of which are now defunct. That's FTP, Gopher, etc. The API predates HTTP 1.1 and is too abstract as a result. It's hard to use with many undocumented behaviors, and it works in blocking modes only, that is one thread per request or response. And most importantly, it's very hard to maintain. Unfortunately, the behavior of the java.net HTTP classes can be frustrating. Try sending parameters using the post method, as in the sample code that I showed on the screen, and you could be tearing your hair out. That's because it doesn't always work, and when developers go to the web and try to find out why, other developers will usually say words to the effect of, "Don't use the java.net classes, use a third-party library." Now, unfortunately, the proposed Java 9 API has been placed in what's called the incubator, meaning that based on the feedback from developers who tried the early access Java 9 features, it's not ready for prime time. So in other words, the API won't be in the base Java 9 JDK, but developers will still be able to try it out by adding it to their projects. Now, based on the feedback the API team expects to get from even more developers, the API may well be revised and then added to the JDK, or it may also be deleted. So it's not a good idea to use the new API in any applications you plan to release to users in the future. But in the meantime, many developers are using third-party libraries when they want to work with the HTTP protocol. So two popular ones I want to talk about briefly are Jetty, and that's available from www.eclipse.org/Jetty, and as well as the Apache HTTP client, hc.apache.org/http components-client-ga. Keep in mind that even though the Apache library only supports HTTP 1.1, overall developers like it because it's much easier to use than the java.net classes. So it's important that you've got a taste of the high-level API though in the Java.NET classes so that you can read code that uses them. But when you want to work with the HTTP protocol, you might want to consider using Jetty or the Apache HTTP client libraries. Now, to give you a taste of the Apache HTTP client library, let's use it to read the example site at http://example.org. So what I'm going to do is download what is the current latest release. So let's go to the page and do that. There's the link. So I'm going to download the latest version of the Apache HTTP client library. And you can see from the time that I'm doing this, the version's 4.5.3. But if the versions change when you go to do it, just download the latest version. I'm just going to download the zip. It doesn't really matter which one you download. And I'm just going to put it on my desktop. Save. You can see it's only a small file. I'm going to go to that location. I'm going to unzip it. All right, now that I've unzipped it, I'm going to go back to IntelliJ. And I go back and select File, Project Structure. I'm going to select Libraries. I'm going to add that. So I click on the plus to add it as a library. Click on Java. Then I'm going to navigate to that folder, which in my case was the desktop. Go into the lib folder. And I'm going to select all the jars that were part of that. There's quite a few there, as you can see. Click on Open. I'm going to add it to the selected module, which in this case is networking for this particular project. You can see all the files are there now. I'm going to click on OK. IntelliJ's indexed those briefly, and we've now added them to the project. So what I'm going to do now is create a new class. I'm going to call this class Apache Test. And I'm going to create a public method, a public main method here, PSVM tab, public static void main. And let's actually see what the equivalent code is to retrieve the web page. Instead of using Java.NET, we're going to be using the Apache HTTP client. So we've added that as an option here. We've created our new class, Apache Test, and I've created a new main method. So the actual code to do this, the equivalent, we're going to start with closable HTTP client equal to HTTP clients dot create default HTTP get request is equal to new HTTP get, and we're going to pass the website. In this case, it's going to be http://example.org. Next, we're going to add a header, so request.add header, and that's going to be the user agent. We'll go with Chrome again. Remembering you don't actually have to be running on Chrome or anything like that, but we're just passing something there. Let's execute this response, and we're going to return or get returned to as a closable HTTP response. Call that response, and that's equal to HTTP client.execute our request. Then we need to add a try. And what we'll actually do is we'll put that closable HTTP response in the try because it really needs to catch. As you can see there, it wants to catch an IO exception. And we're going to start by printing out the response code. So response code equals plus, and it's response dot get status line dot get status code. And then we're going to do buffered reader, input reader. And we can actually probably copy a lot of this from the other one. So let's actually do that. I'm going to copy that line, those lines of code, and we'll paste that in here. And we'll paste that over the top of the buffered reader. Then we'll just make a few changes to the code there. And I'll just close down the run window. Let's also catch the IO exception, just to remove that as an error. The code IO exception E. We'll just print out IO exception equals plus e.getMessage. And in terms of the code, we've got buffered reader input reader equals new. Buffered reader, it's going to be new input stream reader, but it's not going to be connection this time. It's going to be a bit different there. It's going to be, I'll just delete that out. It's going to be response dot get entity dot get content. Okay, then we've got the string line there. While line is not equal to input reader dot read line, not equal to null, and we're outputting the content retrieved, ending the while loop, and then closing at the end there. The other thing we'll do down here, we'll add a finally, we're going to do a response dot close. Then we're just going to make a bit of a change here, there, and we're going to assign that variable there outside of the try, and then we'll actually just update the variable that way. And therefore we're going to be able to actually close that there. And we'll just catch an IO exception there. Because we're not using a try with resources there, we just need to make sure that we can close it successfully in case it wasn't initialized. So there's the code using the Apache HTTP client. So you can see that it's similar to what we've had before, except that we're creating this closable HTTP client instance on line 18, and then we're using we're getting a HTTP get instance for the URL again on line 19. Now we configure the request object, not the HTTP client, so that is a little bit different. Once we've configured it, and all we're doing here again is just setting the user agent on line 20, we're then calling the closable HTTP client.execute method on line 24. That sends off the request. Now, when using the closable HTTP response, it is highly recommended that you call the close method in a finally block, as I've done down here. The reason is that otherwise system resources may not be released correctly. Now, the other way I could have done this, by the way, I could have actually changed this to be throws IO exception here, which is something that you'll see is done regularly. And by doing that, I could have actually had this in here, outside of the try loop, response, remove that altogether, and I could then remove this final try and catch and clean it up that way because we're throwing the IO exception at this level. So that's another way of doing it if you didn't want to handle the extra call outside of the tries I did there. Makes the finding look a little bit more tidy because we're throwing the IO exception from the method instead of trying to catch that in the finally block. But in any event, once we've got the response, we get the response code by calling the get status line. You can see that here on line 25, and then getting from that the status code call on the result. And the rest of the code then you saw was pretty much a copy and paste. The only real change was this response.getEntity.getContent for the actual method. Now there are other ways of handling the content, but we're doing it this way because it's very similar to how we handle the response when using the java.net HTTP URL connection class. So let's actually just run this, making sure that it actually works. I run apache test.main, and you can see we're able to retrieve our example.org page with no problems, so that we got our response code correctly of 200. So that's a taste of one of the popular third-party libraries, and also that's the end of how to work with the high-level API and the end of this section on the Java network programming. I hope you got a lot out of it. Thanks very much for watching, and let's move on now.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a star freelancer.
Alright, so let's talk about a brand new feature in Java 9, modules. So one of the most important and exciting features of JDK 9 is the module system, and that was developed under a project codename of Jigsaw. Now, Java 9 introduced a new program component known as a module. So think of a Java application as a collection of modules. Now, the module system was designed to have a reliable configuration, strong encapsulation, and a modular JDK JRE. So the purpose is to solve the problems typically involved with developing and deploying Java applications prior to Java 9. Now, these modularity features in Java 9 are collectively known as the Java Platform Module System, or JPMS. So what is a module? So a module is a named collection of data and code. Now, modules can contain Java code that's organized as a set of packages. Now, each package can contain classes, interfaces, and so on. So think ultimately of a module as a container of packages. Now, each module needs to have some configuration, the name, the unique name of the module, inputs, what the module needs to use and what is required for the module to be compiled and run, as well as outputs, so what the module outputs or exports to other modules. So doing it this way, you don't have to specify every package that your module needs, only the name of a module you depend on. So more on this later though, when we create our own first module in code. So the Java SE9 platform is divided into a set of modules that are known as platform modules. Now this provides a scalable Java runtime. Now standard modules have names prefixed with Java, for example java.base, java.sql and so on. And as an example in this course, we've used JavaFX to create graphical user interfaces. Now the JavaFX module names are prefixed with JavaFX. Let's see a diagram on the next slide that illustrates the input and output definitions of a module. So you can see the slide here, we've got inputs and we've also got outputs from a module. So we've got the module itself, the module definition, then we define the inputs for the modules as well as the exports, which are packages, and then we go down to the module code and we've got internal packages as well as exported packages. So each module comes with a module descriptor file, and we'll talk more about the module descriptor file in this video. And as I mentioned, we have internal packages and also external packages and also exported packages which can obviously be exported, and that enables other modules to use those exported packages. Alright, so every module comes with a module descriptor file that describes the module and contains metadata about the module. Now that module descriptor file is always located directly at the module root folder and always has the name module-info.java. So let's see a minimalistic module descriptor example. So you can see it on the screen there. There's a new keyword introduced, module, and that's followed by the module name and curly braces. And in this example, you can see that I've used academy.learnprogramming.common as the module name. Now inside the curly braces, you can optionally add metadata about the module. In other words, inputs and outputs, but we'll talk more about that later in this section. So a module declaration introduces a module name that can be used in other module declarations to express relationships between modules. So a module name consists of one or more Java identifiers separated by the period or the dot tokens, no different to how you declare a package. And there are two kinds of modules, normal modules and open modules. Now the kind of a module determines access to the module's types and the members of those types for code outside the module. So a normal module without the open modifier grants access at compile time and runtime to types in only those packages which are explicitly exported. Now an open module with the open modifier grants access at compile time to types in only those packages which are explicitly exported. However, it also grants access at runtime to types in all its packages as if all packages had been exported. So let's see a project structure with and without modules. You can see on the left-hand side, we've got a project structure as it would have looked before Java 9. And on the right-hand side, we've got a project structure with Java 9. Now before Java 9, we had a source directory with packages that contained Java files. But with Java 9, there's another directory, the module root directory, which will contain module-info.java, which we talked about, as well as package directories. Now with Java 9 modular programming, we don't have to build applications as one big Java project. We can create modular units that work together to form an application. So modules are ideally components that are reusable that solve specific requirements for that app. So you can think of modules as high-level packages. Keep in mind that they're actually not packages. Alright, so in summary, Project Jigsaw had the following primary goals: to create a scalable platform, and that's to give the ability to scale the platform down to smaller computing devices, and they achieved that by moving from a monolithic runtime. The second goal was security and maintainability, and to make a more maintainable platform code base that had better organization and also has its internal API hidden so that we've got better modular interfaces to improve platform security. Third goal was improved application performance. So a platform that's smaller with only the necessary runtimes, which then results in faster performance. And number 4, easier development experience. So as a result of the module system and the modular platform combination, it's made it easy for developers to create applications and libraries. Alright, so let's move on to the next video, we're going to look at the module declaration and statements. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so module declaration and statements. So let's discuss now a module's declaration and statements that are used. So as I discussed in the previous video, each module is defined using a module declaration using the newly introduced module keyword. So the syntax is the following. So you can see we've got module, module name, then we've got curly braces, and then some module statements and closing curly brace, and optionally we've got this open modifier. Now the open modifier declares an open module, or in other words a module that exports all its packages to be used by Reflective Access. But more on this later when we start creating modules. Alright, so the module name is the name of the defined module. And the module name is mandatory. We can't have two modules inside the same code base with the same name. And it's good practice to name modules with the same name as packages. And inside the curly braces we can have 0 or more module statements. And those statements can be the export statement, the open statement, the requires statement, user statement, or the provides statement. So the requires statement is used to specify the module that's required by the current module. In other words, if our module depends on some other modules, we have to specify it using the requires statement. Now we can use multiple requires statements depending on how many modules are needed for our module. Now the export statement is used to specify the packages that are exported by the current module. Now the provide statement is used to specify the service implementations that the current modules provide. Now the user statement is used to specify the service that the current module consumes. And a final point here is keep in mind that the open statement can't be used in open modules because all packages are open in an open module. Alright, so let's move on to the next video now. We're going to discuss module types and the module path. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, let's talk about the various module types in Project Jigsaw. So Project Jigsaw defines two types of modules, namely named modules and unnamed modules. So let's see a breakdown of each type. So you can see that we've got named modules and unnamed modules. Now named modules can be automatic or normal modules. And still further we can break down normal modules which can be basic modules or open modules. So let's discuss named modules in more detail. Alright, so firstly for named modules, each named module has a name. Now named modules can be normal or automatic. Now named modules are modules declared in the module-info.java file, which is the module descriptor file. So that's actually a requirement for named modules. And all platform modules are named modules. Now normal modules don't officially exist in JDK 9. We just use the term normal for a named module that isn't an automatic module. And again, a normal module has a module descriptor file, in other words the module-info.java file, while an automatic module doesn't have a module descriptor file. And a normal module is declared using the keyword module. A normal module doesn't export any of its packages by default. And finally, a normal module is divided into basic and open modules. Alright, so contrast that to automatic modules. So an automatic module is created after adding a jar file to the module path. Now, unlike a named module, an automatic module is not explicitly declared by the developer inside the module descriptor. Rather, it's automatically created when a jar file is placed into the module path. Now, it requires, by default, all platform modules, all our own modules, and all other automatic modules. And by default, it exports all its packages. Now, these are useful for third-party code, and we'll be talking more about that later. And they're also used for migrating existing applications to Java 9, and you'll see that in practice in the next section in this course. Now, basic modules don't officially exist in JDK 9 either. We just use the term basic for a module that is not an open module. Now, in other words, these are modules that are not automatic and not open. So it's got the same characteristics as a normal module, except that it's not an open module. So let's talk about open modules. Now, many third-party libraries like Spring and Hibernate use reflection to access the internals of the JDK at runtime. Now, these libraries won't work unless we have an open module. Now, an open module is defined using the open keyword. Now, an open module makes all packages inside the module accessible for deep reflection. Now, the keyword open can be used to declare an open module or to declare specific packages as open. Now, you will get to see this in action later in the course with a JavaFX application. We're going to see how to open some packages for the FXML loader and the application class. Alright, so unnamed modules, which we talked about earlier in this video, well, they don't have a name, and also we don't declare them. Now, they export all their packages, and it actually reads all modules in the JDK and on the module path. Now, an unnamed module is a module made up of jar files from the class path, and all these jar files form the unnamed module. And what we will do later is discuss the difference between the module path and class path. And importantly, a named module can't require an unnamed module. Alright, so let's talk now about aggregator modules. Now, these exist for convenience. Now, usually they have no code of their own, they just have a module descriptor, and they collect and export the contents of other modules. This is the reason why they're named as an aggregator. Now, as an example here, when a few modules depend on, let's say, 3 modules, what we can do is create an aggregator module for those 3 modules, and that way our modules can depend on only a single module, which would be that newly created aggregator model. And if you want to see an example of that in the JDK 9, there's several aggregator modules. Take a look in java.se, that module for starters. Alright, so module path and class path. JDK 9 introduced a module path. Now, a module path can represent a path to a sequence of folders that contain modules. It can represent a path to a modular jar file. It can represent a path to a JMod file, which, if you're unfamiliar, is an extended version of a jar file, and we will discuss JMod files later in the course. Now, a module path is used by the compiler here to find and resolve modules. Every module from a module path needs to have a module declaration, and that again is the module-info.java file. So contrasting that, the module path to a class path, the class path, of course, just represents a sequence of jar files. Alright, so let's finish this video here, and we'll continue our discussion in the next video. Alright, so the main idea of this section is to show you some useful information that will help you migrating projects to Java 9, so some of your early versions, projects created in early versions of the JDK. And along the way, we should see some common errors that you might come across while migrating projects, and also if you're actually creating new projects with Java 9. So what we need to do is have a project file, and I've downloaded a zip file from a project, the music project that we used earlier in this course, and you can grab that from the resources section of this video. Alright, so firstly I'm going to go to the folder where I've got my downloaded music file. Alright, so you can see here we've got this music UI start, and basically what I've done is I've just unzipped the file. So you just unzip it, and if you go into the folder structure, you want to make sure you can see libs and src. That tells me that that's in the right area. Alright, so let's now go through and click on import by IntelliJ. We want to navigate to that folder. In this case, you can see I had the folder where the zip file was, and I unzipped it into that folder. So I'm going into that folder that has actually got the libs and src folders. So if you can see those, you know you've selected the right folder. Click on open. We get this option on the screen. You want to click on create project from existing sources. Click on next. The project name, we can leave that all as defaults. The project name and location and format. Next. The source files, it'll give you the location to the path with basically the files in the src folder. We'll leave that as the default also. Next. You can see that it's found the SQLite JDBC driver that we used in that earlier section of this course. Leave that as the default because we want to keep that. Next. The suggested module structure for the project. Nothing to change there. Click on next. Now on that next screen, before you see no frameworks detected, you may or may not see an option on the screen to select the JDK. You can see in my case, I didn't get that option, But if you have, select 1.8 if you've got it installed on your system, or JDK 9 if you haven't. And if you've only got JDK 9, then you won't then just select that. So in my case, I didn't get asked that question, so I can just click on Finish. And we've now got a project that has been created for us. All right, now before we run the project, two things we need to do. We're going to expand this, and what we're going to do is right-click on the project, and I'm going to go down and select Open Module Settings. I'm going to check which SDK I'm running by clicking down here. And you can see I've got JDK 8 and 9.0. So I've got both JDK version 8. You can see by here, the name there is pretty clear as to which is which. And JDK 9 on my system. So I'm going to leave JDK 8, in other words 1.8 here. We're going to try running it with that first. So I don't need to actually make any changes because 1.8 was selected. What I'm going to do is come back over here to Project though, and I want to make sure that this is set correctly. So if you haven't got JDK 8, you'd want to select JDK 9. In my case, I want to actually run this with JDK 8 first and select to make sure that that version is selected. So the reason we're doing that is to make sure we choose the right SDK level, because if we choose an earlier version, then if we're using features that were introduced in a later version, the Java compiler will actually will come up with an error for those particular commands. So I'm going to leave it on JDK 8 in this case. So I'm going to run it on JDK 8 first. I'm going to click on OK. Now remember, I'm going to go back in there for a reason, just to show you that there was a problem. I'm going to click on Open Module Settings again. And you can see here we've got some problems. So I'm going to click on that, and you can see that we've got a few different errors here. We've got these scalar errors. Now we can ignore those because we're not using scalar in this course or this project. But the one we do want to look at here is the library SQLite JDBC is not used. So we're going to click on Fix down here. Then what we want to do is click on Add to Dependencies. Now what we could have done instead, that's another way of fixing it, we could have gone over to Modules, and we could, from there, add the jar file manually. But I think this is probably an easier way of doing it. So I'm going to click on Fix there. Again, Add to Dependencies. And you can see that it's telling us which module it's going to be added to. So I'm going to click on OK there. And you can see the error has now disappeared. The problem's been resolved. We've obviously got these two other scalar errors. As I mentioned, we're not using that in this course, and you probably won't see that come up on your computer. So at this point, we can just click on OK. Right, so now that I've done that, I'm going to open up the source code, and let's just give this a bit of a run. So I'm going to select main, right click, and select run main.main down here. And you can see that we've got our application here. Took a while to load, but now we've got our music database, and you've seen this in an earlier section in the course. And we can see the various artists. So that's working nicely. So that's running it under JDK 8, and no problems and no surprises that it worked fine. Let's close that down and close down the run window. And this time, let's now go back and get this running on JDK 9. So I'm going to go there, and I can click on File. I can click on File and select Structure if I want to. Project Structure. That's probably that's one way of doing it, or I could right click like I did before, but I'm going to select File, Project Structure. Select Project if it's not already selected, which it wasn't for me. And obviously here now we need to specify JDK 9. So I'm going to come down here, this time choose JDK 9 here. And I'm also going to choose under Project Language Level 9, Modules, Private Methods and Interfaces, etc. So basically we're telling IntelliJ to use JDK 9, and we're also changing the project language level to 9 as well, so that we can actually run it. So click on OK. You can see there's some compilation going on now. We're actually getting it compiled under JDK 9. Now the first time you run this under JDK 9, it may take some time to start, but once it's run once, you'll find that it'll be significantly faster. Alright, so now that that's compiled, we can just go ahead and right click it and select run again, or select main.main. You can see that it's loading. Everything's working nicely there. I can select animals, show albums for the artists, and that's working nicely as well. And the other thing to note was, I'm just going to close that down. Down here you can see clearly that we're running JDK 9 over here, and earlier in the video you saw that there was actually an error. There was a highlighted red error, which is a documented bug with Java 1.8 on some computers, and that was also showing. It was actually not causing the program to stop working or anything like that, But the point here is you can see that clearly we're running this under JDK 9. Right, so as you can see, a project written in the JDK version 8 works without any problems when using JDK 9. So that's only the start though. In the next video, let's start discussing how to split the project into multiple modules. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so we're at the stage now of structuring this project for JDK 9. But let's start out with a mini challenge, and then we're going to discuss the project structure with modules, and finally we'll decide how we're going to split the project into multiple modules. So your challenge here is to think about how you split this project that was created in previous videos in this course into multiple modules. So let's say 3 distinct modules. So you just need to think about the separation. You don't have to write any code at this stage, but can you break down this project into 3 distinct areas? So you should be able to do that. You can then write these areas, which will effectively be module names on paper. Now take a good look at the code, run the program again, etc., and think about classes that are there and what they're used for and how they can be broken down into modules. So that's your challenge. Pause the video, go away and write down 3 distinct areas and come back and we'll talk about it. Pause the video now. Okay, so I hope you managed to figure out and come up with 3 distinct names. And it was a small project, so hopefully there wasn't too much of a problem for you figuring that out. So here's what I came up with in any event. So you can see that I've split things up into 3 modules there. We've got common for some common code. We've got the UI for the user interface. We've got the DB for the database. So you can see that they're the 3 modules, and I've just prefixed those with academy.learn programming to make a unique module name for each. So for me, that was the breakdown. We've got the user interface, that was a distinct module. The database code was another module. And then finally, a common area, which was sort of anything else that didn't fit in those other 2 areas. Now, there are other solutions. You could actually, in fact, have easily separated these into more modules. But since the project is pretty simple, we've only got 5 classes. I think 3 modules is okay at this stage. And we don't have any internal packages for any of the modules. So what we're going to do is in the next video, we'll start by creating these modules. So firstly, we'll do the academy.learnprogramming.common module. And I'm calling that common because it's containing, or it does contain, or will contain, common classes for the other 2 modules. So another good name instead of common might be core. Now classes that will be in the common module will be the album and the artist. So we use those classes, if you recall, to read data from the database and display it on the user interface. So the next module that I identified was the DB module, academy.learnprogramming.db. Now DB, of course, is database. So this module will have one class, the data source, that we use to get data from the database. Now, as you can see, the common module doesn't know anything about the database module. So in other words, it doesn't care how the artist or the album will be saved. Will it be a database? Will it be XML or something else? But the database module requires the common module to be able to convert the result from the database to an artist or an album. So it goes one way but not the other. All right, so lastly, the third module that I come up with was the UI module for user interface. So that's academy.learnprogramming.ui. Now this module requires the database module, the DB module, and that's because the results from the database are displayed on the user interface. Now the module UI will contain the classes main and controller, as well as our JavaFX fxml file. Now keep in mind and remember that modules can contain source code, but also resources like images and, in our case, an fxml file. All right, so that's what I came up for the challenge. But if you've come up with something similar, congratulations. And even if you've got something that wasn't quite right, that's fine, because in the next video, we'll start creating our first module. So I'll see you in the next video. All right, so it's time to create our first module, the common module. And what we're going to do is move the necessary files that are currently elsewhere in our Java project into that module. And then we're going to work on the first module descriptor. All right, so back in IntelliJ. Now, firstly, you may notice that I've got a different color IDE here. And this is because I've now switched over to using IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition. Now for most of this course I've been using the Ultimate Edition, and sometimes where there's been a change I've tried to indicate that the functionality is slightly different with the Ultimate Edition. But here I think it's important to use the Community Edition, and that's because there's several sort of renaming or refactoring pieces of functionality in the Ultimate Edition where it doesn't happen in the Community Edition, and I think it's going to make it different and be confusing. So given that most students are probably using the Community Edition, I've decided now to switch for the rest of this section to the Community Edition of IntelliJ, in case you're wondering what the color change is. And what I try and do is make it a white background so it's very clear that I'm using the Community Edition. Alright, so first thing we need to do now is change the project structure. Now, as we've discussed before, we have to create the module in the root folder. Now, confusingly in IntelliJ, there's also a concept of a module, but that's got nothing to do with the JDK9 module. That's an IntelliJ module, and they were there prior. You've probably seen those. In fact, we can just right-click the project there, and we've actually got an option to open module settings. Well, that's the concept of a IntelliJ module, not the Java 9 module. So what IntelliJ have done, the people behind IntelliJ, JetBrains, they've decided that one IntelliJ module will represent one Java 9 module. Then that way we only need to add the one module descriptor to that module. So once we've done this a few times, I think it'll be pretty straightforward. So let's go ahead and now create this module in IntelliJ. So what we're going to do is come up to File, select New, and select Module. And you can see this has brought up a dialog similar to the dialog you see when creating a new project. So we have to select Java on the left hand side if it's not already selected. Now the module over here does need to be the JDK9. In this case you can see it says Project SDK9, and you've got the option to select it if by chance it's not. And this should be automatically selected from 2 videos ago when we imported the project and ran it on JDK8 and then JDK9. So we last ran it on JDK9, so it should be sitting there, the project in that state anyway. But if not, just select it. Click on Next. We don't need any additional libraries and frameworks. And the module name, we're going to go with academy.learnprogramming.common, because that's our first module we're working on. And you can see that IntelliJ has now created this module, and we can open this up here. And you can see that we've got a source folder now. Alright, so what we need to do here is think about how we're going to approach this, because we've got in our regular source folder, we've actually got the model, which has got various classes there. We've also got our controller and main, which are to do with the interface, and also the main.fxml. So how are we going to move all these over? Well, what I decided to do, which was one approach, was move all classes into this module initially, but in their relevant packages, and then later move those packages to the other modules as we create them in future videos. So in other words, it's a 2-step process. We're putting everything into this module temporarily, but with the right packaging, and then later we'll actually move them as we create the other modules. And just a confirmation of what we're trying to do here on the screen, you can see that each module's got a name here, and that's going to be the same as our package name, remembering that it's best practice to have the module name and the package name to be the same. Now on the image you can see that we've got 3 modules which we've talked about previously. We've got Common, DB and UI. So every module will have at least some source code. So in our scenario you can see that again it's a confirmation, artist and album, those classes are going into our common package and common module in this case, and the DB is going to contain the data source class, and again initially we're going to be creating a package in this module for the DB code, which is the data source class, and the UI will be our third package also in this module, and that's going to contain the controller and main classes as well as the fxml file. But again, I know I've said this a few times, but eventually we'll move those other packages into the relevant modules. So firstly, we need to create those packages. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to click on source, the source folder in the new module that we've created, new package. And the package is going to be, first one, academy.learnprogramming.common. Let's just save a bit of time. I'm just going to copy that first part. There's our first package. We'll just go back and click on the source and do it again twice. So I've got DB this time. And then the third one, new package, is going to be the UI. Okay, so there's our 3 packages. So at this point, if you're following along, you should have a similar structure to what you can see on the screen here. Now, this can be a little bit confusing sometimes to look at. You may want to select the option to hide empty middle packages. Now, that's the option up here. You can click on this little gear icon to see that. At the moment, you can see that hide empty middle packages is selected. And at the moment, you can see Academy and .learn programming is on the same line. But if I select that, you can see it's moved things down. So Academy is on its own. Then we've got the subfolder learn programming, and then we've got the three common DB and UI, the last parts of each package. And you can come back again if you want to and click on compact and show it again that way. So personally, I prefer to really hide the package, but it's really up to you as to which way you want to do. So you can either do it that way again or come back here and do it that way. I'm going to go back and select compact. Okay, so we've got these three packages now, common, DB and UI. What we want to do next is move the code from this old source folder down here into each relevant package. In other words, the one from the project root into the new module packages. Right, so following what we saw in the image, let's start moving things. And what we're going to do is start with the classes that need to go into the common package, and that's album and artist. So I'm just going to select both of those and just drag them into common, release, and you can just click on refactor. Now, depending on your version of IntelliJ here, you may or may not see this. What you'll probably find you'll see in the Ultimate Edition is it'll automatically fix this for you. But in the Community Edition that I'm running, we're going to have to fix this later. For now, we're going to click on Continue, and we'll talk about this a little bit later on in this video or the next one, and how to resolve this. And click on Continue to move them. Alright, so that's the first two. So next we want to move the data source into the DB package. I'm going to select that and drag that into the DB package. Click on Refactor. Got a similar error here about basically it's not going to be accessible. Same reasons, we're going to fix that shortly. So click on Continue, and we've moved that. And now we want to come down here to the controller, the main, and the main.fxml. We want to drag those three into our UI. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, our UI package. Same deal there now. Click on OK this time. Noting that there weren't any problems doing that. So now we've got down here basically an empty source folder. We've got sample.model, which is an empty project folder. We can just right click that entire source folder and select delete because we've actually moved everything. Okay, that's cleared that out. All right, so we're making progress here. We've basically got all our code sitting in the common module at this stage. So let's run it and see if we get any errors. So I'm going to right click on the main class again, and right click and click on run main.main. And you can see what's popped up here is that this is the other thing you'll need to fix in the Community Edition. And you can see here clearly it's looking for the old imports, sample.model. and then whatever the name of the class is. So we'll need to go ahead and fix that in order to get this to compile and be able to work. So what I'm going to do is actually delete those. And because I've enabled the auto sync of imports, you can see it's automatically fixed those for me. And it's put in the relevant imports. But if yours isn't, your copy of IntelliJ is not configured to do that, you'll need to manually add these imports, as you can see on the screen there now. And if we run this again, run main.main, we've still got an issue here. And the issue now is in main.java. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing there. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Delete that. And we get a new import added, as you can see there. Now we could have just gone through and manually checked the code and done the relevant imports. That would certainly have worked as well, but this is just another way of doing it. Just running it and then fixing the errors as you see them. Now what we've got is another error, and you can see the error we've got now is we can't connect to the database. There's no suitable driver for JDBC SQLite MusicDB. So in other words, it means that the module can't find the SQLite driver to connect to the database. Now the reason why it can't find it is because we didn't add this jar file, our driver for the SQLite database, we didn't add it as a module dependency. It is added as a project dependency, but now the root project doesn't have any code, and for that reason the dependency no longer does anything, and it's not actually finding it here. So what we need to do is go ahead and go into our project structure again and make a change. So come up here to File, click on Project Structure, You need to click on module to the left hand side if it's not already selected. So notice we've got two here. We've got academy.learnprogramming.common. That's our new module, and that hasn't got the SQLite driver. But if we go back to our regular project, it has got the SQLite driver. When we're using modules, it needs to be specified for that module. So what we're going to do is remove it here from our main music UI start. I can just right click that and select remove. Removed it out of there and go back to our module, which you saw me open, down to academy.learnprogramming.common. Then what we can do is come down here to plus. Now that might be in a different position. I think on Windows it's on the right hand side, but select the plus and click on jars or directories in any event. Then you need to navigate to the new folder that we've put this project in, into the libs folder. You need to select the SQLite driver, JDBC driver. Click on open, and you can see that we've now assigned that to the module as a dependency, and the project no longer has a dependency for that. All right, so now I can click on OK. Let's try running it again and see if we've made any progress. Now you can see that we are making progress, but we still haven't got things to work. So what I'm going to do is finish the video here, and in the next one we're going to resolve this error and move on and get to the stage of getting this application working, and then we're going to start looking at the module descriptor. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so in the last video we created our common module and also created 3 packages, and we moved the files from the main project root source folder into the relevant packages, and we've started the process of going through and getting things fixed so that we can actually run this application. Now we've got a problem here. We've got an exception in application start method, and if we scroll down here until we see something in blue, click on that, and that tells us there that the line is with the problem is parent root equals loader.load, and obviously on the previous line you can see there's a get resource which is pointing to our main.fxml file. So the issue here is what previously it was using a relative path to our main.fxml. We had a sample path and the system was able to find that. But now we're actually using a module. So what we need to do is specify the path, the leading slash, so that the path is found at the start or at the root level. So basically we're telling the system to look at the root level, then go down into our module that we've created and actually start trying to access the main.fxml file there. So that's why we're getting an exception. Basically it couldn't find that file. So we're going to try running that again now. And you can see now we're making good progress. We've actually got to the stage now where we can actually run our application. And if we just click on something to test it, show albums, clearly it's working. Okay. All right, so that's good. We're making progress. Now, you may or may not get this error. So what I'm going to do is just open this file. I'm going to close down this run window for now. Open up the main.fxml. Now, on line 10 here, we've got this FX controller. You can see that it has been updated in our case to academy.learnprogramming.ui.controller. Now, you may find that's not updated and may still be pointed to sample.controller. So if you get an error, and it says something along the lines of sample.controller, make sure you do update it so it says academy.learnprogramming.ui.controller. You can see in my case that it did automatically update and I was able to get the app working. Essentially, you know that you're on the right track if you're able to get the app working and see the GUI interface. And of course, we just saw that working. All right, so at this point, we need to now think about our module descriptor. Now in IntelliJ, we can easily add a module descriptor just by right-clicking on the source folder. I'm going to come over here and do that. Up here, this is in our module, right-click, click on New, and come down and select moduleinfo.java, which of course is a module descriptor file. So I'm going to select that. You can see it's automatically created that line of code for us again. So now that we've added that, if we do nothing else, this is going to result in a lot of compilation errors, since we've now got one Java module, academy.learnprogramming.common, defined in the module descriptor. Just to see what I mean now, just by that simple line, if we come up here and run it, you can see now we've got a lot of grief here. IntelliJ is now coming up with lots of different errors purely by us adding that module descriptor file. Essentially, and obviously in this case, all these errors are related to modules, because clearly before I added that module descriptor file, we were able to run the app. So basically, the problem is now we're using classes from JDK modules, and we have to require those modules, go through and add that keyword to get things to work. So if we start looking at some of these errors, you can see this first one here, package javafx.beans.property is not visible. So that means that we're using the package from the javafx.base module, but we're not actually reading that module. And again, to read a module or to use a module in our modules, we have to declare it with the requires statement. Now, we could add the requires statements manually, or we can get IntelliJ to help us with these errors. So let's open the album class. So in the album class, looking at the imports, we've got this first one, javafx.beans.simpleIntegerProperty, line 3. And again, since this class is an inside module, we can't use it until we require the module. What we can do is moving the cursor to the line with the arrow, which obviously is this first one, we can get the bulb to appear. And we're actually looking for the red bulb to come up automatically. But in this case, you can see it's not coming up. So what I can do is just select, come over here and click on that. And you can see by doing that, the red bulb does come up. So you might have to click it a couple of times, but eventually click on that. And you can see the option that's come up there now. And as you can see that IntelliJ is going to add the code for us. Requires javafx.base directive to module-info.java. And it's then as simple as just clicking on add. And you can see the errors then disappear. And the compilation errors are resolved in this file. So what actually happened to the module info file when we click that? Let's have a look at that. So you can see now that the require statement has been added for javafx.base. So that means our module now uses or requires the module javafx.base. So the classes album and artist, consequently, you can see that was fixed now when I went in there, no longer have any compilation errors, because that's been fixed because of the use of, or us adding, or in this case IntelliJ adding that requires statement for us. So let's now move on to the next one, our next class, which is data source. And you can see that has got an error there. So we basically need classes from the java.sql package. So we need another require statement in the module info file. So this time, just to show you the difference, let's go through and do that manually. But again, if you wanted to, you could come up here and click. And if the red arrow doesn't seem to appear, just come up here and click on that. And that will generally make the red line appear, the red bulb appear. So I could just click it and add it that way. But I'll just go back this time to moduleInfo.java. And what I'm going to do is just type this in. So it requires java.sql, semicolon. And you can see immediately when I type the semicolon that the errors from data source disappeared. And you can see that that's now fixed as well. All right, so moving on, let's continue fixing these. We've now got the next one, which is the controller.java. Let's have a look at that. And you can see that we've got 4 things that need resolving here. Let's go through them one by one. So again, I'm going to go into that line to see where that works. This time you can see that I've managed to get the bulb to appear. So I'm going to click on that, click on add. And in terms of clicking, you can, if you want to get this to work, you'll find that if you click there for argument's sake, the red bulb won't come up. So basically it's the last part of the package. By clicking on that, the red bulb should appear. So I'm going to click on add that. Okay, click on control. And I'm going to move up one level there. So you may have to do a bit of clicking, or again, you can come over here and click. But we'll go through the process of adding that as well. And you can see the errors have now disappeared from controller as well. And again, looking back at moduleInfo.java, you can see there's an additional 3 lines that were added there relating to JavaFX. All right, so looks like we've resolved all the compilation errors. So let's actually try running this again and see if we're getting anywhere. I'm going to right-click main, select run main.main. Okay, so we've still got an exception. And initially you might look at that error and think that it doesn't make a lot of sense, but if we scroll down and have a bit of a look here, let's have a look at and read the text for this one. Cannot access class academy.learnprogramming.ui.main in module. And reading, because module academy.learnprogramming.com does not export academy.learnprogramming.ui to module javafx.graphics. So what that actually means is the JavaFX launcher can't launch our application because we didn't export our package to the JavaFX.graphics module. Now, if we don't export any package classes in the module, they can't be accessed. So to export a package, we need to use the export statement. Now, we talked about exports in a previous video. So it's used to specify again the packages that are exported by the current module. And you can see here that the one that they want to export is for module JavaFX.graphics. So what we can do is go back to our module info, which I've still got on screen, and I can type exports academy.learnprogramming.ui to JavaFX.graphics, semicolon. So by exporting our package to the JavaFX.graphics module, JavaFX Launcher should be able to access our package and therefore run the application. So let's try this. We'll try running it again now. Okay, you can see that we've got progress. This time it's talking about academy.learnprogramming.ui.controller this time, and scrolling right over to the right, javafx.fxml. So in other words, we have to export the UI package to the module javafx.fxml. Again, very similar to the previous error. So let's go back and do that. So what I'm going to do is just add a comma here, which we can do javafx.fxml. And the reason I'm putting a comma in the second module here is that so using another export statement here for the same package, in this case academy.learnprogramming.ui, does lead to a compilation error. So if you do need to do that to export it to multiple modules, you do a comma and then the module name to do that. All right, so let's run that again. Okay, so we've still got an error. So let's have a look. We're just reading this. And again, you can see that the good thing about these errors are they are fairly descriptive to give you some pretty good hints as to what needs to be done here. So you can see here the problem is the controller artist table accessible module academy.learnprogramming.com does not opens academy.learnprogramming.ui to module javafx.fxml. So in other words, it's really being pretty blunt here and saying we have to open the package UI to javafx.fxml to that module. Now the reason for that is because the fxml loader needs to set fields annotated with the @fxml annotation. Now without opening the package, the fxml loader can't load the fxml and inject or set those controller fields. So what we need to do is to allow that is to type what it's actually giving us the hint to type there. So opens academy.learnprogramming.ui to, and it's javafx.fxml. Okay, let's run this again. And you can see that the application ran, we got the GUI interface showing, but again, we've got another error now. So it nearly got to the process and we've got this problem here. This time it's in the artist. So again, the process, let's have a look. Doesn't open academy.learnprogramming.com into javafx.base. So pretty straightforward as to how we resolve that. We need another open statement there. So opens academy.learnprogramming.common to javafx.base this time. Okay, let's run the application again. I'll stop this and run it again. This time it's looking better. Okay, so we've finally got some progress here. Let's just select something, show albums. Clearly it's working now. All right, so you can see that the process of converting to a module is fairly intuitive if you take the time to read the exceptions. So it's a logical process to follow, and there are a few things that need to be done, but ultimately you can see the main work was actually making sure the module info, the module descriptor file, had the right options set in there. Once we went through the process of looking at those errors and adding what we needed to this file, this module descriptor file, we got to the stage now where it's working. Right, so currently now we've got our entire code base inside a single module. Now our current module info file has some redundant lines though. Now this is because some modules that we require depend on other modules, but we'll talk more about those lines later. For now though, I'm going to leave you and see you in the next video because in that one what we're going to do is start separating the single module into multiple modules. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so it's time to work on our DB module. So we're going to create that module, then migrate the code for the DB related code, which was our data source class, into this new module. And of course we want to go through the steps to make sure that our application still works with what we'll then have, which of course will be 2 modules and code in both of those modules. So let's see a current status of what we're at, or where we're at for this project. So you can see it, at the moment the project's only got the one module called Common, which we worked on previously. Now this module reads or requires those other modules, and you can see on screen there the ones that we set up in the last video. Now on the image you can also see the internal packages are DB and Common, while UI is exported. And if you recall, we had to export UI so that we could get our graphical user interface working. And this is what we're trying to achieve. This is our goal. So the main goal is to split the project into 3 modules. We have talked about this before. Currently we've only got the Common module, but in this video we're going to create the DB module as I mentioned, and also that's going to contain the DB package. And of course then this is not finished because we have to also move packages into the third module as well, which we'll be doing in another video. So let's go back to IntelliJ. So first things we need to do is create the new module. Let's go ahead and do that with File, New, Module. And we're going to select Java, Module SDK, version 9 of Java. Next. And the module name is going to be academy.learnprogramming.db. You can see that's now been created. And obviously that's going to be the same as our package name as well. We've got a source folder there, and we've got our 2 modules now showing up. And what we'll do now is we'll go ahead this time early in the process and create our new module descriptor. Right click the source folder, select new, select moduleinfo.java, and there's our module descriptor file created, which is currently empty. Now the next step is to move the DB package into the new module. So what I'm going to do to achieve that is come over to the DB module. I'm going to right click the source folder and click on create new package. So new rather, package. And I'm going to call this one academy.learnprogramming. And then I'm going to click on OK. Notice I didn't do the .db there. And what we're going to do next is cut and paste the DB package from the Commons module into this DB module. Now we can also move it as we've done previously by drag and drop. So I'm just going to drag this DB package up here into the package that we've only just created. Then I'm going to drag that down into academy.learnprogramming and release. And click on OK. And click on refactor. And you can see now that the DB package has been removed from our Common module, and it's now showing in our DB module. And there's our data source class. Alright, so let's open this data source class now. Double click. I'm going to close down the run window to make it more space here. Might move this over a little bit as well so I can get a bit more screen real estate. Now there are compilation errors that we're going to have to fix. You can see automatically there's one up there for java.sql. In fact, if I scroll up, there's a few more there as well. Now since the DB module uses the classes album and artist, but also some classes from the SQL module, you probably know by now that we need to add the require statements into the moduleinfo.java. So we can either use the red bulb, or we can just type them manually. So I can come over here to SQL for argument's sake. Sometimes you need to click it twice and click on add Java SQL directive to moduleinfo Java, and I'm going to click on that and I can just type the other one. Now notice also with these names, if you've got 2 module descriptor files open, very nicely does show you the name of the module. So we've got academy.learnprogramming.common and academy.learnprogramming.db in front of the module name. Alright, so we've got the requires in there. Let's add the other one manually. Requires, and that's going to be academy.learnprogramming.common. Notice that IntelliJ found that for us. Very nice. Now we've got an error showing here now at the moment when I've done that, and we would have got an error if we went back and did it with the red bulb option, and that's because the module common is not in the dependencies in IntelliJ, and we have to add the module as a dependency. Now the easiest way to do that would be to do that in the code. So we could go back to our data source, select that, and got the option here, add dependency. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. and go back and look at our module info. You can see that's now fixed it there. But since now only the DB module requires SQLite, what we're going to have to do is remove the SQLite from common and add it to DB module. But also we need to add the common module to the DB module dependencies. Now the easiest way to do that is to go back to project structure. Let's go ahead and do that. File, project structure. And looking at our modules here, we've got common and we've got DB. You can see that we've got academy.learnprogramming.common there, but also in the common module here, we've got the SQLite. So there's two modules there, common and DB. Common currently has the dependency on JDBC Lite, as you can see there. And obviously DB doesn't have that dependency. It has the academy.learnprogramming.common one because I used the option to add that. Now we need access to the classes artist and album that are in the common module, and that's why I've added the common as a dependency to the DB module, but we need to add SQLite as well. So we'll go ahead and do that. So SQLite, we'll just come down and add it, jars, libs, SQLite. All right, so that's both of them. And then we'll just go back to common now, and we'll remove that. So I could have just selected and clicked the minus down here, or just right-clicked it like I did before and moved, and click remove. Either way will work. And then click on OK. Alright, so we find that our module info is fine, and we've now got the SQLite removed from the commons module and added to our DB module. What we need to do now is add a dependency for SQLite JDBC. Now that's an automatic Java 9 module. Now remember, automatic modules are modules that are created when the jar is added to the module path. We had to add the SQLite dependency to the DB module, which we just did. Now previously, with our commons module, we didn't need to add the require statement for the SQLite JDBC module, and that's because we only had the one module. But now we have to add the require statement to this module descriptor file for our DB module because we've got more than one. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to add that. It's going to be requires SQLite.jdbc. So the name of an automatic module, by the way, is the name of the jar file without the version. So in the libs folder, or if you just go back to our file, project structure, and select DB, you can see that the name of the file was SQLite-JDBC-3.21.0.jar. And what we did was we removed the version info. So we've just called it SQLite.jdbc. So that's the general rule when you're adding a jar file and you want to add an automatic object as a requirement to your module or for your module. All right, so now that we've done all that, let's go back to our data source class. And you notice that we've still got a compilation error to fix. So if we just hover over one of these, you can see what the problem here is. It's telling us that academy.learnprogramming.common is declared in that module, and it doesn't export that currently to our new module, our academy.learnprogramming.db. So what that means is, hopefully you're getting the gist of this now, is we have to export the common package from the common module so that this module, our DB module, can use those classes from the common module. And without exporting packages, we don't get access to classes from another module. So we need to open the module info Java file, the descriptor file from the common module. So I'm going to select the other module info here, the one that's marked common. We need to add an export statement for that. So I'm going to come up and add it. I'm going to add it above this UI line. Exports academy.learnprogramming.common. So as you can see now, there's two different ways to export. So on line 9, we exported to a specific package using the to keyword. So exports academy.learnprogramming.ui2 and the name of the module. But on line 8, we're just exporting it without specifying the module. Let's go back to a data source. And you can see those errors have now disappeared. And that's because we've got the correct exports statement in the common module descriptor file. But another problem here is that the controller and the main class also use the data source class. So we open the main class, the main Java. We can see we've got some errors here. And scrolling up, we can see that the issue really is that the data source can't be resolved. The import for the data source can't be resolved. Now, this is not as easy as you may think to solve. And that's because adding the module DB as a dependency to the common module would result in a cyclic dependency. In other words, we'd have two modules where both depend on each other. Now, cyclic dependencies are not a good practice, and Java 9 doesn't actually allow these cyclic module dependencies. Now, the problem is though, our current project won't compile and we can't run it yet. Now, one way to solve this issue is to use transitive dependencies, but we're going to be talking more about these transitive dependencies later, so we won't get into too much detail about that now. But the goal now to get around this is to actually move the UI package to the UI module. And the process of doing that should resolve some of these other problems. So let's end this video here. And in the next one, we'll do just that. We'll move the UI package currently in the Commons module to its own new UI module. And well, actually, you'll be doing that because the next video, I'm going to set that as a challenge for you. So see you in the next video.
It's break time. Do you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to get new videos. Share this video to open new premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.
Alright, so let's discuss the challenge I'm about to give you, and I suspect you can guess what it is. And after the challenge, as always, I'm going to show you my solution. So your challenge, again, is to fix the project that we've currently got, because if you recall from the last video, it's got some errors, and you want to make it run properly. Now, the steps mainly create the UI module, move the UI package, currently in the Commons module, to the new UI module. Then you want to go ahead and fix all module info files, and all three may need to be changed here. And as a note, obviously the project needs to run the same as it did before, in other words, without any exceptions or errors. Let's have a look at the image with the module structure here. So this image represents the final module structure. So you can notice that there's some dependencies, in other words, the modules that we need in our modules. Now you can add more modules, you don't have to match this image 100%. And I will also add more modules than we need, and later in the next video I'm then going to discuss how to use only modules that you actually need and how to include other modules automatically without specifying the require statement. But in the challenge, for every module that the UI needs to use, just use a require statement. And just a small tip, the UI module will need the common module, not just DB as per the image, so don't take this image as the 100% solution, but you can use it as guidance. And we're going to clean up the code later in the next video also to match everything so that it looks very much like you can see on this image. Alright, and let's just have a quick look at an image with the final project structure in IntelliJ. So you can see there that that shows you all the modules, the packages, and where each class needs to be. And I've talked about this a number of times, so you should be fairly familiar with the various modules and packages and so forth. So I'm just going to bring back the challenge one more time now before I pause the video on screen. So there's the challenge text there. So pause the video and see how you go with the challenge. And when you're ready, come back and we'll go through this step by step. So pause the video now. Okay, so welcome back. Hopefully you managed to get this working. So let's actually go through the steps to get this challenge solved. Now, we can use the same steps we've used previously for creating a new module. So let's start with that. We come up to File, click on New Module. So I'm going to click on Next. And the name of this module, of course, is academy.learnprogramming.ui. And of course, that's the same package name, or it's the same name as the package name where we've got UI classes. So there's our third module now. So I'm going to open that up. You can see the source folder. All right, let's create the module descriptor file, the module info.java file, then the UI module. So I'm going to click on source, right click, new, select module info.java. And there's our module info file. All right, next thing we need to do is start moving the UI package. So I'm going to start by creating a new package in the UI module. So it's going to be new package academy.learnprogramming. Press enter there. Next, I'm going to drag the UI package from the common module into, unsurprisingly, our UI module. So I'm going to select UI, drag it, and place it on the academy.learnprogramming package in the UI module. Then I'm going to click OK to move it. Then I'm going to click on Refactor. And you can see now we've got a UI package in the UI module with controller, main, and main.fxml in there. All right, so let's have a look because we've got some potential problems here. We've got main with an error, but let's look at controller first. We've got controller here, and you can see we've got quite a few errors here showing at the moment. Now, since the UI module uses the classes album, artist, data source, and also some classes from the JavaFX module, we obviously have to add the required statements into our module info Java file. And as always, we can fix the compilation errors by using the red bulb, or you can just type in the module info file. So I'll go ahead and type that in this time, making sure I've selected the academy.learnprogramming.ui module descriptor file. All right, so we can see that we've got an empty file here at the moment. It's just got the module declaration on line 1. Now we can copy some of the statements from the module info from the common module, and that's because some of them are not used anymore or won't be used anymore in common. So let's actually go ahead and do that. So we're going to open our common module descriptor file. You can see that's now got some errors as well, unsurprisingly because we've moved to the UI package. So seeing as though we're actually here, let's actually clean up some of this. So we can go ahead now, we can leave javafx.base, but we can delete the graphics, fxml, controls, and also the java.sql because they're now in other packages. I'll go ahead and delete those. And in terms of the exports, we're exporting the first line, academy.learnprogramming.common. However, we don't need the second exports anymore. And obviously that's because we've moved the UI completely. So let's remove that. And obviously the first one, the opens academy.learnprogramming.ui, that now that we've moved the user interface code, we can remove that as well. So that's cleaned it up a lot, as you can see. Now literally only 3 lines there. All right, so I'll go back to our UI module descriptor file. And we probably could have copied and pasted some of this, but I'm just going to type it in again. Requires javafx.base. And these are basically the ones from the Commons module descriptor file. fx.graphics requires, we also want the fxml, so javafx fxml requires javafx.controls. We also want to require both the other modules, the common and the DB, so requires academy.learnprogramming.common and also requires academy.learnprogramming.db. Also, we then want exports, and by the way, you'll notice that the common and DB statements are in red, and that's because we need to add those 2 modules as dependencies. We'll do that shortly. Exports academy.learnprogramming.ui to javafx.graphics. Then we want opens. Well, now opens a UI to javafx.fxml. And we discussed in previous videos the reasoning behind these. So we're just basically moving those from one module descriptor file to another, to javafx.fxml, that one there. And that should be it. All right, so that should be everything. But again, we've got these 2 errors here. And again, that's because we have to add the 2 modules, these 2 modules as dependencies to the UI module. So file project structure is probably the quickest way of doing that. Select the UI module. Now we can click on, there's a green button if you're in Windows to the right or down here for a Mac plus. And I want to select module dependencies this time. Module dependency. And notice that we've got 2 options to select. So with control click or shift click, depending on your operating system, select both of them, click OK. And we've now added both of those as dependencies to our module. Click OK again. And you can see that those errors have disappeared from our module descriptor file for our UI module. Right, so let's go back to our controller class. And you can see that we've got a lot of these things fixed now, but we've still got this issue with data source that's still showing in red. And if we hover over it, you can see the problem there is that our DB module doesn't export to module UI. So in other words, our DB module is not exporting the package DB so that other modules can use them from the DB package. So at the moment they can't use them because we haven't exported it. So we just need to go to our export statement or add an export statement to a module info file for the DB, our module descriptor file. So let's go in and open that. This one down here. So what we want to do there is basically, we've got 3 lines there. We're going to come down here and type exports academy.learnprogramming.db. And if we then go back to our controller, we can see that that fixes the error. Alright, so I think we're good to go. I think we've actually fixed everything now. Let's go back to our main, which now is in UI, and right click and run that. And just check that it's all working. Okay, that's looking good. And we're up and going. So I'm just going to click on an artist and show the albums. That's working nicely. Alright, so we managed to now have our app working, and we've migrated it from a single project structure to a 3-module structure. And so that's the challenge resolved and finished. Now we've got some extra statements that we don't really need in our module info module descriptor files, but we're going to fix those in the next video, and we're going to do that by understanding a way around that using transitive dependencies. So I'll see you in the next video. Alright, so let's find out about transitive dependencies and the module graph. Then we're going to update our project to use these transitive dependencies. So what is a transitive dependency? Well, let's say we've got 3 modules, A, B, and C. Now when module A requires module B, then module A can read public and protected types exported in module B. Now if module B also requires module C, then module B can have methods that return types exported in module C. So let's see it within our project. So in our project, we've got 3 modules, Common, DB, and UI. Now the module DB requires and reads Common, while module UI reads both DB and Common. Now module DB, or actually the data source class, has some methods that return types from module Common. So every module that uses the data source class will require the common module as well. Now this is where transitive dependencies can help us. So instead of adding a require statement to the UI module, we can use the keyword transitive with the require statement. So that way, every module that reads the DB module will then automatically be able to read the common module. So let's see an image just to clarify this further. So in this image, we've got the module graph. Now the result of Java modules depending on each other is that we can now draw a complete graph of dependencies with the modules as nodes and the relationship between nodes as module dependencies. Now this kind of image is called a module graph. Now keep in mind that this graph only shows our modules, not other modules that we're using like JavaFX.base for example. So what does this have to do with transitive dependencies? Well, you can see how our UI module depends on both the common and DB modules. Remember that the data source class returns some types from the common module, and the UI module is using the data source class to get results from the database. So instead of requiring the common module in the UI module, we can declare it as a transitive dependency in the DB module. So that way, whatever modules use the DB module, again, will also have access to the UI module. So let's clarify this further with another image. So this image is now showing the transitive dependency. So as you can now see, the module DB requires the module common by using the transitive keyword. So that way, all modules that require the DB module now have access to packages that are exported by the common module. And we don't then have to specify the requires common module in the UI module because it now reads it automatically. Right, so let's hop back now into IntelliJ and see if we can set this up. So firstly, we need to open our module info Java file from the DB module. I've got that open up here. I click it if relevant, the relevant module info file, but we're in our DB one here. So what we need to do is make a change here and use the transitive keyword for the common dependency. So we come up here to line 4, and I'm going to type requires, where it's just got academy.learnprogramming.common. It's going to be transitive, space, and then the module name academy.learnprogramming.common. So now the UI module can have access to all exported packages by the common module. So in other words, we don't need to depend on the common module anymore in the UI module. Let's go ahead and open the UI module descriptor file. Again, just check you're in the right file there. And what we want to do here is we no longer need to the requires for our common module. This is what the transitive keyword is going to do for us. So now that we've done that, bearing in mind that we are requiring the DB module. And of course, we just made the change to the DB module. So now that we've done that, we should see that we are still able to run our application. So as you can see, that's working nicely. Everything's working as it should do there. So again, with transitive dependencies, we then don't need to require every single module. So what other require statements can be removed? Well, let's just have a look at the one we've got on screen now, the UI module descriptor file. And you can see there we've got 5 require statements. 4 of them are JavaFX related, then we've got the DB module. Now we can hold down the control or command key and click on a module name, for example, javafx.base. And let's just take a look at that. So we can see here what packages are exported by default. And you can actually see here that it requires java.desktop. So I can close that and go back to our UI module descriptor file. And if we click on the javafx.fxml and have a look at that, you can see here that it requires the javafx.base and it's using the transitive keyword. So in other words, this means now that we don't have to depend on the javafx.base module because we're already depending on the javafx.fxml module, which is using the transitive keyword to require the javafx.base module. Again, you can see that here on line 34. And the same let's just close that down and we'll go back and have a look at our next one, controls, javafx.controls. Let's just click onto that. So that's got 2 transitive statements there. So in other words, if we require javafx.controls, we can use the types from both javafx.base and javafx.graphics. Right, so closing that down again. So what that tells us is that we can remove some of these statements. We don't need them because they're being basically used via a transitive statement elsewhere. So we can delete out the javafx.base and the javafx.graphics because again they're associated elsewhere. So that's cleaned up things nicely. And let's just have another look at our module structure now. Alright, so this is the same image that we've already seen in some of the previous videos. It now represents the final project structure. As you can see now at this point, the common module only depends on javafx.base. The module DB, our DB module depends on Java SQL, SQLite.jdbc and the common module, while the UI module depends on javafx.fxml, javafx.controls and our DB module. So through transitive dependencies, the UI module can now read and use common modules because our DB module declared the common module as a transitive dependency. Right, so back to IntelliJ again. Let's just do one final check to make sure that things are working. It looks like things are working okay. I've just clicked on that. It's all good to go. Alright, so the application is running without any errors, and you can see there that I was able to display the artists and the various songs that they've got for albums as well. Alright, so let's finish this video now, and I'll see you in the next one. One of the biggest tips that I can give you is to be persistent. You'll find in your journey to becoming a programmer that you get frustrated at times, you'll even want to give up at times, but the people who succeed as a programmer work through that and come out the other side as programmers. So I think it's really important, and that's why I'm telling you right here at this early stage of the course that you are going to be frustrated at times with programming. That's just the nature, and it's really something that's applicable anytime you're learning a new skill. You get frustrated because things aren't coming to you naturally, but over time you get better and better at programming and things will make a lot more sense. So I've actually got a link in the next video. It's a text link, text lecture rather, and you can click on that and go to YouTube and watch a video on persistence. Really important there. But there's also another important video also in that same lecture on the 4 stages of becoming a programmer. I think it's mandatory viewing to watch both those videos before we get into the programming side of the course, because that'll put you in the right mindset and you'll go in with the right expectations. Now, I've got no doubt that you can succeed as a programmer, but going in with that mindset is one way to really make sure that it's going to happen. Alright, so that's now the housekeeping done. Let's talk about installing the software we need for this course. So we're going to be using JDK version 11 in this course. Now JDK stands for the Java Development Kit, and it's the software that is used to create and run Java programs. Now we're also going to be using IntelliJ IDEA, and that's a tool much like a word processor, but for creating programs. Now, I'm one of the early adopters of IntelliJ. I started using it way back in the early 2000s, and it's a very powerful piece of software packed with lots of features for both beginners and pro developers. But the great thing about it is it's extremely beginner friendly as well, and there's a free community edition or a paid ultimate edition. So either of these will work. You don't need to spend any money for either of those tools actually. And in the upcoming videos in this section of the course, I'm going to show you how to get the Java Development Kit and IntelliJ IDEA working for Windows, Mac, and also for Linux. Now, if you want to use another IDE, Integrated Development Environment, Eclipse or something of that nature, you're welcome to do that. It'll work fine. Other than that, let's get started. Alright, so it's time now to install the Java Development Kit. Now we're going to be using an open source version of a Java Development Kit, the OpenJDK, and that's created, or the version we're using is created by Amazon, and they call it Amazon Corretto. We'll be using JDK version 11 in this course and not later versions. In a nutshell, version 11 is the LTS or long-term support version of Java. Now, if you're wondering why we're using Amazon Corretto and why we're using JDK 11, I've got 2 videos on YouTube. Check those out. They're in the resources section of this video. They give you the reasoning why we're using Amazon Corretto and why we're using JDK version 11. And look, consider subscribing to the channel while you are there as well, because I'm releasing regular programming tips of the day and career advice, etc., separating that from the videos in this course. But getting back to this course though, there are Amazon Corretto videos, installation videos for the Java Development Kit for Windows, Mac, and Linux in this section. And in addition, for IntelliJ, there's also videos for the Windows platform, Mac, and also for Linux as well. So watch the relevant video for your operating system, and once you've done that for both the JDK and IntelliJ IDEA, there's then a single video for you to watch irrespective of the operating system you're running, and that gives you some configuration or an overview of the configuration steps you need to take within IntelliJ to get it all working together. So make sure you check out that video after you've installed both the JDK and IntelliJ IDEA. Alright, so that's it. Let's get stuck into it in the next video. In this video, we're going to download and install Amazon Corretto JDK version 11 for the Windows platform. If you're running a Mac or you're on a Linux machine, refer to the separate videos for those operating systems in this section of the course. Otherwise, in a search bar, we're going to do a search here for Amazon Corretto 11. We're going to choose this first link here, this docs link. Click on Downloads for Amazon Corretto 11. I'm going to close this window to the right hand side to make a bit more space. Now down here we've got a table with the various versions of Amazon Corretto. The ones we want are obviously the Windows ones. And there's actually 2 versions of Windows, as you can see there. There's an x64-bit and an x86. Now x64 is a 64-bit version and x86 is 32. This relates to what version of Windows you're running on your machine. Not the version number, but whether it's a 64 or a 32-bit version. The quickest way to find out if you don't know is just to come down here and just type 32. This brings up an option C if you have a 32 or 64-bit version of Windows, or you can do something similar with About. Then you scroll on down and see where it says System Type 64-bit operating system. That's the bit of information we need to know. Not the x64 based processor, but the 64-bit operating system. So in my case, I'm running a 64-bit operating system. If yours says the same, then that's the version you'll download. If it says 32-bit, obviously you'll need to download the 32-bit. So that means that I need to download the 64-bit version in my case. So I'm going to come over here to the MSI link over here to the right-hand side. I'm going to click on that. And as you can see, that's downloaded the installer. At this point, I can now click on Open File. I can close down the browser because we're finished with that. Click on Next. You can see the default location it's going to be installing it at. You may need that later when we go to install IntelliJ IDEA in a later video. Click on Next and Install. When prompted for this, do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? Click on Yes. And you can see very quick the installation of Amazon Corretto, in my case the 64-bit version, has completed. So I'm going to click on Finish to exit the setup wizard. So I'm going to end the video here. You want to move on now to the installing IntelliJ video in this section of the course. You can bypass the Amazon Corretto JDK install videos for Mac and Linux because you've just now completed this on a Windows platform. So I will see you in that installation for IntelliJ video. For this course, we're going to use an IDE called IntelliJ IDEA. An IDE, or Integrated Development Environment, is the tool that we use to write programs. The main feature is a text editor that we type our code into. But an IDE also compiles and runs our programs for us. And as you'll see, it also warns us about errors in our code before we run it. The IDE we're going to use is called IntelliJ IDEA, created by a company called JetBrains. There are other IDEs available, and you can use any that you want for this course. If you've already got an IDE that you like and you're comfortable using, then it's fine to continue using it. Most modern IDEs provide the same or very similar features. If you haven't used an IDE before, I suggest you use IntelliJ IDEA. That way, your environment will work the same way as you'll see in the videos in this course. So I'm going to download the latest version from the JetBrains website. So I'm going to go to jetbrains.com. Come over here to Tools. You can see they've got a variety of products. The one we want is IntelliJ IDEA over here. Click on that. I'm going to close this little pop-up if it appears for you. Click on Download. So you can see over here to the right, there's a Community Edition. That's the one we're going to download. The Community Edition is free. I'm going to click on Download. The Ultimate Edition has some extra features, but you'll have to pay for it. You won't need those extra features for this course. So I'm going to leave that to download. As you can see it downloading in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Okay, I'm going to open the file now that's been downloaded. I'm going to close down the browser. We no longer need that. I'm going to select yes to this option. Do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? I'm going to click on Next. I'm going to leave the destination folder unchanged and click on Next. So on this screen, for the installation options, you'll need to know whether you're running a 64-bit or 32-bit version of Windows. Now, I showed you how to check that earlier in the course, but as a recap, come down here. You can either type 32 or type About to get to your About Your PC page. Either will get you there. And scroll on down here to System Type. If it says 64-bit operating system, as mine does, then you have a 64-bit version of Windows. Otherwise, you're running a 32-bit version. And this will be important as we swing back to our installer screen, so make a note of which version you're running. And also ignore the x64 based processor. It's the operating system that we're interested in here. So closing that down. So back in the installer, tick the appropriate launcher for your system in the Create Desktop Shortcuts section. You want a 32-bit launcher on a 32-bit version of Windows and a 64-bit launcher on a 64-bit version of Windows. So I'm going to click the 64-bit launcher because my Windows was 64-bit as we saw, but make sure you click the right one for your system. Additionally, and only on 32-bit systems, check the Download and Install 32-bit JetBrains runtime box. I don't need to do that because I'm running a 64-bit version. Leave everything else unticked. The other options are more for convenience and aren't essential. Click on Next and click on Install. IntelliJ will now install, which will take a few moments. Alright, so once it's installed, tick the box to run IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition and click Finish. Now you may or may not see this pop up. If you do see it, this is a standard privacy policy type agreement. Confirm that you've read it, and obviously you'll want to read that at some point. Click on Continue. This screen may pop up as well. You can always change the behavior. You can see the link there in Settings if you need to change it at a later time. I normally select Don't Send. Now you may or may not be prompted also to import settings from your previous installation. I wasn't prompted, but most students will be installing this for the first time, so make sure if you are prompted for that to select Do Not Import Settings. And again, you saw that I wasn't actually prompted there for that. At this point, we're now at the Welcome screen. Now this new version, which was released at the beginning of December 2020, has a different welcome screen to the earlier versions of IntelliJ IDEA. Most of the time you'll be working with projects selected, and you can see that in the left-hand side. This is where you create new projects and open your existing ones. We'll be creating our first project in the next section of the course, but there's a couple more things we should configure before we do that. The one thing you may not like is the dark background that IntelliJ uses, and that's okay because you can change it. So you can click on Customize over here to the left, and we get some options that control the display. The default color theme has a dark background. JetBrains calls the theme Darkular. Many programmers prefer that, and it's now the default. But if you prefer a light background, click the drop down and choose one of the lighter themes. Personally, I also prefer a dark background, but it doesn't show up that well on video, so I'm going to change mine to IntelliJ Light. Now, if you've set your operating system to use a light or dark theme, you can check the Sync with OS box. That works on Windows and Mac. It doesn't unfortunately work on Linux. If you want to change the font size that IntelliJ uses, you can do that from here too. You can also adjust the colors for red and green color blindness if that's something you'd find useful. Alright, so at this point we're now done. We've now successfully installed IntelliJ IDEA. So now that you've done that, we do have a few minor configurations that we need to finish off. Specifically, what we need to do is configure it for the software development kit so that we can start creating programs in this course, but we're going to do that in a separate video. I'll end the video now and we'll see you in the next video where we start making a few other changes to configure IntelliJ IDEA. Now skip over the videos for the other operating systems. So if you're using Windows, you can now skip the videos for Mac or Linux, but make sure you do watch the last video in this section, the one called Configuring IntelliJ IDEA for Windows, Mac and Linux. This is where we'll set up IntelliJ to work with our chosen language code. Now the steps are the same for all three operating systems, and I've covered them all in the same video. So it's very important that you don't skip that video. You must follow the steps in the Configuring IntelliJ IDEA for Windows, Mac and Linux. So I'll see you in that video. So in this video, we're going to download and install Amazon Corretto for the Mac platform. Now, Amazon Corretto is the JDK version 11 that we're going to be using in this course. And there is a video in this section of the course that talks about the reasoning behind this particular version of the JDK if you're interested. All right, so first I'm going to do a search for Amazon Corretto, C-O-R-R-E-T-T-O. Then we're going to just click on the link to go to the page. We're going to come over and select or click on Download Amazon Corretto 11 because we want to use version 11 of the JDK. Then we want to scroll down, find the Mac version, and we're going to go ahead and download that. I'll save that. Give that a moment to complete. Once it's completed, we'll go through the installation process. Alright, so I'm going to click on the downloaded file now that's finished downloading, which starts the installer. I'll close down the browser. And the installation is pretty simple. Click on Continue, click on Install, type your password. And you can see it was quite a quick process. I'm going to select the option after clicking Close to move to bin because we no longer need the downloaded files. Then I'm going to do Control space and type terminal. Press enter. And I'm going to type Java space dash version. And what we're looking for is where it says Open JDK 64-bit server VM Corretto-11. So the 11 there stands for JDK version 11. So that's good. We can see that it's all installed successfully. Now one last thing we need to do is just open a Finder window. Alright, so after clicking out, actually we'll go back to main. This is the main disk. I'm going to go into the library folder. This is where the installation is going to be. Come down to Java and under Java Virtual Machines. Alright, so that's the location on our computer, the main disk, library, Java, Java Virtual Machines, and then Amazon Corretto. But other than that, that's now the installation of Amazon Corretto JDK version 11 done and dusted. In this video, we're going to download and install IntelliJ IDEA, which is the IDE, Integrated Development Environment or Editor, program if you will, that we're going to be using to run our programs in this course, to actually create and run our programs for that matter. So to download that, we're going to go to jetbrains.com, www.jetbrains.com. Once we get there, we're going to come up to the Tools menu at the top, select IntelliJ IDEA. You can see here, click on that. Click on Download. We can click on this little I agree just to get rid of that on the screen. Now you've got two options here when you go to download IntelliJ IDEA, you can grab the Community Edition, which we'll be doing, which is free, open source, you'll never need to pay for it. Alternatively, you can choose the Ultimate Edition, which gives you a few extra options and basically is for commercial developers. You can see if I scroll down, there's some extra features there. JavaScript, TypeScript, Java Enterprise Edition, Spring, etc. So basically it gives you more functionality, which is how the company makes their money. But the fact that they offer a free version, which is fully featured and certainly enough for you to use in this course, is fantastic. So we're going to click on Download here to download the Community Edition. All right, so I'm just going to give that a moment now to complete. All right, you can see that IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition, that's the C in IDEA there, has been or has finished downloading. Click on the little magnifying glass there to open Finder. We're going to double click the DMG file to start installing it. I'm going to close down Safari because we don't need that anymore. And I'll close down the Finder window for now as well because we really don't need that either. Drag it into Applications, as no doubt you've done before with Applications on a Mac. Give that a moment to install. So I mentioned we're going to do some configuration of IntelliJ IDEA in another video, but we'll do the first parts of it in this video. So I'm going to go down now and double click on the IntelliJ icon, IntelliJ IDEA CE. CE stands for Community Edition. That's the free version that we've downloaded and now installed. Double click that to start off the process. I'm going to close down Finder now and close down the install window there, the installation, and I'll actually eject IntelliJ IDEA CE because we've now finished with the installation. All right, we've got an option here telling us that it's from the app. The app has been downloaded from the internet. Are you sure? Well, it's from jetbrains.com, which is the official site for IntelliJ, so that's fine. I'm going to click on Open, as you saw. We're prompted for this option. If you're installing IntelliJ IDEA for the first time, we haven't got any settings to import, but if you had a previous installation, you could click on the top option, Config Installation Folder, and basically that would give the option to drag those settings from the previous version into this current version, this new version we're installing. I'm going to select Do Not Import Settings because it's a brand new install. Click OK. Privacy policy there. Check the checkbox, click on Continue. You can read that if you like. We can send anonymous data about features and plugins if you want. I generally click on Don't Send, but you can choose either option. We're now presented with an option, which type of screen color you would like. I'm going to leave mine set to light, and light comes out better for videos, but if you prefer to use dark color, and that's my development machine is certainly using that, it's easier on the eyes, and select that, but choose whichever one you want, noting you can change these options later in preferences. I'm going to click on Next. Key map scheme, I'm going to leave as defaults. If you've used IntelliJ IDEA before, you can change that by choosing the option on the right. I'm going to click on Next. This gives you the option to invoke IntelliJ IDEA from the command line. If that's something you're doing or have done in the past or want to do from the command line, then check the box. There's no harm in doing it in any event, so I'm going to do that. You've got various tools here. And keep in mind that if you've chosen to download and install the Ultimate Edition, there'll be additional features here. Generally, I just leave everything as is and I don't change anything because you can always change plugins and add new plugins at a later time as well. Click on Next. Same deal there. I'm not going to change any of those settings. You can come back to it. You can see down here, Preferences Plugins if you do want to change that in the future. Click on Start using IntelliJ IDEA. Enter my password. IntelliJ IDEA should start up for us now. Okay, so at this point we're now done. I'm going to end the video here. There is another video that we'll go through and enter or do the configuration for IntelliJ IDEA. And that's actually connecting the SDKs and so on that we need for this course. But we'll do all that in a separate video. Thanks for watching. Let's move on now to the next video. In this video, we're going to install Amazon Corretto JDK version 11 for the Linux platform. And specifically, we're going to be installing it on Ubuntu 18.04 LTS. Now, the reason that we're selecting Amazon Corretto, I have discussed that in another video in this section of the course. So check on that if you need to. But for now, we're going to start by going to a browser. Then we're going to do a search in Google for Amazon Corretto. CORRETTO, and we'll click on to go to that page. Come over here and select Download Amazon Corretto 11. Now, there are installation instructions. I'm going to open those in a new tab. But the version I'm going to be selecting here is the Debian version .deb file for my installation. So I'm going to save that. And I'm just going to save that to the downloads folder. Doesn't really matter where we save it. Give that a moment to finish. Now obviously there's also an RPM version if you're running Red Hat or some other distro, and there's also a .tar.gz version there as well if you need that. Alright, the installation's finished, and the installation instructions are pretty basic as you can see there, but you can refer to those if you need to. For now what I'm going to do is go to the terminal to do the rest of the installation. Alright, so I'm just going to, I'll put the instructions over to the left there. So I'm going to start by going into the downloads folder, cd space, then a tilde / downloads with a capital D, because that happens to be the folder on this version of Ubuntu that the file has been downloaded to. The next thing I'm going to do is follow those instructions in the browser. I'm going to type in sudo apt-get, apt-get, space update, space 2 ampersands, sudo apt-get, with a space obviously, space install, space Java common, type in my password, give that a moment to complete, and the next thing we're going to do is install the installation file, in this case the .deb file. So I'm going to type sudo space dpkg space -- install space and the name of the file there. I'm just going to type the first 2 letters and press tab, and that's our Java 11 Debian file. Alright, so that's it. It's a pretty simple installation as you can see there. And what we can do is just check the version number. So Java space -version. Now note that the output that I've got there is a different version. It says Java hotspot. It doesn't say anything about Amazon. And that's because I've already had an installation of Java on this computer. And what I'm going to do is show you how to change that. So if you don't see Amazon in the output down the bottom, Amazon Corretto, this is how to change it. So and again, the instructions are here. So it's pretty straightforward. Firstly, we need to type sudo space update alternatives, update-alternatives, space -- config space Java. You get presented with this option. The option we want to select here is option 1 for Java. So you can see that instead of using the Oracle version that I've got configured as option 2, there's selection 2, I'm going to use option 1. And I'm also going to do exactly the same. I'm just going to press the up arrow and change Java to Java C. And I'm also going to select option 1 as well. And this is obviously for the Java executable, but also the Java compiler, Java C executable from command line. We're setting that up in case you want to use it from the command line. And now if we type Java space -version, this time now we can see that it says OpenJDK Server VM Corretto. I think I mentioned earlier in the video that it would show Amazon, but of course it's not showing that, it just shows Corretto. In any event, you can see clearly now we're using the OpenJDK, which is exactly what we need here. Now the other thing that you should take note of is the folder that it's actually installed in. And we can see that on the screen there in the terminal window. In this case, USR, lib, JVM, and then Java-11, Amazon, Corretto. So just keep a note of that folder. You may need that later. But for now though, that's the installation of Amazon Corretto JDK version 11, the OpenJDK, installed successfully on Linux. In this video, we want to download and install IntelliJ IDEA for a Linux platform. Specifically, we're going to be using Ubuntu 18.04.01. The reason for that is the LTS, the long-term support version of Ubuntu as of the time I'm recording this video. Now what I want to do is firstly show you the 2 versions that are available. So I've gone to jetbrains.com. Now you won't need to do that, and that's because the commands I'm going to be showing you are from the command line to do the installation. But I just want to show you the 2 versions. So I'm going to go into Tools here and click on IntelliJ IDEA. So that's the integrated development environment or editor we will be using for this course. I'll just click on yes to accept that to close the cookies declaration. I'm going to download again purely just to show you the various versions. So we've got 2 versions there. We've got an Ultimate Edition, which is a paid tool, and a Community Edition, which is a free one. In this course, the Community Edition will do everything you need. So there's no need to pay for IntelliJ unless you're doing some more professional things. You can see over here to the left, we've got JavaScript, Java Enterprise Edition, Spring, and so on and so forth. So if you need that extra functionality in the future, you can come back and grab the Ultimate Edition. You will need to pay for that, although there is a free 30-day trial. And in fact, I can extend that. So you can send me a message if you need to extend the trial for the Ultimate Edition. But I think the Community Edition will do everything you need to do. So let's close that page down, because I mentioned we're going to be using the command line for this. And I'm going to open a terminal window. Clicking on Activities, I'm just going to type the first letter T. Brings this up and click on Terminal. Now there's two commands here. If you want to install the Community Edition, I'll type in the command first. So it's going to be sudo space snap space install space IntelliJ dash IDEA, which being the name of the IDE, dash community. Now replace Community with Ultimate if you want to install the Ultimate Edition, the paid version of IntelliJ, remembering that you'll get a 30-day trial if you want to do that. But in my case, I'm going to install the free and open source Community Edition, so I'm going to leave the word community there, and then I'm going to do a space dash dash classic. Press enter there. I'm going to type in my password. And that's now going to download and then install the latest version of IntelliJ IDEA directly down to our or into our Linux distro. So this version of Linux that we're running, which again was Ubuntu 18.04.1. Okay, you can see the download is completed. It's now installing. And you can see in this case, for me, it's installed the 2019.1.3 version, which is, as of the time I'm recording this video, the latest version of the IntelliJ Community Edition. All right, so we've actually now successfully downloaded and installed that. What we can do is start it. Until start up, we can come back to Activities, and we can just type in IN, noting that we've now got an IntelliJ IDEA icon there. We can click on that. We can close down our command window. Give that a moment to start. I'm going to go through some of the settings now just to show you what happens here. So firstly, we get to, when we first kick on and start IntelliJ IDEA for the first time, we've got an option to import settings from a previous installation. That would be the top option, config or installation folder. And that would be if you've got an old version and you want to import the settings. Perhaps you've configured it in a specific way. If you want to do that, click on that and then navigate to that folder. In my case, this is a brand new installation. I'm going to check or leave selected, do not import settings, and click OK. Next, I'm going to agree to JetBrains privacy policy by checking the checkbox and click on continue. We've got the option to send anonymous usage statistics to JetBrains. I'm going to click on don't send, but obviously you can choose the other option if you prefer. We've then got a choice of theme. Do we want to use a dark background with dark color or light? I'm going to select light only because that's better for video purposes, but generally I'd recommend dark color for developing, and that's what for my normal development machine I would or do certainly use a dark background. Click on next for default plugins. I'm not going to change anything there. You've got the options to disable or remove some options if you want. Those things are fine as is. I don't think we need to change anything there. Noting you can always go back later and make these changes if you want to. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to click on next. And I've got the option to install these three things. We won't be using them in the course, so therefore I'm not going to change anything there either. I'm going to click on Start Using IntelliJ IDEA. And you can see that's fired up IntelliJ IDEA. Alright, so at this point we've now successfully installed IntelliJ IDEA on our Linux platform. There is a little bit more configuration we need to do, and there's a separate video in the course for configuring IntelliJ IDEA, and that video is for all versions of IntelliJ for Windows, Mac and Linux. But the good news is that now that you've got to this stage and IntelliJ is booted, the interface is pretty much identical for all three platforms. So fast forward now to that video, or go to that video in the course and do the remaining configuration, and then we'll be ready to start programming in this course. I'll see you in that next video. In this video, we want to configure IntelliJ IDEA so that we can actually start some Java coding. This video is applicable whether you're running on Windows, Mac or Linux. So firstly, we need to associate the JDK we installed, Amazon Corretto 11, with IntelliJ IDEA so that they work together. Basically, that means telling IntelliJ where the JDK is installed on the computer. The JDK is effectively a software development kit, or SDK. Whatever you call it, it contains the tools you need to write programs. The Java development kit includes the tools that enables the computer to understand your Java code and to execute it. It also has a debugger And we'll be seeing what that is and how to use it when we've written a program to debug. Alright, so at the moment, when projects are selected on the left, which it is at the moment, there's 3 buttons available. New project is used to create a new project, which is the one we'll use shortly. Open will let you open a project that you created earlier so that you can continue working with it. And if you use a version control system, such as Git, then the Get from VCS button will fetch a project from your version control system, hence VCS. But don't worry if you don't know what a VCS is, you won't use one until you've been programming for a while. But let's start off by clicking on the New Project button. This lets you choose which programming language you want to use. This is a Java course, so we're going to choose Java on the left-hand side, which should be the default selection, and you can see that it is for me. So notice on the right-hand side, it says no SDK. It's basically telling us that we don't have one configured yet. Now if we come over here and click on the drop-down button, there is an option to download a JDK, but we don't want to do that because we've already done that in an earlier video. IntelliJ will most likely detect the JDK you installed earlier and show it here, and you can see it's showing it on screen there under detected SDKs. So you could click on that, but I'm just going to click on the option to add JDK, which is what you do if that didn't show up. So from here, what I can do is just go to Program Files, and go to Amazon Corretto, into the JDK, and that's what we downloaded in the earlier video. And if I do that and then click on OK, you can see at the top there, Project SDK has now changed to Corretto 11, Amazon Corretto version 11.0.9, which is the latest version as of the time that I'm recording this video. So if the auto detect option doesn't work, you've still got an option to select the SDK. Now I had to go into the new project option to create the SDK because IntelliJ's new version of this IDE as of December 2020 no longer had the option to do this from the welcome screen, which is how we used to do it in the past. Now as it turns out, we're not going to create a new project just yet. So what I'm going to do in fact is cancel to get out of that. We're going to do some other configuration now before we get started in the next video on actually creating our first project. So what we want to do is now come over here and click on Customize. We're going to come down here to All Settings. Then from here, we want to come down and click on Editor. I'm going to click on General. I'm expanding the options as you can see there. I'm going to select Auto Import. It's highly recommended that you check both Add Unambiguous Imports on the fly and also Optimize Imports on the fly. Click on Apply. Then we're going to go down to Code Folding. I'm going to uncheck a few things here. And the reason we're unchecking some things here is IntelliJ IDEA is a professional editor meant to shortcut and make things easier for both beginners but also for experienced developers. With some of these default options, it effectively hides some of the source code, and when you're first learning Java, it's not a good idea to not see all the code. So we're going to come down here, I'm going to deselect imports, I'm going to deselect one-line methods, I'm going to deselect closures, this one here, and also generic constructor and method parameters. So in other words, I'm telling IntelliJ to show as much code as possible for those things, and you can always come back here later in the course if you need to and change that back, but it's probably something that's pretty useful for you to leave on. I click on Apply. All right, one other thing we need to do now is under Appearance here, we need to make sure that Show Line Numbers is checked. In earlier versions of IntelliJ, sometimes that wasn't checked, but you can see that it is checked by default. But if it's not checked for you, make sure you check it and click OK. Okay, then we can go back and check projects again. So notice that these 3 buttons may have moved to the top of the right pane. The main part of this pane will show you a list of all the projects you've created, which will make it much easier to open them again. But don't get too hung up on the position of these 3 buttons. That's the New Project, Open and Get from VCS. JetBrains moves things around from time to time, and you'll see that they're in a slightly different place in some of the videos in this course. Ultimately, that doesn't matter. When you see me click the New Project button, you'll know where to find it on your screen. As I say, it might be in a different place in the videos. Alright, so we're all set up now and ready to program. We'll make a start on that in the next video.
This video is over. Go to starfreelance.eu to download these videos, materials, and sources. Watch more videos to get premium videos and ebooks. We'll be a Starfreelancer.